At first glance, it was an ordinary day for everyone, but not for him. When he woke up, he could not understand where he was and who he was. When he got up, he felt a terrible headache, and all his memories were as if in a fog. Paying attention to his hands, he noticed that he was shackled. He did not remember anything at all, so it was hard to understand why he was shackled. It is necessary to examine the area in more detail. Maybe then it will become clear at least something, the boy thought to himself, but he did not know which way to go. After much deliberation, he randomly just went wherever his eyes were looking. Time passed, but the boy did not stop. He kept walking. He stopped only after he felt tired. It was difficult to understand how many hours the boy had been wandering and how far he had walked. For him, everything seemed as if an eternity had passed. Exhausted from the long walk and the heat, the boy wanted to understand for himself what he should do next. He did not want to believe that he was in this place alone. When he heard a noise, he immediately ran in that direction. The boy knew all along that he could not be in that place alone, but when he reached that place, he froze in place. He was shocked and even more confused. There was a girl lying in front of him. He wondered who had dared to destroy her, where he was, and why he was in this place. The boy was scared. All he wanted at that moment was to get out of this place as quickly as possible. The young man's fear was getting stronger and stronger. It was hard to make a decision with all the thoughts that were mixed up in his head. He realized that he should first calm down and then think about what to do next. As soon as he calmed down, he suddenly felt as if something had switched inside him, and all the horror and disgust were gone. He felt someone put a hand on his shoulder. At that moment, everything inside him froze, and a chill went through his body. For a second, he thought that these were his last moments. Turning his head, he saw a young man who immediately asked about the girl who was killed. He wondered if he had done it to her. Of course, he answered that he had not. The young man agreed with him. The girl's chest was torn open, so it was unlikely that the boy could have done it with his bare hands, especially with his arms shackled. The young man decided to help the boy up, so he held out his hand. The boy was surprised that the stranger wanted to help him. He asked the young man if he even knew where they were. But the young man said that he did not even know his own name and could not know their location. The boy also decided to ask the young man how he had removed the shackles. The young man looked at his new friend in surprise and then at his hands, after which he said that he was not wearing shackles. The boy was even more upset because he was the only one who was wearing shackles. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere and said that the participants had been identified. It all started to look even more strange to them. The guys could not understand what was happening. One of the participants looked up and noticed something falling from above. Even more interest began to awaken inside each boy. A paper fell into the boy's hands. It was strange for them to see papers flying from the sky in an unknown place, but they were even more surprised by what was on these pieces of paper. When they unfolded the papers, they noticed the information and immediately read it. Ryan Asura had been looking for his sister for 79 years. The boy in chains thought that perhaps this information was written about him. The other boy's name on the paper was Tengen Chu. He was 35 years old and had 3 children and a wife. This information shocked Tengen and even made him angry. Could it really be him? But no matter how hard he tried to remember something, it was useless. Tengen could not remember anything at all. After the guys had read the information they were given, they noticed the message again, which talked about the weapons that were to be given to the participants. The guy in handcuffs looked at his hands, which for some unknown reason began to glow with a bright yellow light. More and more questions appeared in his mind, but unfortunately he had no answers to them. After the light disappeared, a weapon appeared in his hands. The guy was terrified. He had no idea what to do with this weapon, especially since his hands were shackled. Another guy also had a weapon in his hands. He was equally surprised by the appearance of the weapon and also could not understand why they needed it. The message appeared in front of them again. The guys had 5 minutes to kill their opponent. If they failed to complete the task within the specified time, their suits would be electrocuted and destroyed. They were also informed that the winner would become God. The participants were welcomed into the game of God. Terror froze in their eyes and in their minds. Each of them had a single question why they were in this place. Round 1 was underway, but the only thing the men wanted was for this horror to end. As soon as the round started, a timer immediately appeared on the top. Rajan Asura didn't want to fight Tengen, but it didn't look like his friend did either. The countdown started. Rayan didn't want to believe that they really had to fight, so he told Tengen Chu that they couldn't be sure that the biography and names they had been given were real. Tengen also did not know what was true and what was false. Did Rayan think it was just a prank? Tengen didn't want to fight either, but if these were the rules of the game and a chance for survival, they would have to start fighting. Tengen pointed to the girl and said that Rayan knew the girl was really destroyed. After that, Tengen's gaze changed dramatically. It became cold and empty. Rayan noticed that Tengen was panicking, so he had to calm down. Even if his biography was false, he should survive and get out of here for the sake of his family. Tengen is just a kid he met in this hell, so the main thing is to survive. Tengen began to attack Rayan. He realized that his only choice was to destroy his opponent. For some reason, Rayan noticed that he could predict every attack of Tengen. Thanks to this, it was quite easy for Rayan to dodge his opponent's attacks. Rayan Asura's body was very light. He did not understand what exactly it was, but Rayan liked this lightness in his body. Tengen was constantly attacking because the thought of destroying his opponent was constantly running through his mind. Rayan's mind was always on the idea of survival. Fear froze in Rayan's eyes. He could not even imagine fighting with someone, let alone surviving. He did not consider himself a person capable of destroying someone. Tengen stopped for a minute. Rayan did not understand how it had come to this. He didn't want to hurt anyone at all, but Tengen didn't hesitate to strike, so Rayan had to defend himself. Rayan noticed that Tengen threw his weapon and then caught it. Tengen again started to attack first. Anger began to fill Rayan from the inside. He was angry that Tengen didn't hesitate to attack him, and didn't hesitate to do anything to destroy Rayan. The moment came when they struck each other the first blow. But Rayan suffered more. Tengen drove his weapon into his leg. Despite the pain in his leg, Rayan got up and started running. The boy knew that everything had to end differently. He could not lose. But Rayan could not run far because of the weapon in his leg and severe pain. To begin with, Rayan had to get the Sayam out of his leg. But as soon as Rayan reached for the Sayama, Tengen appeared in front of him. Every minute Tengen's look changed. The boy seemed to Rayan to be crazy. It was very painful to take out the Sayama. Tears began to fall from Rayan's eyes. As soon as he took the Sayam out of his leg, he thought that he could use this weapon to try to remove the shackles. Rayan really did not want to die. He had great hope that he would be able to free his hands. But while he was trying to free himself, Tengen shot at him with another Sayam. Tengen hit him right in the left shoulder of Rayan. The boy fell to the ground. At first he was shocked because he could not immediately understand what had happened. Then Rayan felt a terrible stabbing pain. At that moment, Tengen thought he was very lucky that Rayan's hands were shackled, because now he could survive. Tengen began to rejoice that he was one step away from victory. Rayan was lying on the ground. He was in terrible pain, but he knew he had to keep fighting. He could not die so easily. Tengen picked up Rayan's weapon to finally destroy his opponent. Tengen never thought that he would be able to destroy Rayan so easily. Rayan didn't want to die. Though the pain was unbearable, he began to pull the Sayama out of his shoulder. Tengen swung to deliver the last and decisive blow to Rayan. The blow was quite strong. At the last second, Rayan managed to bounce back. Tengen was surprised and did not understand how the severely wounded Rayan managed to do it. Rayan realized that he and Tengen were strangers in this game, and this match was only between them. So Rayan decided to choose himself and destroy Tengen. Without any hesitation, Rayan attacked his opponent. In Rayan's mind, he kept repeating, "What are you afraid of? Just destroy him." Tengen was amazed by Rayan's behavior. From the first attack, Rayan hit his opponent right in the neck with his Sayama. Tengen was frightened and could not understand how this happened. He was one step away from victory. Rayan wanted to finish this round as quickly as possible, so he came up behind him and threw the chain from the shackles around Tengen's neck. In a barely audible voice, Tengen begged Rayan not to destroy him. Tengen only wanted to return to his wife and children. Rayan looked at his opponent with a cold gaze and said that he was sorry that it would end this way. This was their last conversation with each other. Rayan wanted to know the whole truth, so he could not let go of the chain. Tengen was destroyed. After Rayan destroyed Tengen, he didn't feel anything at all. He just stood next to Tengen's body and didn't know what to do next. Rayan decided to look at his biography again. He needed answers, so he opened his paper and carefully read the information again. After Rayan read the information about himself, he looked at Tengen again. In order to calm himself down, Ryan said he had done what he had to do. Only by destroying his opponent would he be able to get answers. In fact, Ryan did not want to hurt anyone, but he could not die himself either. Ryan wanted to find those who put them in this place to punish them. Ryan noticed a bright light, and then immediately noticed a message saying that contestant 300-5081 had won. Then he read something that shocked him. Ryan Asura God. This news really impressed Ryan. He did not understand how this was possible. For a few minutes, Ryan thought it was just a bad dream. After the message, Ryan noticed that someone was coming down to him. He thought that maybe it was God. Now at least he knew what he looked like. As soon as he approached Ryan, he immediately asked how he felt. But Ryan was so surprised that he didn't seem to hear the question. He just kept looking at his interlocutor. God did not like the boy's silence. To him, it looked like the boy was disrespecting him. He asked Ryan again how he felt. But Ryan did not know what to say. He remembered all the horror that had just happened here. The boy looked confused. Ryan was hesitating whether he felt terrible or good. Everything was too confusing for him. All this time, while Ryan was thinking, God was just watching him and waiting for an answer to his question. After much thought, Ryan's face changed. All the horror he had been feeling was gone. A crazy smile appeared on his lips. Ryan said that he felt quite good. He felt alive. God was pleased to hear this answer. It was quite interesting. Rayhan's consciousness was telling the truth differently from his heart. Rayhan asked about the place he was in. God explained to the boy that this dimension was created specifically for this game. 2 million souls were placed in this dimension for this round. Rayhan thought about what he had just been told. Could it mean that 2 million souls were forced to duel? After some thought, Rayhan finally asked why he was in this game and why he couldn't remember anything. God told Rayhan that this was the right question. God did not hesitate to answer the boy's question. A small ball appeared in God's hand that shone very brightly. God told 2 million souls about one game and one wish. Rayhan listened attentively, but could not understand what he was talking about. To Rayhan, God's words seemed like nonsense. But before he could say many words, Rayhan could not. He felt that he could not speak anymore, but he did not understand why he felt choked. God had forbidden Rayhan to argue. The power of Rayhan's interlocutor was unlimited. It seemed to Rayhan that for God, the participants were just puppets. God created the universe and everything in it. He grants only one wish to the winner of God's game. Among millions of dead, only one is left to receive the wish. The rest will die. These were the rules because it was his game. But Rayhan didn't understand why it had to be created. The one Rayhan thought was God said it was only for the fun of him and the others. Rayhan did not understand who those others were, but Rayhan realized that the further he could go, the more he could learn about the game, about the creator, and about himself. Rayhan was angry with God, but now Rayhan realized that he had to survive, and for now it was the only thing he could do. It was time for God to leave. Rayhan wanted to know more, so he asked him not to leave. But he just told the boy, "Welcome to God's game." A few seconds after God left, Rayhan found himself in a different place. It was very unexpected and shocking for him. The only thing that interested him at that moment was where he was this time. Rayhan noticed the other participants in front of him. They were wearing the same clothes as him. The participants were also looking at Rayhan because he was new to them. Everyone was curious about this newcomer and what he could do. Rayhan also noticed that there was even a child among the participants, but he did not understand why the little boy was in such a tough place. Rayhan looked at them in surprise. Did they all have to kill someone to get to this place? He realized that he needed to calm down and think things through. For some reason, Rayhan's wounds healed. Rayhan looked around the room he was in. Suddenly, a door appeared in front of the participants. They had to choose a partner to go to the second round. The chains disappeared from Rayhan's hands. It seems they were only needed for the first round. Rayhan wanted to know the whole truth, so he realized that it was important to survive the game to the end. Of course, Rayhan knew that they would take out the weakest first, so he should make the others think very carefully before attacking him. Rayhan thought of Tengen. If Tengen had won the first round, then everyone would have thought he was strong. But it was Ryan who destroyed Tengen, which meant that he was stronger. Ryan also realized that the strong would be able to go through all the rounds. Because of his thoughts, Ryan didn't even notice how quickly he reached the dummy. He couldn't understand why they put the dummy near the door leading to the second round. Before entering the second round, Rayan greeted the dummy with a friendly greeting and asked if contestant 300-5081 was ready to move on to the second round. Rayan was terrified that the dummy was talking to him. Rayan couldn't understand how the dummy could speak if it didn't even have a mouth. The mannequin looked at Rayan carefully and explained that he was the second round assistant, and his name was Mr. Era. Before entering the second round, Rayan attacked Mr. Era with shouts. He wanted to know where he was. The other participants told Rayan that Mr. Era would not answer him because they were also trying to find out some information about the game and the place. One of the participants looked at Rayan unkindly and asked him about his story. Rayan became wary. Rayan couldn't understand what was wrong with this boy. Could it be that they were targeting him? For himself, Rayan decided to stay away from this guy. Rayan explained that he did not remember anything at all and asked why the boy wanted information about him. Did the boy really remember anything from his past life? But this boy also did not remember anything. He just wanted to check whether Rayan was an anomaly or not. It seems God is telling them the same information. The boy smiled and said that his name was Uran and said that he hoped to go through everything with Rayan. Rayan noticed the light, but he did not know where it came from. He wanted to know more about the light he had seen. He felt as if he had been shot in the chest, but he had no wound. Rayan did not understand what was happening in this place. Rayan felt panicked. His mind was full of thoughts about the game and himself. He didn't have any wounds, but he felt this piercing pain. Uran asked if Rayan was okay and reminded him that he still didn't know his name. Rayan looked at Uran with a surprised look. Was that some kind of magic that just happened? Anger began to burn inside Rayan. If there were divine powers, there must be magic as well. What Rayan couldn't understand was how Uran had learned to use such power. With only one round, Uran stood over Rayan and smiled strangely. Rayan knew that only the strongest survived in this game. Rayan could not even guess what to expect from Uran. Rayan heard someone behind him asking Uran to stop. Uran started laughing loudly and then said that he hadn't even laid a finger on the boy. Rayan's anger grew. He glared at Uran and then turned his head to see who was talking behind him. When he turned his head, Rayan saw a boy in a cloak in front of him. He had a mask on his face. Rayan looked at the mask in surprise. He did not understand why he had to wear the mask. The boy said that he did not like scoundrels like Uran at all. He waved his hand and a sword appeared in. Everyone was very surprised that the young man was able to summon the sword so easily. Rayan did not understand why the boy had a weapon and where he got it. The participants believed that the assistant should have intervened, but he was in no hurry to do so. Uran noticed that the young man was approaching them. He said that he didn't want any problems at all, and said that he was just checking whether this weakling was worthy of being his partner in the next round. The young man asked Uran to ask one of his lackeys about it, and then turned his attention to Rayan and asked if he would be his partner in the second round. Rayan was upset and didn't understand why this boy chose him. He did not show any ability that could advance him to the second round. Rayan believed that the boy should have chosen Uran, who had magic. Uran was furious at the boy's behavior and his insolence. He was the first to suggest to Rayan that they go together to the second round. The friend held Uran so he wouldn't do anything stupid, but Uran asked him to let him go, and he would cut down the rascal until the next century. Rayan realized that he didn't have time to think about why this boy had chosen him. Rayan also realized that this was a great opportunity, so he got up from his knees and walked over to the boy and extended his hand, saying the name Rayan Asura. Rayan believed that if he fought someone strong, he would have a chance to survive the second round. The young man stretched out his hand and said his name was Takeda Shingen. Of course, Rayan was pleased that Takeda chose him out of all the participants, but the question of why the boy made such a choice did not leave Rayan. Takeda turned his back on Rayan and said that they could go to the second level. Rayan was scared, so he suggested asking the doll first. The assistant reminded him that his name was Mr. Era. Rayan was confused. He was still not used to the fact that this mannequin could talk. Rayan asked Takeda again if it would be better to ask Mr. Era about the second round. Mr. Era immediately said that the instructions for the second round would be transmitted as soon as they left the room. They would not receive any additional information. This room was only needed for the participants to choose a partner. Takeda didn't want to waste any time, so he asked Rayan to move on to the second round. Rayan didn't understand why Takeda was in such a hurry to do this. For Rayan, his new friend was a complete mystery. Rayan felt afraid, but when he looked at Takeda, he saw only confidence and courage. Takeda wasted no time in opening the door. When they opened the door, Ryan saw only emptiness. Terror froze in his eyes. He could not understand anything. Ryan had no desire to go to the second round at all. He noticed that Takeda had decided to step forward. He was very scared for the boy. Did Takeda really want to dive into the abyss? Takeda boldly stepped forward. At that moment, Ryan mentally said goodbye to the young man. But when Takeda took his first steps, a path began to appear under his feet. Ryan was frozen in place by what he was seeing. All these events were fantastic and shocking to him. Euron approached Ryan and asked him to wait. Euron said that they would see each other again, but Ryan said that he did not want to see him anymore. But the stubborn Euron now wanted to meet Ryan even more. Ryan was angry with Euron, who was being insolent. Even though they had just met, Ryan already wanted to destroy him. Catching up with Takeda, Ryan decided to ask him why he chose him for the second round. Takeda was not a very good conversationalist, so he spoke very briefly, and Ryan's eyes were the same as his. Ryan realized that Takeda was talking about God. It was not clear to Rayhan why his eyes looked so much like God's. Rayhan was upset that he was only being judged because of his eyes. Of course, Takeda didn't know if it meant anything, but if it did, he needed Rayhan as an ally. Ryan didn't know whether to be happy or upset. Takeda explained that there were strangers in that room who were hiding their powers. In God's game, they were all rivals, so in order to destroy the enemies, Takeda had to blindly trust someone. That's why he chose Rayhan. Of course, Rayhan was pleased to hear that a stranger had decided to trust him, but it meant that he had to trust Takeda as well. Before entering the second round, Takeda warned Rayhan that if he was useless or let him down, he would get rid of Rayhan. Rayhan did not feel very good about Takeda's words. He thought Takeda was very straightforward, but Rayhan hoped that they could easily become friends. Takeda explained that he could not waste time, so Rayhan would either have to adapt or die. Finally, they reached the second level. As soon as Takeda opened the door, they were blinded by a bright light. The second round was no less shocking for Rayhan than the first. All these events in the last few hours were very surprising to Rayhan. He didn't know what was going to happen this time. No matter what happened in the second round, Rayhan didn't want to have to destroy someone again. He felt quite strange. All of Rayhan's feelings were mixed up. Rayhan and Takeda noticed a girl and an old man in front of them. Rayhan looked at them and thought that they were just making fun of him. This game was no place for old people. Takeda looked at the opponents and decided to ask Rayhan who they should have destroyed first. For Rayhan, this was a difficult question. He didn't want anyone to die. Rayhan could not understand how it was impossible to do without someone dying in this game. He did not want to be in this game. While the boys were thinking about who to kill, the old man was the first to speak to them. Takeda asked the opponents to stay away from them. The old man noticed that Takeda was being cautious and asked their names. Takeda asked Rayhan not to answer the question. Rayhan thought this was the right thing to do. The more detached they were from their enemies, the easier it would be to defeat them. The old man was very talkative. While the boys were silent, he told them his name and the girls' names. The girl's name was Sarah, old Durin's wife. Rayhan felt sad that their enemies had told their names. All the participants simultaneously raised their heads to the mountain. They noticed that Mr. Era was coming down with a ball in his hand. Rayhan noticed that Mr. Era looked different in the room than he did a few minutes ago. It was strange to Rayhan that the mannequin was changing its image. Mr. Era was about to explain the rules of the second round. He tossed the ball lightly in his hand. Then Era said the owner of the ball had to earn points for his team every second. The game was to last 15 minutes. When the time was up, the team with the most points would win. Those who lose will be removed from the game of God. You can use anything to get hold of the ball. Destruction is also allowed, but if the ball falls outside the platform, both teams lose. Rayhan was shocked by the rules of the game. The assistant also said that if they had any questions, let them ask. The old man asked what it meant to be removed from the game. The assistant replied that the loser would die. A yellow light began to appear around the girl. Rayhan watched carefully. He wondered what was happening to his rival. But nothing special was happening. Sarah just decided to take out her weapon right away. She knew that a sadistic scoundrel was to be expected to have stupid rules. Frightened, Rayhan asked to wait. He didn't understand how all the participants knew how to call for weapons. Takeda looked at him in surprise. Hadn't God explained it to him? Rayhan was upset. He explained that God had not answered most of his questions. At this point, Rayon began to realize that he might be the only participant who did not know about important things in this game. The helper was curious about the fact that God had hidden the rules of the game from Rayon, but it was none of his business. If God hid important information from the boy, then God needed it for something. Mr. Era threw the ball. As soon as he did, round 2 began immediately. The timer began its countdown. Takeda was counting on Rayon, but Raichan wasn't sure he could do anything. He felt uncomfortable. Each participant had their own story and their own goals, but the most important goal was to win the game of God. Although they did not remember anything about themselves, it did not mean that someone could easily destroy them. The old man noticed that the ball was coming straight to him. He jumped up to catch it. The old man was beginning to think that he would catch it in a second, but the ball hit Jurin right in the face, causing him to fall to the platform. Mr. Era looked at the participants guiltily. He forgot to tell them that the ball was heavy. The old man got angry with Era and called him a stupid doll. Rayan felt panic and fear. He remembered that in the first round his hands were shackled. Rayan thought the old man was weaker, so he decided to destroy him first. Takeda supported Rayan's decision, so he hurried to approach the old man to destroy him. Jurin felt afraid. He did not expect the young man to get to him so quickly. Jurin began to think that in a few seconds he would be destroyed, but Sarah stood in front of the old man and stopped Takeda's blow. Takeda, dissatisfied, asked Sarah to get out of his way. It seemed to Sarah that Takeda was used to getting what he wanted, and that this young man was not capable of thinking about anything but himself. Sarah said she hated people like Takeda. Overconfidence and anxiety were not a good combo. While Sarah and Takeda were fighting, Ryan was lost in thought. He looked at Jurin, who was the oldest among them, so he was the weakest. Rayon knew that the ball player didn't need to move or fight. All he had to do was survive. This was the best option for Rayon. So, without any hesitation, Rayhan attacked the old man, saying that the ball was his. Rayon knew that he had to destroy everyone in order to get out of the game and find out the truth. Not knowing what to expect from the young man, the terrified old man took out his cane. It was strange for him that Rayon attacked unarmed and thought he was brave. Of course, Rayon did not know how to destroy Jurin, and he did not want to do it. But Rayon knew for sure that he had to survive at any cost to find out who he was and learn more about this game. At first, Rayon's actions threw Jurin off balance, but then he pulled himself together and waited for Rayon to approach. Jurin smiled slyly and raised his cane to use as a weapon. Jurin was sure the boy would not survive his attack. Takeda noticed that Rayon was in danger. Rayon himself understood that he had to hide from Jurin's attack. The situation was tense. Jurin raised his cane and apologized to the boy. He just needed to win this game. Jurin's cane began to shoot fire. Rayon saw his next steps. He saw that if he sacrificed his hand, he could defeat Jurin. During his vision, Rayhan remembered the path he had seen when he fought Tengen. Rayan realized that this time he shouldn't hesitate. He had to act. Rayan realized that if he didn't trust his visions this time, he could be seriously injured again. But if he trusted his strength, he could increase his chances of survival. Rayan struck his blow. Jurin was very surprised when he noticed that his weapon did not help. Everyone present was surprised by what had just happened. A burning flame engulfed Rayan's hand, and at that moment, the boy did not care about the pain and what happened. Rayan still could not believe that he was able to do it, that he was not afraid. Takeda was impressed. He thought that Rajan would just stand there and do nothing because of his fear and panic, but Rayan managed to pleasantly surprise Takeda. Mr. Era was also impressed with Rayhan. The old man was lying weakened on the platform. After Juren saw Rayhan's eyes, he thought the boy was crazy. Rayan could no longer feel his arm. He looked at the weakened Juren and realized that this was his chance to destroy the old man. But Rayan hoped that destroying this unarmed stranger could not be the only way to win. Rayan bent down to pick up the ball and thought about how to keep it in his hand for the rest of the game. Takeda asked behind Rayan's eyes. Takeda said that this was his partner's strength. Rayan listened carefully to everything Takeda said. He did not know what exactly his power was. It was hard to believe that this was how he used his power. Seeing the path that led to victory over the enemy was the only instinct of an assassin. That was his power. Neither Era nor God had confirmed the existence of powers in this game, but Rayhan couldn't ignore what his eyes saw. Rayan was easily lost in his thoughts. Rayhan was distracted from his thoughts by Takeda asking him to destroy the old man. It was strange for Rayan to hear someone asking him to destroy another person. He stood over the old man and couldn't make a decision. Rayan noticed that he could no longer see the way to destroy his opponent. As soon as Takeda was distracted from the battle with Sarah, she immediately took advantage of this moment and shot him with her weapon. Rayan did not expect it to happen like that. He was very worried about Takeda. As soon as Takeda fell on the platform, Sarah stood up in front of Rayan. She asked him if he really thought that he had time to hesitate before destroying the enemy. Rayan did not quite understand what was happening. Sarah didn't hesitate to attack Rayan and told him that cowards like him should have died in the first round. Thanks to his strength, Rayan was able to predict where exactly Sarah would strike. All these events confused Rayan, and he had to pull himself together and win this round. Sarah threw the first punch to Rayan, but he was able to dodge it easily. Rayan noticed that Sarah was very fast. Rayan wanted to get to a safe distance before Sarah attacked again. But before he could do so, Jurin grabbed his leg tightly. It was at this moment that Rayan was angry that he could not destroy the old man, who now prevented him from surviving. Sarah jumped up high and slammed her knee into Rayan's face. Then she swung around and kicked him again. Rayan fell to the platform, but the ball remained in his hand. He kept telling himself that he had to hold on and had no right to give up. Rayan did not plan to stay on the platform for long, so he quickly got up. He wanted to buy some time, so he started thinking about his next steps. Once again, Sarah approached Rayan too quickly to strike. Rayan realized that no one could move that fast, except for the person who had the strength. But Sarah also had powers like everyone else in the game. The girl decided not to hesitate and struck at Rayan. The blow sent Rayan flying far away. The assistant was delighted. It seemed that Sarah had a talent. Jurin and Sarah began to believe that now the victory would definitely be theirs. The only thing left to do was to destroy Rayan. Rayan was lying on the platform and did not understand what he had to do to be in this hell. He was the one who was looking for a sister he didn't even remember. He had a name he did not recognize. He fought with strangers. All this for a prize he did not even understand. Nor could Rayan understand how any of this could be worth the prize. With the last of his strength, Rayan got to his feet, holding the ball in his hand. The goal that Rayan had set for himself gave him strength, even in those moments when it seemed like the end. Jurin asked Rayan to do himself a favor and just give the ball to him and Sarah. Behind Jurin, the young man noticed that Takeda was starting to get up as well. Takeda was in pain with every move he made, but he was not one to give up easily. So, despite the hellish pain, Takeda decided to take the weapon from his shoulder. When Takeda took the weapon from his shoulder, his eyes began to glow with a bright yellow light. Sarah began to approach Rayan and explain that the pain could be stopped. Rayan could barely stand. He realized that he hardly had the strength to fight. Era's assistant was with them the whole time, watching what was happening on this platform. He didn't understand why Rayan was fighting, nor did Era understand why Rayan wanted to survive without knowing anything about what he could lose. Rayan's eyes changed again. Rayan just wanted to find his own reason to keep living, and he also wanted to know the truth about everything. Noticing the strange smile on Rayan's face, Jurin asked Sarah to stop. Rayan repeated Sarah's words that pain can be stopped. He looked at Jurin and Sarah for a while, and then said that Sarah was right. Rayan jumped off the platform with the ball. Jurin and Sarah felt panic and fear. Rayan was hanging in the air. It was too close to his death. He was still holding the ball in his hand, hoping that he and Takeda would win. Sarah managed to grab Rayan's leg at the last moment. She started yelling at him and saying that he was a scoundrel who wanted to destroy them all. Jurin held Sarah so she wouldn't fall down with Rayan. Sarah asked him to give her the ball back, and if Rayan wanted to die so badly, let him do it only in a way that would not harm others. Finally, they were able to pull Rayan out. Rayan wondered why they wanted to live so badly. Sarah was angry with Rayan. She could not understand how he could ask such a question. Sarah also didn't understand if Rayan had no reason to continue living at all. Sarah had nothing to say to someone like Rayan. She could not say a single word in peace. It seemed to Rayan that the girl would never shut up. The angry Sarah, who was yelling at Rayan, was interrupted by Jurin, who called the girl. When she returned, she noticed that Takeda had destroyed Jurin. The old man apologized to Sarah and said that he fought as hard as he could. Sarah tried to say something in response to Jurin, but she couldn't find the right words. It was hard for Sarah to fully realize what had happened. She stared at Jurin and Takeda in amazement, wanting to believe that nothing had happened. Takeda looked at Sarah angrily and then said that she had to destroy him if she wanted to survive, and for Juren to survive. Anger and despair took over Sarah's mind. She attacked Takeda and started beating him. Shocked, Rayhan watched everything that happened, but what shocked Rayhan even more was that he was able to predict what was happening. Jumping off the platform, Rayhan wanted Sarah and Juren to focus their attention on him. This way he gave Takeda Shingen time to recover. The tide of the battle had changed. Rayhan was not sure that he could destroy his opponent. What shocked Rayhan even more was when Juren, whose chest was pierced, stood up and spoke to him. He told Rayhan that neither of them knew anything about him. Perhaps the old man had 3 children who were looking for him. His wife probably died many years ago. Did this really mean nothing to Rayhan? But the worst part for Juren was that it meant nothing to him either. Rayhan started to get up. Juren believed that there was no point in fighting, and there was no point in living except out of fear. He explained to Rayhan that he was afraid to die, because then there would be a frightening darkness. All people were afraid to die. In the end, they created so many stories about this mysterious unknown just to cope with fear. Rayhan was surprised that Juren remembered these stories and did not understand how he could remember if they had all been erased. Juren was upset. In fact, he did not remember. These stories were in the back of Juren's mind, locked behind a door to which he had no key. Rayhan did not understand whether fear was really enough to accept what they had done and what they could do. While Rayhan was talking to Juren, the fight between Sarah and Takeda continued. After several blows that Takeda received, he was finally able to throw Sarah off of him and strike her. Mr. Era emphasized that there were 3 minutes left in the round. The second round was coming to an end. Rayhan looked at Mr. Era and mentally said that he had the ball all the time, so Sarah could not win because he and Takeda had so many points. Takeda told Sarah that it was over. Sarah didn't want to believe it. She didn't know what to do. Should she just destroy herself? Sarah's rage was growing. Rayhan had the impression that Takeda had information about what was happening in this place. Takeda told Sarah that self-destruction would be less painful than what God had prepared for her. Sarah was upset because she had really lost a lot of points, but she still had hope. There were 3 minutes left in the round. Takeda did not understand what Sarah was hoping for. The girl planned to destroy Rayhan and Takeda in the last 3 minutes. If she could do it, she would be alive at the end of the round. Sarah stood behind Rayhan and prepared to strike. Rayhan clearly did not expect this turn of events. He turned his head towards Sarah and asked her what her strength was. At first, Rayhan thought that Sarah could teleport a short distance, but when she used her power, it was always followed by a stream of wind as if she had summoned it. When Sarah hit Rayhan, he realized that such a forceful punch would not have been possible without sufficient momentum. Sarah said only one word, wind. Rayhan noticed that Sarah's strength was the same as the strength Juren had used. While Rayhan was just standing there, floating in his thoughts, Sarah came too close and struck, but Rayhan was able to dodge it. The girl looked at Rayhan and thought about her next steps. Time was running out, so she had to hurry. Rayhan could see how things were going to develop. Sarah was ready to finally destroy Rayhan, but at the last minute her weapon was stopped by a ball that Rayhan managed to put in front of his face. This was a move Mr. Era could appreciate. Only now did Takeda stop doubting his choice of partner. Takeda considered Rayhan a weak player, but decided to take a chance and offer to play together. Takeda was impressed that Rayhan was able to stop Sarah. Sarah was angry that even in such a position Rayhan was able to stop the shot. She looked at the boy in confusion and could not understand how he managed to do it. Rayhan smiled sarcastically and said that it would be quite strange if God created an eternal ball for a short time. Takeda came to Rayhan's aid. He took a swing at Sarah, but she was able to dodge it. As soon as Rayhan stood up, he was quick to tell them that he finally understood how Sarah's powers worked. Sarah controlled the wind, so she could either speed up or strengthen herself. It worked like a switch, either one or the other. Takeda realized that this was not good for them. At first, Sarah just stood there upset. Then she asked why Mr. Era was doing this to her. Era looked at the girl in surprise. Takeda and Ryan also looked at Sarah in surprise. It was strange for them to see her upset, especially after she had just tried to destroy them a few seconds ago. Ryan wanted to go to Sarah, but Takeda stopped him when he said that it wasn't over yet. Ryan knew that he could expect anything from Sarah. He just felt sorry for her. Of course, it was quite interesting to watch this round, and Mr. Era realized that the second round was on. Era announced that there was 1 minute left in the round. Sarah started to cry. She just wanted to live. Sarah knew she was not ready to die. Rayan could hardly stop himself from approaching Sarah. When she heard that time was running out, Sarah calmed down and said that Jurin looked calm, but that calm was not what she was looking for. Era's assistant watched the second round closely. He noticed that when a person is hanging on the edge between living or dying, this desperation leads a person to new heights. To live or die, which side would Sarah be on? Era wanted Sarah to show him how much she wanted to live. He thought he had chosen interesting specimens this time. Light appeared around Sarah again. She was getting ready to use her power. Rayan asked her to forget Takeda about everything he had said. This time, Sarah wanted to speed up and strengthen herself at the same time. Takeda looked at Rayan with surprise. He didn't understand how Rayan had realized this. Rayan had no choice but to tell him that he had seen her next actions. At this point, Takeda hoped that Rayan was wrong. Rayan realized that they had been in the game for the same amount of time, but he couldn't understand how Sarah had become so strong in such a short period of time. There were 50 seconds left in the round, so the participants shouldn't have hesitated. It was better to jump into action. Rayan and Takeda were eagerly waiting for this round to finally end. Rajan only had 1 minute to hold the ball. While Rayan was thinking about it, Sarah was able to get close to him. Every second, Sarah reminded herself that she only had to hold on for 1 minute. Thanks to her strength, she was able to quickly approach Rayan and hit him. The blow was really strong. Rayan flew away from Sarah and dropped the ball. Sarah didn't want to waste a second, so she quickly threw her weapon at Rayan. She knew that this time Rayan had nothing to defend himself with. Sarah's weapon hit Rayan in the shoulder. Sarah quickly walked over to him. Rayan tried to crawl away from Sarah, but his attempt was in vain. Sarah pulled out her weapon. At that moment, Rayan kept telling himself that he had to move and do something. Otherwise, Sarah would simply destroy him. As soon as Sarah swung to strike one last blow at Rayan, she felt a sharp pain. Takeda had cut off her arm. Sarah screamed in pain. Rayan felt sorry for Sarah. He didn't want to hurt her in any way. Rayan felt sad that she had lost her arm. The thought of Sarah dying made Rayan even sadder. Sarah became angry. She returned to Takeda, who immediately began to explain that Sarah had made him do it. Sarah was so angry that Rayan had the impression that she would kill Takeda with a glance. Takeda said that he couldn't let anything happen to his partner in case he needed Rayan again. Sarah was even angrier. She realized that Takeda had known how to use his power all along, but she couldn't understand why he was hiding it. Takeda just didn't want Rayan to know about his ability. Takeda preferred not to reveal his trump cards in a game like this, unlike Sarah. Sarah didn't care what kind of power Takeda had. She wanted to destroy him before he could use his power against her. Most people would not have been able to see what would happen next, but Rayan somehow managed to do so. The duel between Sarah and Takeda was in full swing. They were both quite strong, but Takeda was guided by cold reason, and Sarah acted on emotion. Takeda used his strength against her. Rayan watched with horror in his eyes. After Rayan had destroyed Tenganov in the first round, he began to think he was really strong. But after seeing Sarah and Shingen, he realized that there were real monsters in this game. Although Sarah was beginning to realize how this round would end for her, she still continued to fight Takeda. Takeda decided to use his power against Sarah. A large flame engulfed the girl. Sarah's screams terrified the crowd. The flames that flashed by Rayan were also terrifying. After Rayan saw Takeda's power, he began to rejoice that he was on the same team as Singer. Falling to her knees, Sarah felt a sword being placed on her shoulder. She raised her head and just looked at Takeda. After Sarah looked at Takeda, she started to cry. She couldn't die like this. Not here, not in this game. Destroyed by someone she didn't even know. She just wanted to live like the rest of them. Takeda just stood there and looked at her with a cold gaze. There were 15 seconds left in the round. She looked at Rayan and felt sad that even a weakling like him would live, and she would not. Rayan was offended by the fact that everyone considered him weak, but despite Sarah's hurtful words, he was really sorry that the girl had to die. Rayan just wanted it to be over. Bitter tears rolled down her eyes. Sarah was also sorry that she didn't even know who she was. Takeda also felt really sorry for her. There were 10 seconds left in the round. Sarah reported that her younger brother was missing and asked him to leave her alone, but Takeda said he had to finish what he started. He destroyed her because he realized there was no chance that Sarah would survive. Mr. Era started to applaud. Rayan and Takeda turned their gazes to him. Era congratulated the boys on their victory in the second round. Rayan noticed that his wounds began to heal immediately after the second round. It was hard to realize that he was able to survive again. Rayan's arm also healed. At first he looked at it in surprise and then started to smile. Rayan realized that they had done a lot of terrible things, but he could not understand why he was smiling. Takeda decided to ask if Rayan was okay. Takeda decided to emphasize that Rayan had done quite well, better than he had expected, but still, ducking off that platform was either brilliant or rather stupid. Of course it worked, but Takeda asked him not to do it again. After the door appeared, Mr. Era asked the boys to go on, but Rayan asked them to wait a minute. Era and Takeda were surprised because they didn't understand why they had to stay here. Rayan went over to Sarah and took out a paper with her biography, Sarah Jones, 18 years old. As soon as he started reading, Takeda tried to snatch the paper from his hands. But Rayan stopped him and continued reading. Sarah was looking for her younger brother. Then he asked Takeda to promise that he would remember Sarah's name. But Takeda did not understand why he would make a promise to a woman who had died. Rayan explained that when they met her younger brother, they had to save him. Takeda thought Rayan was too idealistic for a game about dying. Takeda explained to Rayan that when they met her brother, he would most likely die as well. Rayan decided to read Jurin's biography as well. He read that Jurin had voluntarily joined the game. This seemed very strange. Rayan could not understand why anyone would come here. Was God's game really known in the world? Rajan was curious to know what the world was like outside this game. Takeda asked Rayan to leave the place because he did not want to stay here any longer than necessary. Rayan also wanted to leave and took Jurin's biography with him. They approached Mr. Era, and Takeda asked him to get it over with. Era agreed to let them out, but before they left, they had to take the gifts. Rajan noticed that Takeda seemed to recognize the trinkets. Rayan wondered how his partner could have known about the gifts. But before he could find out anything, Rayhan was immediately transported to another place as soon as he picked up the cross. Of course, he did not understand where he was this time. When he found himself in a different place, Rayan did not understand how it was possible if he was on the platform of the second round a few seconds ago. Rayan began to look around. He hoped that he could understand at least something about this place. Suddenly, a little boy appeared in front of him. Rayan decided to find out who the boy was and where he was, but the boy did not say a word. Rayan heard someone talking to him. He decided to turn around and look. More and more questions appeared in his mind, and he wanted to hear the answer from someone. Behind him, Rayan noticed a girl. She was calling little Rayan to show him the cross his mother had given him. The adult Rayan was confused. He stared at the girl while she talked to little Rayan. The boy knew that the cross was God's protection. The girl explained that it was only because of God that they had such a good harvest this year. Little Rayan was outraged and said that God not only protected but also created plagues and storms. Only now did Rayan realize that this little boy was him. The boy asked the girl about the missionary. The girl said that the missionary had given the cross to her mother, and the mother had given it to her. Rayan liked the cross very much. Little Rayan came up to her and said that he wanted a cross like that too. But the girl objected and said that he had to find a cross for himself. When Rayan heard the girl's name, he was very surprised. Rayan remembered his biography in the game and realized that this girl was his older sister, Ichika. She promised Rayan that she would talk to his mom and maybe she would give him one cross. Ichika asked her brother to go home because she was hungry. Rayan watched them all the time. Rajan started to get angry because he had not talked to his sister. He had so many questions for her. He had to keep them busy somehow, so Rayan asked them to wait. Ichika and little Rayan decided to see who had asked them not to go. She was immediately wary and put her brother behind her. The girl looked angrily and cautiously at the adult Rayan, not understanding who he was, so she decided to ask him. Just as Rayan wanted to talk to them, everything collapsed. Rayan looked at himself and his sister in confusion, as if they were in a mirror that had broken into many small pieces. It seemed to him that at that moment his heart was also breaking with sadness that he had never talked to her. He sat upset and did not understand what it was, and how he could even see himself with his sister. Rayan regretted that he never had time to talk to her. Rayan noticed that he was back on the second round platform. He really wanted someone to talk to him about everything that was happening here. He saw that Takeda had also seen something like him. Rayan was very curious to know what Takeda had seen, but he knew that Singer was unlikely to tell him. Rayan looked at Mr. Era and asked him in an angry voice what he had done to them. Mr. Era looked at the boys and said that he had given them a reason to live. He was surprised that they could not understand this. Then Mr. Era took Rayan's hand and put a cross in his palm. This cross had belonged to his sister, so it was now in Rayhan's possession. Rayan looked closely at the cross and was surprised that his reason for living appeared in the form of a girl he could not even recognize, but he could feel that this girl was all he had. Ichika was his sister. Rayan was very angry that he did not remember anything about his life. He wanted to know the whole truth. Angry, Rayan approached Mr. Era, grabbed his jacket, and asked if the memories he had just seen were real. Era threw Rayan away with his power and explained that only he could decide whether they were real memories or not. After that, Era asked Rayan not to touch him anymore. Rayan didn't understand what all this meant, and Takeda assured him that they would figure it out later. Takeda didn't understand what Rayan wanted to do next. Beat up Mr. Era or something. Takeda was sure that they shouldn't waste time and move on. Mr. Era smiled at Rayan and assured him that he should be grateful. Rayan was one step closer to the answers he was looking for. This was what Rayan wanted. Takeda took Rayan's hand and led him to the door like a little boy. But Rayan did not want to leave. He needed at least some answers. But Takeda went to Rayan and pushed him through the door. He thought they had already wasted enough time talking. Mr. Era only had time to wish him good luck before the door closed. The boys found themselves back in some room. It was not at all clear where they were this time, but they had to look around carefully before moving on. In front of them, they saw a girl dressed in knightly armor. The girl smiled at them and thought to herself, "Super guests again!" Rayan looked at her as if mesmerized. He did not understand who she was and what awaited them next. The girl decided to ask the boys if they liked her collection. Rayan was surprised and began to look at the collection of different armor. The girl explained that these armors belonged to her favorite candidates. Rayan didn't understand what the applicants were looking for. She explained to the challengers that they were playing God, at least for the past ones. Rayan was shocked. All the time he thought that this game was being played for the first time. It was hard to realize that there had been previous games of God. Takeda began to feel nervous that the two were wasting his time. The girl laughed out loud and then said that this time she really had two selfish rascals visiting her, and she liked it. Takeda was getting angry with her behavior. He believed that if they spent less time on idle talk in this game, the game could be finished faster. Rayan watched her in surprise. She emphasized that those who lived the longest were self-confident idiots who were ready for anything, and these two just looked arrogant, even to fight deities. Takeda asked her name. Her name was Enyo. She was the goddess of war and destruction. Takeda said he had never heard of her. Rayan just mentally said that of course Takeda hadn't heard of her, because she was forgotten. He realized that Enyo could have easily destroyed them. Enyo was furious. She furiously called Takeda a miserable insect. Was this really what Takeda wanted? God had made Enyo the judge for the next round, so she had to quickly calm down and explain to the boys that there would be 3 people in the third round. Doors began to appear next to Enyo. She explained to the boys that it was through this door that they would be able to get to the main hall, after which they would have a day to find the third person for the team. They could also eat and sleep in the main hall if they wanted to, because in God's game they didn't need any of that. It was all optional, so if they wanted to spend the last few hours sleeping or eating, it was their choice. Takeda didn't want to waste any time, so he went straight to the main hall. Rayan stood still as usual and took his time. Enyo couldn't figure out if Rayan was deaf or slow and chased him to the door. Rayan looked at Enyo and decided to ask if she had seen Ichika Asura. Enyo started to get angry. Did Enyo really look like a butler? Ryan assured her that she did not. Enyo then said that Ryan and his friend were testing her patience and assured her that God would not be upset with him. Ryan declared that they would see whether God would be upset or not. He knew that he had to be brave if he wanted to find out the truth, and that he had to be less afraid of showing his fear to others. Enyo noticed that the boy was getting bolder and asked if Rayhan Asura could afford to worry about anyone else. Or maybe he was only worried about himself and hoped that Ichika had the missing fragments of his memory. Enyo liked her theory better than Ray's. She jumped up to the boy and looked at him closely. Enyo noticed something special about him, so she offered Rayhan a deal. The offer to make a deal alarmed Rayhan. Did judges really make deals? Enyo smiled at Rayhan and said that of course they could. Enyo believed that Rayhan had notes on what his sacred power was. Otherwise, Rayhan could not have gotten this far. Rayhan did not understand what kind of sacred power Enyo was talking about. Enyo explained that if God chose a participant as his champion, then this champion received a second sacred power that would be added to their deity. After hearing this, Ryan remembered Sarah and Takeda. He realized that the second sacred power could make him stronger, especially considering that Ryan's eyes were not suitable for attacking. It would be a great opportunity. After thinking about it, Ryan realized that 2 powers would be better. But would it be fair? Enyo also decided to ask Ryan if anything in this game was fair. There was no such thing as fairness in this universe. Enyo emphasized cunning and strength, and the winner would stand on these 2 pillars. The one who attracts the gods will get more powers in his arsenal, but the strong will be able to overcome others with only one ability. Rayhan thought about what he had heard from Enyo. He agreed with Enyo. Someone who masterfully controlled their ability would defeat an opponent with only basic knowledge of their power. Again, Rayhan thought of Takeda. Singer was able to concentrate and control the fire. Sarah used her ability to strengthen and accelerate at the same time. These fighters were deftly managing their abilities. But what about Rayhan himself? He had no idea how his power worked or even how to activate it. It seemed that the power was activated on the level of instinct when Rayhan was in danger. Enyo emphasized that a winner must be ready to do anything. She asked if Rayhan was capable of doing that. Rayhan smiled and said his usual short yes. He was confident in himself. In addition, Rayhan realized that he needed to become the strongest as soon as possible to win this game. That was great, but Rayhan's words meant nothing to Enyo. She was only interested in the result. If Rayhan could reach the 5th round and he killed 3 people, then Enyo would make him her champion. Rayhan did not like the fact that 3 people were going to die at his hands. Suddenly, Enyo changed her mind and said that 5 people would be better. This shocked Rayhan. Enyo emphasized that if he did this, she would even be able to tell him about Rayhan's sister. In the end, if Rayhan can become Enyo's champion, she bet on Rayhan winning the game. Rayhan didn't understand why Enyo wanted to give him this chance, and not Shinger or anyone else. Enyo explained that Rayhan was not the only one who would become her champion. Enyo started choosing her champions early. The sooner she invested, the more she would get if Rayhan won. Although Enyo relied on luck, Rayhan wondered what exactly her luck was. Enyo thought that Rayhan was asking too many questions. She asked if Rayhan accepted her offer. The only person Rayhan had been able to destroy was Tengen. He didn't know if he could do it 5 more times, so he asked what would happen to him if he couldn't. Enyo explained that if Rayhan did not destroy 5 opponents by the 5th round, he would not be her champion. Rayhan decided to accept Enyo's offer. After all, he needed to enlist the support of the gods. If Rayhan hadn't emphasized to himself that he was strong, deep down, he doubted it. Enyo was certainly happy to have a contestant with the eyes of a god as a champion, but Enyo warned Rayhan that she would be watching him and asked him to leave the hall. As he entered the main hall, Rayhan thought that this deal would be quite useful for him. After all, he could get a lot if he could get Enyo to come to him. But the question was whether he would be able to destroy the 5 opponents. A big surprise awaited Rayhan. All the participants were in Enyo's castle. When he walked into the main hall, he noticed that the other participants were sitting at a big table and eating, but Enyo had said that they did not need to eat or drink. So what were all these people doing? They only had 1 day to find the 3rd member of the team and prepare for the next round. Rayhan didn't understand how the others could just sit there and pretend everything was fine. Knowing Takeda Shinger, he definitely wouldn't be wasting time and filling his belly. He was probably looking for a new teammate or just a new team. Rayhan thought that there were better candidates than him. These thoughts made him sad. Euron approached the girl at the table and told her that it would be very nice if such a nice girl joined his team. Her partner had died in the second round, but she didn't want to join a team with someone like Euron. Euron did not like the girl's behavior. He assured her that she did not understand his intentions at all. The girl asked Euron not to interfere with her eating. Euron did not like that she refused. She did not like that he did not give her peace, so she grabbed him and threw him hard on the floor. The shocked Rayon clearly did not expect this girl to be so strong. At that moment, he just thought how good it was that it didn't happen to him. The injured Euron was lying on the floor of the castle. He was embarrassed that he had been beaten by the girl. She told him loudly that she had understood his intentions. Continuing to eat her meat, the girl also asked Euron not to come near her again, otherwise she would destroy him. It was a striking sight. Rayon was delighted with the girl. He knew exactly who he wanted to be the third in his team. After the girl finished, she decided to walk around the castle. There were 3 people in the third round, and she was the only one, so it was time to find a team. Rayon decided to follow the girl, but for some reason he felt like he shouldn't approach her. Something was holding him back, and Rayon did not understand what it was. Perhaps his instincts were holding him back. He followed her, as if mesmerized. Rayon wanted to talk to the girl, but he didn't know how to approach her. He didn't want to end up like Euron. Rayon noticed that the girl was turning around. He wondered where she was going. Rayon stopped for a few seconds to think about whether he should follow her or not. He decided to continue following the girl, but as soon as he turned, the girl pointed a gun at him. She asked him to explain why he was chasing her, but Rayon was frozen by the fact that a gun was pointed at him. He realized that no one was around. The girl had chosen a great place to confront him. Rayon wanted to appear confident, so he decided to calm down immediately. If he did not calm down, she would hardly want to be on the same team with him. After he calmed down, he said that he had seen her deal with Euron and was impressed, so Rayon told the girl that he wanted her on their team in the next round. The girl wondered if Rayon was a pervert like the others, or if he was really useful. Rayon thought for a minute. He wanted to believe that he was at least useful. She asked him to prove it, and asked him to follow her. Rayon did not understand how he could prove his usefulness to her, but he had no choice. He had to follow her. It was quite strange for Rayon when he saw exactly where the girl led him. At that moment, he could not even think why she brought him to this hall. They came to the hall where the participants were training. Rayon could not understand what exactly they had forgotten in this place. The girl wanted to test him and pointed to the guy who had destroyed her partner in the last round. Rayon felt uncomfortable when he heard what the girl wanted from him. It was strange to him that she didn't see any other options to join them, but when Rayon saw who she was pointing at, he felt even worse. The girl wanted Rayon to beat him. If Rayon could do that, then she would agree to be on his team. She would be all his after he won. The confused Rayon wondered what the girl meant when she said all yours. The girl replied that she meant anything. Rayon really hoped that this girl was worthy of such actions. As Rayon watched the boy, his heart began to pound even harder. He could see fear and uncertainty in his eyes. Rayon looked at his opponent and realized that he was gigantic. He decided to ask the girl if this guy really destroyed her partner. If so, how did they both survive? According to the rules, it was as if God had to destroy the losers. The girl did not know how it happened. She won, but for some reason God decided to save the life of this thug. The girl asked why Rayon didn't ask him himself. Rayon asked her name, but instead of an answer, he heard the same question. Rayon told the girl his name. The girl agreed to tell him her name only if he made the thug kneel. Rayon thought it was not fair of her. Rayon could not understand why everything was so complicated. He began to doubt that it was worth it. Although he doubted that the participants could have died in the main hall, God was unlikely to want a participant to die before the game started. If this was true, it was a great chance for Rayon to test himself against a strong opponent. Rayon knew that he couldn't rely on Takeda or anyone else to get through the round. The other participants of the game noticed Rayon approaching the giant participant. They didn't understand why he was doing it, but maybe he just wanted to talk. To find out the truth, Rayon had to get stronger. Even if everyone wanted to know what he was capable of, Rayon had nothing to hide, and he would probably get a lot if he defeated the big man. For a few minutes, the boys looked at each other. The big man didn't understand what exactly Rayon wanted from him. Rayon realized that everything in this game was terrible, but he could not understand his feelings. He remembered all the horrors he had seen. Rayon's eyes changed again. The big man was looking at him carefully. It seemed to him that Rayon was in some kind of trance. The thug was not very patient. He was tired of waiting for Rayan to come out of his trance and explain why he had come to him, so the thug attacked Rayan. It was quite unexpected for Rayan. The thug attacked him out of the blue. He didn't even have time to say a word. The thug could sense Rayan's tainted aura, even from a distance, so he decided to ask who he was. He said, "Rayan Asura," and asked the thug what was wrong with him. Why did he hit him if he hadn't done anything? "He hadn't done anything yet," the thug replied. Toros was the name of the thug. His friend shouted that he shouldn't be so aggressive because he could scare the baby. Rayan noticed that Toros's friend was laughing at him. Toros's other friend could not understand what was going on with Toros and Rayan. Why waste their energy before the third round? Rayan had no idea what was wrong with these guys, and then he pointed to the girl and asked Toros if he had really destroyed her partner. The girl was pale. She did not understand why Rayan was pointing at her. Rayan also asked if she had defeated him, why he had survived. Wasn't God supposed to destroy Toros in the second round? Toros laughed. Now it became clear to him that it was the girl who asked him to come and find out. Rayan did not understand what was so funny. Toros said that he was thinking about the face of Rayan's girlfriend when he crushed her partner's head like a grape. Toros survived because God simply decided to keep him alive, because he was too strong to die. Rayan looked at Toros in amazement. Rayan did not understand what Toros meant. What did he mean by too strong to die? Toros's friend decided to explain to Rayan that God's game was an entertainment for the observers, so to make the next round interesting, God left Toros alive. This happened several times when the contestant was given a second chance. Rayan remembered Sarah. He realized that Sarah was too strong to stand up to him, and Takeda alone, but for some reason, God was not interested in her. He looked at Toros and didn't understand why God had chosen this thug. Was he really stronger than Sarah? Then Rayan looked at the girl. If this girl had defeated Toros, she must be even stronger. Rayan wondered how strong the girl was that had gotten him into this trouble with Toros. For a few moments, Rayan thought about his sister. Now Rajan knew what he was fighting for, to find answers and to find Ichika. That was why he had to become stronger. Toros's patience began to wear thin. He said that he was looking forward to the next round to destroy Rayan. Rayan also wanted to destroy Toros. Toros began to think that Rayan was wasting his time, so he attacked the boy. Rayan got nervous and used a forbidden move. Rayan's new friend was delighted with his actions. This blow was quite unexpected. A smile appeared on her face. Toros's friend was not happy with what Rayan had done. She was angry, but did not interfere. She realized that it was Toros's fight. Toros fell to his knees in pain. Rayan had not struck fairly, but he needed an advantage against such a giant. Besides, Toros was really pissing Rayan off. Rayan realized that while Toros was in such a favorable position for him, he should strike him. Rayan also realized that he was weaker than his opponent, so he hoped for luck. After swinging, Rayan wanted to throw another punch, but Toros was able to easily grab his arm. In just a few minutes, Toros's expression changed. Instead of a smile, his face clearly showed anger. Toros grabbed Rayan's hand tightly and lifted him up and immediately threw him to the floor. Rayan felt a terrible pain in his body, and even more pain in his arm. He felt that he had started this fight in vain, but he could not give up easily either. Toros began to get angry. Did Rayan think he was cool enough to attack strangers? The other participants noticed that it was not fun at all, but it ruined the mood for everyone. A smile appeared on Toros's face again. He looked at the weak Rayan and asked him not to fall asleep yet. Toros decided to emphasize that he had not started the fight. The girl looked at Rayan. She felt sorry that he was suffering because of her. She began to feel guilty for making him fight with Toros. One of the participants asked her friend Yun to help Rayan, but Yun didn't want to help because Rayan asked for it. Yun was sure that if Rayan was weak, he was going to die anyway. He explained to the girl that fools who did such nonsense died quickly. That was the way of the game. Toros was very surprised that Rayan hadn't died yet and decided that it was time to finish with him. Toros thought the kid was very persistent if he didn't just give up, but he wasn't going to lose to a scumbag like Rayan either. So Toros tossed Rayan up the mountain like a ball. At that moment, Rayan seemed to hear a voice in his head. Why did he allow this weakling to look down on him? He should show him where he belonged. Toros waited impatiently for Rayan to start falling to the ground. A crazy smile appeared on his face as Rayhan approached him. Tauros was ready to smash Rayhan against the wall like an insect. He stretched his hand toward Rayhan to deliver the next blow. But something went wrong. Finally, Rayhan found his way out of this fight. Should he run away, or should he stay? Tauros did not expect that Rayhan would be able to fight back. The participants were also surprised that Rayhan managed to do it. A smile appeared on her face. She was glad that Rayhan did not give up and continued to fight. But most of all, she was glad that Rayhan was able to survive. Would Rayhan continue to be afraid? Or were they going to have some fun? Ryan realized that it was as if a switch had been flipped inside him, just like the last time, and the pain was gone. Rayhan did not understand what was happening to him. He couldn't understand why he was changing during the fight. Perhaps Takeda was right. This was how his power manifested itself. Tauros began to rage again. He couldn't understand what had happened to Rayhan. All Rayhan felt at that moment was a thirst for victory. Rayhan noticed the lights again, but they were weaker than the ones he had seen with Tengen and Jiran. He didn't understand what exactly these lights meant, but they clearly needed to be used in the fight with Tauros. Rayhan had a hunch that these could be Tauros's weaknesses. Ryan struck after strike until he was able to defeat his opponent. The girl was surprised that Ryan managed to do it. Everyone noticed Rayhan's strange eyes and did not fully understand why they had changed. Rayhan struck Tauros again and knocked him to the floor. After Tauros got up, he started to get angry. If Rayhan hoped to just leave after that, he was wrong. Tauros wanted to destroy him. Tauros decided to use his divine power to fight him. Rayhan was amazed by Tauros's aura of divine power. The aura seemed crazy to Rayhan. Rayhan was mesmerized by Tauros's aura. He also wanted to be able to control his divine power, and first he needed to understand it fully. Rayhan began to feel pain again. It seemed to Rayhan that his hand had grown in size. What a bad time to turn around because Tauros started to attack again. Quickly, the furious Tauros ran toward Rayhan. He was ready to destroy the boy, but Yun stood in front of Rayhan and asked Tauros to stop. Rayhan sat behind Yun and looked at him in surprise. He did not understand why the boy decided to stand up for him. Of course, Rayhan was flattered, but at the same time he felt strange. Yun felt like a teacher who had to break up a fight between children. He decided to joke that if they continued to fight, he would have to punish them. The girl saw Yun and got angry. She didn't like that this boy interfered in Rayhan's fight with Tauros. Tauros also didn't like that Yun decided to stop the fight just as much as the girl didn't like it. Tauros asked who the boy was. Yun barely smiled and replied that he was just another player in the game. Tauros started to get even angrier. He said that Yun was in his way. All Tauros wanted from Yun was for him to just move away and not bother him. Yun replied that they had beaten each other up enough and would even say that the big guy had won the match. Then Yun pointed to Rayhan and said that he was unlikely to be able to fight anymore, so maybe they should agree that Tauros had won and end the fight. But Tauros was blinded by his rage and asked Yun to step back. The fight could only end if Rayhan was destroyed. But Yun would not leave, so Tauros decided to destroy them both. Anger raged inside Tauros. It seemed to Rayhan that it was anger that gave him strength. Tauros decided to destroy both boys. Yun took off his glasses and asked Tauros to tell him what color his eyes were. Rayhan noticed that Yun was really strong. Rayhan was puzzled by how easily Yun managed to neutralize Tauros. Ryan didn't understand how the other contestants could learn to control their power so easily in just 2 rounds. The energy that was next to Tauros clearly belonged to the boy with the glasses. The other participants were equally surprised by Yun's strength. Ryan wondered what exactly Yun's divine power was based on. Perhaps in his conversation as Uran, although he did say something about his eyes. Could this player really hurt with just one look? Ryan looked at Yun and realized that each time he faced stronger participants, but he didn't understand how he could become stronger than this guy. Yun went up to Ryan and told him that he had done a good job. Such a small kid challenged the biggest player in the room. Yun thought Rayhan was cool. After Yun said his name, Rayhan remembered seeing him in the waiting room. Yun noticed that Rayhan was pretty badly hurt, so he asked Kyla to help. He asked her to patch him up so he could at least get him to the infirmary. Kyla agreed, saying that she couldn't say no to such a nice guy. Yun was shocked that this was the only reason she asked to help Rayhan. Rayhan remembered that Kayla was also in the second round. He decided to ask if there was really an infirmary in this place. Yun said that it was. Anyone could be healed in this infirmary. Kayla said that Yoon was just lucky to have divine powers, so he should stop acting like a tough guy. Upset, Yoon said that he would never do that again. The girl took Rayeon's hand and used her divine power to heal his arm. As soon as Kyla started healing his hand, Rayeon felt uncomfortable, but after a minute, he stopped feeling pain completely. Rayeon was pleased to meet people who wanted to help him, but he did not have time to say anything else to them because he lost consciousness. The only thing Rayeon managed to whisper before he lost consciousness was that he would definitely become the strongest, and even God himself would not be able to stop him. Despite the many deaths he had experienced, Rayeon felt nothing but delight when he began to realize that he had survived. So who was Rayeon really before God's game? To find out, Rayeon could not give up easily, so he had to continue playing the game according to God's rules, because only then could he learn more. When Rayeon woke up, he did not immediately realize where he was. He noticed a girl in front of him who asked him to fight with Toros. Rayeon was in the infirmary. The girl looked at Rayeon with great admiration, but thought he was too weak. But despite being a weak player, Rayeon had something that the others did not. Their conversation was interrupted by Kayla. She also wanted to know how Rayeon was feeling. Kyla was pleased to see that Rayeon was really patched up, but she didn't want to imagine how advanced the technology was there. She overheard the conversation between Rayeon and the girl. The courage was what was special about it. Only Kyla thought that courage, which bordered on recklessness, would one day destroy Rayeon. He could not always rely on God to heal him. Rayeon was upset, even though he realized that Kayla was right. Rayeon was indeed taking risks all the time and never thinking about the consequences. If he continued to behave like this, his luck would soon run out at this rate. The girl noticed how upset Rayeon was and decided to cheer him up. She told him that she would join his team. It was a pleasant and unexpected news for Rayeon. Although, at first, Rayeon could not believe that the girl was telling the truth. They had a condition that Rayeon fulfilled. He was able to take down the thug, so now it was her turn to fulfill her side of the condition to join his team. She wondered if Rayeon had a partner, because there had to be 3 of them for the 3rd round. Rayeon remembered Takeda, but he wasn't sure if they were partners yet, so he didn't know what to say to the girl. She was sure that there was someone on Rayeon's note. Only before taking that person to their team, she wanted to see how strong this player was. Rayeon asked her name again, especially since she had promised to tell him. Era Park, she said. The girl's name surprised Rayeon a little bit, and he told her that it was quite beautiful. Era smiled and assured him that she had not chosen it herself. Holding out her hand to Rayeon, Era assured him that he would not regret taking her on. Rayeon raised his head and looked Era in the eyes. As soon as he looked into them, all of Era's frivolity immediately disappeared. He was surprised at how quickly the girl had changed. Now Era's eyes were full of determination. It was the same imperious look that Sarah and Takeda Shingen had. It was the look of a person who knew exactly how strong she was. Rayeon believed in Era the moment he saw her in the banquet hall. Even though he had only glimpsed her strength, his gut instinct told him that he could rely on her. It seemed that Rayeon was sure that Era was worth more than the beating he had taken in the fight with Toros. Rayeon believed that this girl could be the one he could trust in this steady game. Getting up from the bed, Rayeon immediately thanked Kyla for her help. She immediately asked if Yoon was also near the infirmary. Rayeon didn't want to leave until he thanked him. Yoon was outside, so Kayla asked Rayeon to follow her. Kyla said that Yoon also wanted to talk to Rayeon, so he waited until Rayeon came too. When they left the room, Rayeon saw small mannequins. Kayla explained that these minions worked for God. Rayeon noticed the flasks of medicine. He didn't know what was in the flasks, but the liquid could heal anything. Rayeon wanted to take at least one of the flasks, but he realized that the dummies would make a chop out of him, so he didn't risk it. Kayla was happy to hear they had arrived. Era noticed that Kyla was too happy when she noticed Yoon. Rayeon noticed a boy leaning against the wall, flipping a coin. He looked at Yoon in surprise. Is this really the boy who knocked down a thug with a single glance? Rayeon thought to himself. Yoon happily greeted Rayeon. He was glad to see the cocky kid finally standing in front of him. Then Yoon threw a coin at Rayeon. But Rayeon didn't even blink and easily caught the coin. Kayla asked Yoon to stop playing around, but Yoon said he just had to check something. Yoon noticed that Rayeon's eyes were not normal. Then Yoon said that this was Rayeon's divine power. But Rayan himself did not like Yun's observation. Rayan was quick to point out that he didn't come to challenge Yun, but simply came to thank him for saving him. Yun was quick to reply that he didn't want to just watch the thug turn him into a meatball, especially since Rayan was standing up for his friend. Yun respected that. Era was embarrassed by the words about her friend. Kyla looked at Era with a displeased look, but Rayan wasn't standing up for her. He just wanted to recruit her. Yun wanted to ask Rayan to leave his girlfriend and join him and Kyla on the team to win the third round together. It was quite an unexpected proposal for Rayan. He didn't understand why Yun had decided to ask him to join their team. Rayan looked at Era. He knew that everyone would have accepted Yun's offer after seeing what he was capable of. It only took a moment for Yun to knock the big man down. Therefore, Rayan had no doubt that Yun would be able to go far in the game of God. Yun used his divine power without letting others know its secrets. Even his eyes could not unravel the mystery of Yun's ability. If Kyla could make it this far, she could definitely fend for herself. Not to mention that her healing divine power would be useful in a team battle. Of course, Yun and Kyla helped Rayan, but did they really do it out of the goodness of their hearts? Rayan realized that there was a lot he didn't know yet. He began to suspect that they wanted something from him. At that moment, Rayan remembered Takeda's words about having the same eyes as God. Rayan began to suspect that Yun wanted to know the secrets of his divine power just as much as Takeda Shingen did. After thinking about it, Rayan refused Yun's offer and said that he already had a team that he couldn't let down. Yun looked at Rayan and Era in surprise. "You are the only two on the team," Yun said. Then he heard someone say that he was the third. Behind him, the players heard someone say that he was the third in Rayan's team. Rayan was confused. Takeda Shingen was standing in front of them. Yun was amazed that the third player on Rayan's team was the fool who summoned the blade in the waiting room. Yun asked Takeda to tell him what color his eyes were. Takeda replied that no one would care about the color of his eyes when he took them from Yun, but Yun assured Takeda that he would not care. When Kayla realized what Yun was going to do, she immediately decided to stop him. Yun decided to turn it into a joke. Yun was upset that Rayan didn't become the third member of their team. Rayan had a lot of potential. Before he left, Yun asked Rayan not to die because he wanted to talk to him some more. Rayan was impressed by Yun's behavior. Takeda noticed that Yun was strong. He was the second strongest person Takeda had ever seen in this castle. Rajan wondered who Takeda was talking about. Was it himself? But Takeda noticed that Yun was stronger than him. Rajan became even more interested in who Shingen was talking about. Only Takeda was in no hurry to say the name of the first strong man in this castle. Takeda noticed the girl and asked who she was. Era Park said happily. Era noticed that Takeda seemed to be another of Rayan's partners. This was unexpected for Takeda. He asked in surprise, "Another one?" Embarrassed, Rajan replied that they needed a third person for the team. Takeda got angry and asked if Rayan had remembered to ask him. Rayan said that he did not even know if Takeda would be his partner in the third round. Rayan's words shocked him. Takeda did not understand what kind of nonsense Rayan was talking about. Takeda didn't want to show his powers to everyone. It was enough that Rayan knew. Era mockingly noticed that the boys got along well with each other. Then she promised that they wouldn't regret having her on their team. Takeda looked at the girl again. Although he wasn't happy with Rayan's choice, he decided to keep her on the team and asked her to follow him. Era asked Rayan if Takeda always behaved like a scoundrel. Rayan replied that she would get used to Shingen, so Era decided to ask where they were going. Takeda said that Rayan still didn't know how to call a weapon. Takeda didn't want their team to be dragged down by any imbalance, so he needed to show Rayan how to call up weapons. He asked his partners to go faster before he changed his mind. Rayan was excited to hear that he would finally learn how to do it. He had long wanted to understand how the other participants called their weapons because he was sure that every participant had the same method. Rayan remembered how he held the glaive in his hands in the first round. He felt as if he had spent his whole life with it. His hands were trembling a little bit, but he could easily imagine all the options for how to use the glaive correctly. Rayan's memory held years of experience with this blade, but unfortunately he didn't remember any training. Rayan took out his cross again. and looked at it. It was only after looking at this cross that Rayhan could remember that this was his reason for living. But what exactly did this reason mean to him? At the training, Takeda emphasized that Rayhan's weapon was an extension of himself and asked how he had called his weapon in the first round. He advised him to remember the feelings that Rayhan had at that moment. Rayhan tried to remember, but the only thing he remembered was how energy began to come out of the center of his suit, and then it rushed into his hands. But Rayhan did not understand where exactly this flow of energy started. In this case, Rayhan had nothing to recall because the energy appeared out of nowhere quite quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Takeda emphasized that each person had a defining feeling and asked Rayhan to summon this emotion in himself, after which the weapon should appear in his hands. It seemed easy enough for Takeda to do. Ryan did not understand what the defining feeling was at all. Era looked at Ryan in surprise and decided to clarify for herself whether God hadn't really told him anything at all. This seemed very strange to Era, so she decided to show him how to call the weapon. It was impressive. Era explained that after the first round, God reminded her of a feeling from the past that allowed her to call the weapon. Ryan looked at Era's weapon with admiration. Now, Rayhan wanted to learn how to call his weapon faster. He asked Era what it was that helped her to call her weapon. Era said with a strong desire. Then she explained that when Ryan calls his weapon for the first time, he will be able to do it without thinking. But first, Ryan needs to overcome the difficulty of calling the weapon. Era also believed that in the first round, God helped Ryan to call the weapon, so that case did not count. She was surprised that God didn't even hint at how Ryan should have felt. Ryan said that he and God did not even talk about weapons, especially since his hands were shackled from the beginning. Era was stunned by what she heard. It was hard for her to believe that after all that he was able to survive. Takeda also found it hard to believe. He didn't know a single participant in God's game who would start the first round in such a disadvantageous position, not to mention the fact that Ryan had been fighting unarmed to the point of litter given his eyes. Era looked at Takeda and hoped that he would have some clue, but he had none. But Takeda realized that something was wrong. Either the god of the Goths wanted Ryan to die, or he was very powerful. If this was true, it meant that Rayhan's power must be limited somehow. Era felt ridiculous. Rayhan asked her to stop laughing because he was not laughing at all. Era explained that the reason for the laughter was the memory of how Tauros could easily beat Rayhan, so the second option should be ruled out. Rayhan thought that Takeda smiled after these words. Rayhan didn't care why God hated him. He didn't know why God put an ordinary player in an unequal position, but Rayhan knew he had to bridge the gap on his own. Whining would not solve the problem, so Rayhan decided to listen to what kind of feeling helped Takeda summon the weapon. Takeda explained clearly and concisely that rage helps him. Era thought Takeda was a braggart. Era just didn't understand him because she didn't know his story. The weapon was an extension of Rayhan himself, so he should find a feeling that reflected his inner world. Takeda also decided to remind Rayhan that after winning the second round, they got the opportunity to look into their past. Era thought it was wise to suggest that Ryan find this feeling himself. Only after the second round did they unlock one piece of memory, so Era doubted that it was enough to find the defining feeling. But Takeda believed that Ryan should try, because in the next round, he would have to fight unarmed again. He didn't want to take any more risks with such a partner. Therefore, Shingen emphasized that if Ryan could not find a way to call upon his weapon, he would have to find a new team for the third round. Shingen believed that Ryan's weakness would lead to others. Ryan was very upset by Takeda's words, but Takeda decided to remind Ryan that he had said the same thing to him before the second round as well. He gave Ryan a choice. Either Ryan answered him, or he would die. Era thought this was cruel of Shingen. Takeda was sure that it was cruel to force 2 million souls to fight each other in a game of survival for their own entertainment. As cruel and sad as it was reality. If Ryan can't call upon his weapon in the next rounds, he will simply die. Takeda didn't want to go down with Ryan, given that their opponent could be Yun. Era believed that Ryan would succeed. One day, he was able to surprise her. Ryan just needed to find the feeling that defines him. The only place to look was in the only memory Rayhan had. Ryan took out the cross that Mr. Era had given him. If this was the only way to find the feeling that would help him summon the weapon, then Rayan was ready to plunge back into his memories. When Rayan touched the surface of the cross, images of the past came floating around like a simulation. Rayan breathed in the freshness of the forest and felt the wind of an unknown land caressing him. He saw his sister Ichika Asura, but what emotion was Rayan looking for? Why couldn't he find the right one? Did he really need a special kind of rage? Or maybe a specific aspect of love? What exactly was he supposed to feel? Rayan didn't know what he was looking for. From just one piece of a past that Rayan didn't even know he had, he needed to find what defined him, even though he didn't really know himself. God had given him a gift to keep living. But if God hadn't chosen him for this game, Rayan wouldn't have to worry about his life every day. Tears rolled down Rayan's face. That monster had taken away Rayan's life, personality, and everything. Because of him, he could not even recognize his own sister and himself in this memory. Because of him, Rayan risked dying in a game with abnormal rules. Rayan wanted to destroy him. He would become stronger not to win, but to destroy God himself and all those beings who watched the iniquity that was happening with bored faces. Remembering those who had already died, Rayan wanted to one day pick up a paper with the name of God himself written on it to laugh out loud at his death. Rayan began to change. His eyes were no longer the same, and it was hard to recognize Rayan himself. Takeda still couldn't get used to Rayan's sudden change. While Rayan was thinking about how to destroy God, a weapon appeared in his hands. Era was very happy. She knew that Rayan would succeed. But in fact, before that, Rayan fell out of reality and started laughing. Takeda and Era tried to call out to Rayan, but it was no use. They were already worried about him. Rayan wondered how long he had been in this state. Takeda said 3 hours. When Rayan came to, the first thing he remembered was a smile. The same smile that appeared when Sarah and Tengen died. Rayan did not understand what exactly was happening to him. Era was very happy that Rayan had succeeded, because now they could become a team. Takeda asked Rayan what his defining feeling was. Rayan looked at the weapon in his hands. Rayan did not understand if every step in God's game brought him closer to the truth, why he felt like he was losing himself even now. Rayan's feeling that called for the weapon was bloodlust. Era said that not only did Rayan not know who he was, but they all didn't know anything about themselves. Takeda couldn't believe what Rayan was saying. He decided to ask him if it was really his bloodlust that caused the weapon. Rayan did not want to believe that he was because the boy in his memory seemed completely innocent. At some point, Rayan lost track of the fact that his defining feeling was bloodlust. He screamed that he didn't care. Takeda could not understand what he meant. Rayan didn't care what his defining feeling was. He was not the same person he used to be, not the man he saw in his memories. He had changed, so he could act as he wanted. Takeda emphasized that no matter who Rayan used to be, the past cannot be simply brushed aside. That's not how the game worked. But if Rayan really believed that he could fight the person he really was, then fine. Rayan and Era listened to Takeda carefully. Era didn't care what kind of person Rayan was either. She only cared that he didn't let her and Takeda down. Takeda didn't care as long as Rayan could destroy the enemies that came their way. Takeda only asked Rayan to try not to lose himself. If Rayan caught up with what he had lost, it was worth practicing in a duel before the 3rd round. Era was also ready to start training with the boys. Their last hours in the castle were spent training under Shinger's guidance. They fought each other, honing their movements and abilities in an effort to become one. Rayan noticed that Singer was not hiding his abilities so much anymore, but it was still obvious that he was holding back. Era, on the other hand, was open about her abilities and weapons. She even helped them develop different strategies to combine their fighting abilities. Her openness was like a gentle breeze. Next to Era, Rayan felt not so alone in this wild game of survival. An hour before the 3rd round, the tiny robots patrolling the castle led them back to the banquet hall. There were a lot of people in the banquet hall. Rayan looked at each of them carefully. He wondered if they were all the people who had participated in God's game, but he doubted it. It was unlikely that they could have crammed all the players into one room. There must have been other locks. Takeda froze in place. He pointed to one of the participants and said that this particular participant was the strongest in the room. Rayan looked closely at this player and realized that there were indeed many strong players in the game of God. But for some reason, this one scared him the most. Rayan asked Takeda who this player was, but Takeda did not know his name. This player hadn't talked to anyone yet, and judging by his profile, he didn't even have a team. Era was surprised. Would he really go to the third round by himself? Era thought that this participant was crazy, but Takeda denied it. He was just confident that he could destroy everyone in the room. The participants waited for further instructions for the third round. Each team was discussing something different. The participants were distracted from their conversation by a bright light that filled almost the entire room. Mr. Era and Enyo entered the room, hoping that everyone was ready to die. The third round was about to begin. Mr. Era reminded the participants that they were asked to form teams of 3 for the third round. Mr. Era said that those who were ready could already move on to the third round. The participants had 3 hours to enter the gate before the castle collapsed. Of all the participants, it seems that only Rayan was afraid of Mr. Era's words. Everyone else continued to listen calmly and attentively. Enyo noticed the participant that Takeda had recently spoken about. She asked him if he was interested in the game. The others were surprised that Enyo and this player knew each other. The participant noticed that Enyo was still so annoying. This player was looking forward to the moment when he could shut her up forever. After he said that, Enyo just decided to ask him if he was going to participate with the team or alone. The man just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. But he made it to the third round. While Enyo was scolding the contestant, Era wondered if the goddess really knew the man. Takeda said that she was not imagining things. He didn't like it at all. Rayan reminded them that each participant had spoken to Enyo before entering the castle. While Enyo was nervous about the participant she had just spoken to, Mr. Era continued to do his job. Era called out the next contestants to move on to the third round, namely Takeda Rayan and Era Park. Takeda emphasized that they didn't have time to think about it. They had to move on to the third round. Frightened, Rayan asked to wait at least a minute longer, and Era said that before dying, it was enough to drag out the time. Rayan looked at Era and noticed that she radiated the same confidence he had when he first saw her. She was not afraid of what lay ahead. Rayan realized that he had miraculously survived the previous 2 rounds. Therefore, he should not constantly hope that someone would be there to save him. This time, Rayan decided to use his eyes and win on his own. Rayan decided to ask Era if she was nervous. Era wasn't nervous at all. She was just worried that she might get wounds, but they would heal. After Era's answer, Rayan had a smile on his face, and he really liked Era's answer. He also wanted to become as confident and calm as his friends. Before they walked through the door, Takeda emphasized that controlling your emotions was the key to success. Then they walked through the door. It was pitch black around them. Rayan asked Takeda to try to light the way at least a little. It looked like they were in a cave. They wandered for a long time until they came across an unknown person. He suddenly appeared in front of the participants. He greeted the participants and smiled. Era and Rayan looked at him in surprise. They didn't understand why he had the face of a monkey and the body of a human. Takeda knew him and realized that meeting him did not bode well. Rayan and Era did not understand how Takeda could know this monkey. It was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. The Monkey King was very pleased to be heard from. He had to tell the participants the rules of the third round. They had to play Capture the Flag. But Ukon was in no hurry to explain the rules of the game. Takeda thought that the Monkey King was also wasting his time. Enyo made some trouble, so Sun Wukong was called in for the third round. He was sure that they were lucky to have such a curator. The participants looked at Sun Wukong with caution and displeasure. The Monkey King did not inspire their trust at all. Sun Wukong wanted to see if the participants could surprise him and asked if they liked to play games. Rayan was amazed that the Monkey King had a staff. Takeda asked for a quick explanation of the rules of the game. Era alone happily exclaimed that she liked to play games. Sun Wukong began to explain the rules of the game. Somewhere in this cave was the second team. Both teams were given a flag. To win, they had to steal the opponent's flag and bring it back to their base. Takeda thought about it. It turned out that they needed both flags to win. They had 3 hours to do it. Of course, it was allowed to destroy the opponents. Of course, they didn't want to lose. Each of them wanted to win not only this round, but also the game. Era asked what awaited them if they lost. Sun Wukong said that if they lost, he would be able to spare one of their choosing. The other 2 would be destroyed. He asked them not to worry. Even if they lost, they would still have a chance to make it to the fourth round. After Ukon explained all the rules to them, he hurried to say goodbye to the participants. In addition to this team, there were others who needed to be explained as well. The round was to start when the countdown started, but for now, they just had to wait. Before he left, Ukon emphasized that he would destroy the participants himself if they decided to cheat. Rayan asked what their team's plan was. They didn't know who their opponent was yet. Takeda considered himself the strongest among the three of them, so he decided to stay to guard the flag, while Era and Rajan were to attack the enemy team. Era was outraged that Takeda thought he was the strongest. She also didn't think Takeda was stronger than her. Takeda said that if Era wanted to stay at the base, she could. But Era interrupted him by saying that she and Ryan would soon return with the flag and asked Takeda not to lose their flag. Takeda thought that Era should worry about herself. Rayan exhaled a heavy breath because of the team quarrel. Ever since Era joined their team, Rayan felt as if he was constantly caught between two fires. A timer appeared in front of the participants. The countdown had begun, so the players had to put their quarrels aside and start playing the third round. It seemed to Eri that Ryan was not afraid at all. Even when he was fighting Tauros, he seemed calm. Ryan doubted that calm was the right word. He was probably numb. Rayan remembered his previous rounds. It was strange for him, but when he started fighting, it was like a switch was flipped inside him. At the moments when he really should be afraid, he felt nothing at all. All Rayan wanted to know was why he could turn off his emotions so easily, why he wasn't afraid, why his defining feeling was bloodlust. It was already the third round, and Rayan knew nothing about himself or the sister he was looking for. Eri wondered if his sister was in his memories. Rayan answered yes, but he wasn't sure if he could recognize her now. She could have been in Enio's castle, but he might not have noticed. All the participants Era had met in the previous rounds were either looking for someone or wanted to achieve specific goals. Her paper had only her name and age on it, and she had no one to look for a goal, and she wasn't a big one either. It was strange for Rayan, who had read other people's stories, to hear that Era had no one. The girl was playing a game of survival, but she didn't know what she had to keep fighting for. Tears rolled down Era's eyes. She was sad that she had nothing. Even the memories she had been shown turned out to be nonsense. Rayan was worried about Era. If she didn't want to talk, she didn't have to. But Era assured Rayan that she was fine and decided to share her memories. In Era's memory, she was a child. Era was sitting on the floor in her room. Blood was flowing from a wound on her forehead. Someone was standing behind her, but she couldn't see their face, only a shadow. Rayan did not understand why Era said she had no reason. She needed to find out who it was and beat the hell out of him. The girl looked at Rayan in surprise, but then Era noticed that Takeda would have liked a revenge story. They walked along different corridors in this cave and talked. Era thought Takeda was a braggart, but Rayan assured her that she could get used to Takeda's eccentricity. Era was glad that Rayan was following her in that corridor. Rayan was quick to tell her that he hadn't. Era laughed and said that if he hadn't, she would never have met a fearless fool who could make her laugh. Ever since Rayan had gotten into God's game, no one had tried to be friendly with him. Even Shingen and Yun were only interested in his divine power. He decided to dare to call Era his true friend in this hell. Shingen was guarding his team's flag. In the second round, he had underestimated the strength of his opponents, so it was not to happen again. Takeda heard some noise. He didn't understand who could be making the noise. Could the other team have found them so quickly? Looking up at the mountain, Takeda spotted Ukun. He quickly pulled out his sword and held it up to the mountain. Takeda was ready to defend himself. The Monkey King decided to visit Shingen. He immediately asked Takeda how he was doing. He did not think that their paths would cross again so soon. He even managed to find a team for himself. Takeda indignantly asked Sun Wukong to shut up. The rules of the game forbade interference, and God would not appreciate breaking the rules. But Sun Wukong asked Takeda not to worry. The cave was big, so it was unlikely that anyone would come here soon. The Monkey King didn't understand if Takeda hadn't realized that Sun Wukong had given them so much time for the third round for a reason. Sun Wukong wanted to offer Shingen a deal. The Monkey King wanted to sponsor Takeda and make him his champion in exchange for one favor. Takeda did not understand what the catch was. Sun Wukong knew what Takeda wanted, but it was impossible. However, in order to make it work, he had to become the strongest and recruit as many god sponsors as possible. Singer decided to ask him what he wanted from him. Sun Wukong wanted Takeda to succeed. But why did he suddenly want this? The Monkey King explained that when there is chaos around, the reason to win is one of the most ridiculous, but he liked it. But Sun Wukong wanted more than that. He wanted Takeda to destroy his new friend. Takeda could not understand what kind of friend the Monkey King was talking about. Ukon came close enough to Takeda and said that the boy was supposed to destroy Arapak. If Takeda could do it, then the Monkey King would become his sponsor. For Ukon, it really looked quite simple. Perhaps it would have seemed quite simple for Takeda before, but something in him changed after meeting Rayan. Sun Wukong gave 3 rounds of time for this task, including this one. If Era dies alone, the deal will be cancelled. The Monkey King wanted Shinger to destroy it. Takeda asked what Era had done to him. Sun Wukong laughed out loud and then said that Era herself had done nothing. He just didn't like her sponsor. Sun Wukong just wanted him to pay for what he had done centuries ago. Shinger really didn't like that Sun Wukong was involving personal motives in an independent competition. The Monkey King reminded Takeda that they both knew that this was not just a game for fun. Sun Wukong decided to remind him that for someone like Takeda, destroying a strange girl was not difficult. He had done worse things. Takeda wanted to destroy Sun Wukong when this was over. If Takeda destroyed Era, then what would Rayan think of him? He didn't understand why he even cared. Rayan was just another foolish competitor stepping on his way to the goal. Era and Rayan had been wandering around in the cave for about an hour, if not more. They were beginning to doubt that they would get anywhere. Suddenly, Era noticed something and asked Rayan if he had seen it too. There was a flag of another team in front of them, but there was no one there where the other team was. Behind them, someone attacked Rayan. Rayan only had time to put his hands in front of him to somehow soften the opponent's blow. Era was afraid for Rayan and was ready to take out her weapon. In front of them, Era and Rayan noticed the opposing team. Their opponents were Tauros and his friends. One of Tauros's friends laughed out loud. As it turned out, Tauros was right, and Rayan's team was split, with the third member nowhere to be seen. Era and Rayan looked at the opposing team warily. Anything could be expected from these 3. Era kept her weapon at the ready. Tauros emphasized that he had unfinished business with Rayan and Era. He wanted to destroy them because of the incident in the castle. Era had thought Takeda's plan was a lost cause from the beginning. Rayan was lost in thought for a short while. Their opponents had anticipated Rayan's team's plan and had built a defense in hopes of destroying them. Of course, 3 hours is enough to stop the attackers and then go on the attack. For Tauros's team, this was not a problem because Rayhan's team was outnumbered. Tauros was delighted that they were able to anticipate the opponent's plan. He believed that the gods were on his side. He was looking forward to the moment when he would be able to destroy Rayhan and then his friends. Tauros immediately announced that he would fight Rayhan. The girl from Tauros's team immediately switched to Era and asked her to tell him about her patron saint, Zeus. Era told the girl that his name was Zephyr. Then she shouted at the girl to shut up. Angry, Era aimed at her rival. It was very unexpected for her rival. The girl from the Tauros team thought that Era was nervous. Era revealed her divine ice-based power and noticed that the girl would be in trouble. Era pointed her weapon at the wall and began to say something about her divine power. Was Era really ready to reveal her power to her opponent so easily at the very beginning? The girl watched Era's actions. At first, she couldn't understand why Era was aiming at the wall, but a little later she realized that Era was activating her divine power. Tauros told the girl from his team about all the tricks Era did, so she wondered if Era had any other tricks besides the bending balls. Rayan regretted that Tauros had told her about Era's ability, but it seemed that Callista didn't know the main thing. Era decided to ask if Callista really thought her ability was that simple, and then she raised her weapon to the mountain. A smile appeared on Era's face. Thanks to her weapon, she was able to grab a rock, which she then threw at Tauros's team. Tauros immediately began to fight back. He asked Callista not to yell because Era's power was not as simple as they thought. It seems that Era decided to reveal all the cards of her power to Rayana, who didn't like the idea. Her divine power was a flash that allowed her to move objects in the direction of her gaze. The larger the object, the harder it is to move. This power has many advantages, and Era had it almost perfectly. But Callista's ice barriers provide perfect protection, and the brute force of Thoros acted as a frightening attacking force. It was an extremely dangerous duo. There was also a guy on their team who just stood still. Rayan did not understand why he just stood there and did nothing. But if he decided to win as a spectator, then Rayan didn't mind at all. One less enemy. Callista's divine power was clear. Rayan was sure that his eyes could see what was hidden. Rayan had already seen the power of Thoros. His gauntlets accumulated the power of Thoros and released it in one fell swoop, like an explosive wave. He asked if Era was ready for this fight, but it seems she is always ready for a fight. Before Era could say anything else, Rayan rushed at their opponents. Era believed that Rayan was always ready with crazy ideas. Thoros thought that Rayan and Era were weaker than them, so he wouldn't have to deal with them for long. He asked Callista to destroy the opposing team. Callista was only too happy to do so. Her weapon was a wand that allowed her to create ice walls and sharp ice weapons. Rayhan noticed that Callista's power was not limited to the ice wall, which was very unexpected for him and for Era. As he approached Thoros, Rayhan noticed his gauntlets glowing. Thoros swung, and a bullet flew out of his glove. Rayhan managed to dodge it, but he wondered if he could have survived such a blow. Rayhan was furious. He looked at Thoros and tried to see a way to destroy him. Because Rayhan knew Thoros was strong, but his gloves made Thoros a real monster. But there was no time to think about nonsense. Having stopped flying in his thoughts, Rayhan decided to start attacking. If he kept attacking, Thoros wouldn't have time to make another attack. So Rayhan began to strike after strike. The whole time he was attacking Thoros, he was trying to see a way to destroy Thoros and his team. But no matter how many attacks Rayhan made, he could not see anything hidden. Rayhan could not understand why he could not see anything. Thoros jumped up high. This action alerted Rayhan. He wondered if Thoros was going to attack back, so Rayhan decided to come from behind while Thoros was in the air. Rayhan decided to hit him from the blind spot, even though Thoros was completely open. Rayhan didn't like that he still couldn't see a way to destroy Thoros. With her power, Callista decided to help Thoros and stop Rayhan. Rayhan realized that Callista was covering for Thoros all along. In previous battles where Rayhan had fought his opponent one-on-one, it never occurred to him that his teammates could have negated all of Rayhan's successful attacks. Callista froze Rayhan's legs so Thoros could easily approach him and deliver a strong punch. Rayhan flew into the wall from this blow. Era began to worry about Rayhan. She wanted to help him, but the best way to help Rayhan would be for Era to help him destroy these rivals. Thoros asked Haiten not to hurt Rayhan because he wanted to deal with him himself, but Haiten didn't want to touch him. Approaching Rayhan, Thoros said that he would enjoy his death. Lifting Rayhan up with one hand, Thoros could see the boy's eyes perfectly. Thoros realized that he had seen those eyes before. He did not understand why Rayhan and God had the same eyes, and asked who he was to God. Callista didn't understand why Thoros was interrogating Rayhan if he just wanted to destroy him. Thoros was distracted from Rayhan because Callista was injured. Era took advantage of the moment when they were all focused on Rayhan. Era, after wounding Callista, told Thoros to let Rayhan go because he hadn't dealt with her yet. The longer Era progressed in God's game, the harder it was to bring herself to keep going. The other participants had a reason to fight on, even if it was just to survive. They desperately wanted to live. But Era did not feel the same way. She did not understand the point of living in such a cruel world, in a lonely world where everyone was against you. They competed with each other to live at least one more round. Each participant wanted to win in the hope that they could get out of this game. But in God's game, there was only one winner. Knowing this, how could anyone make friends or build relationships? How could he think about anyone but himself? Although Eri doesn't even care about herself, then why did she still continue to fight? Thoros was shocked that Era had a second gun. He didn't understand where the second gun came from. Era did not use it in the second round. Era said that there was no need to use it, but Thoros just laughed. Because Era did not use the second gun, her partner died. He called her selfish. Thoros didn't understand why Era didn't save her partner, and now decided to reveal her cards to save Rayhan. Era's partner wanted to go through the second round together so that she could find a reason to make Era want to live again. She asked Era to help her, but Era never did. Lily remained unselfish and optimistic even in this hell. They stood across from Thoros and his partner. Lily was confident and happily said that they would easily destroy the guys because they were stronger than them. Lily begged Era for help, but Era just stood there and watched as Tauros destroyed Lily. Era felt fear at that moment. Tears rolled down her eyes. Era believed that if anyone deserved to survive, it was Lily. She started shooting at the enemy, but no matter how many times Era shot at Tauros, he still stood firmly on his feet. Perhaps if Era had gotten a second gun, she could have destroyed Tauros and saved Lily. But was it important if her partner died and not her? After all, every participant in God's game was her enemy, so you shouldn't get attached to anyone in this game. Era said that Tauros was right. She had restrained herself in vain until the end. Era should not have let Lily die for nothing. This regret haunted Era every second since the end of the second round. She recognized that she was naive to think she could fight alone. That was Era's mistake. Era was furious. Most of all, she was hurt that God had brought Tauros back to the game and not her partner Lily. Era didn't want to let Tauros destroy her partners anymore. Callista asked her to save the snot for later. Era shot her because Callista wanted to destroy Era. Callista asked the girl to say goodbye to her life, but Era had other plans, so she shot Callista again. Tauros suspected it was a trap. Callista was furious! Having built ice walls around herself, Callista could not get out, so she decided to block herself. But before she could do so, Era hit her again. Callista didn't understand how Era managed to pierce her armor. Era started hitting Callista with her bullets, again and again. Callista did not understand when everything was out of their control. Era said that Zephyr's divine power manifested itself in different ways depending on the gun. So Era decided to tell how each of her pistols worked. The first was connected to a flash that allowed Era to bend small objects and control their trajectory with her eyes. The second pistol contained a spark. With its help, Era could control the acceleration of visible objects. Once Era made a mistake, but this time she decided not to hold back. It was a difficult task for Callista because Era had two powers, but it didn't matter now. Callista apologized to Tauros because Era was now her prey. Because of what Era had done to her, Callista could only see revenge in her eyes. Tauros wanted to stop her, but Callista decided to use all her power to destroy Era. She asked Tauros not to interfere with her. Of course, Tauros was very worried about Callista, but he decided to listen to Callista and asked her to crush Era. Of course, Callista would do it with pleasure. Callista's face changed in a few minutes. No longer was there any pain or despair on her face, but a crazy smile appeared on her face. She had used her divine power, Caleb. Behind Callista, icy figures appeared. She looked quite calm. Cold death spoke Callista. Rayan was surprised that Callista was able to summon these ice soldiers with her divine power. So far, he couldn't see how it would end, and that made Rayan angry. Callista laughed out loud and asked Era how she got such divine power. Then she ordered her soldiers to destroy Era. Callista was sure that she would win. Despite what was happening around them, Era looked quite calm. Rayan didn't understand how she could stay calm. Era took a deep breath and exhaled, and then she started attacking with both of her pistols. Bullets flew in all directions. It was getting more dangerous. Tauros was shocked that Era's bullets were moving as if in slow motion. He did not understand how this was possible. Hyten decided to explain to Tauros what he was wondering. The spark allowed Era to control the degree of acceleration of small objects. Hyten reminded them that they had already seen Era accelerate her bullets. It looked like Era was not only able to accelerate, but also decelerate. Hyten said that they had better take cover now. The frightened Callista could not believe what she was seeing. Callista did not want to believe that Era could destroy her. Era didn't care about her life then, what she was fighting for. All the time, Era was shooting. She didn't stop for a second, filling the air with so many bullets that they turned into a rain of lead. The light that broke through the shells intertwined a red and blue web in the air. Hundreds of bullets bent, accelerated, slowed down, ricocheted, and finally hit their target. It took a long time for Eri to destroy Callista's ice soldiers and destroy the ice wall. Now she could easily reach Callista. After Era destroyed the rival ice soldiers, she thought that maybe she didn't need to fight for herself. She decided to fight for others for the sake of her friends. This option suited Era quite well. Rayan was pleasantly surprised. Era had never done this during training. Tauros was shocked. He could not even imagine that Era was capable of such a thing. Era decided not to waste time and went over to Callista. The boys could not understand what Era wanted to do. Callista looked at Era. Tears rolled down her face, and she said that her fate was now in Era's hands. Callista understood how it would end, but she hoped for the best. Era's next action shocked Tauros, Rayhan, and Heighten. All three guys could not even imagine that Era could just destroy another player in cold blood. After Era destroyed Callista, she said that Tauros was next. Era wanted to finish off Tauros this time for good. Of course, Rayhan knew that Era was strong, but she was far beyond his expectations. Rayhan didn't know what to expect from Era. Tauros was furious, but his eyes showed not only rage, but fear as well. He asked Heighten if he was going to do anything. Only now did Tauros realize that Heighten had a contract. Heighten was just silent. Rayhan also realized that Heighten was standing still because of his contract with God. Furious, Tauros told Heighten that when he had destroyed Rayhan and Era, he would take on Heighten. Tauros was ready to attack. Era asked Rayhan how he was feeling. Despite the strong blow that Tauros had dealt, Rayhan surprisingly felt fine. Rayhan noticed that Tauros's blows were getting heavier. Tauros himself was getting stronger. Era did not understand how Rayhan realized this. Rayhan said that he just saw it. The divine power of Tauros became stronger the longer the fight lasted. Era believed that Rayhan's words made sense. She also noticed it when she fought him in the second round. The Minotaur was the guardian of Tauros. It appeared from the amount of divine power that was around him. It was thanks to this that Tauros became stronger. Tauros reported unfortunate news for Rayhan and Era. They realized it too late. Tauros decided to start attacking. He wanted to finish them off as soon as possible. First, Tauros decided to attack Era, but she managed to dodge it. Era realized that if she was hit by the guns from Tauros's gloves, she would die immediately. Tauros jumped up to the mountain. This was not good for Era and Rayhan. They began to doubt whether they would have enough time to destroy Tauros. Tauros attacked Era again. Rayhan could not understand whether she had time to dodge. The angry Tauros thought he was done with Era, so he switched to Rayhan again. On the battlefield, Era had killed 2 of Tauros's partners, so he decided to even the score. Rayhan noticed that Tauros was not only getting stronger, but also faster. Tauros was focused on Rayhan, so he didn't notice how Era got out from under the rubble. She shot at Tauros and wounded him in the shoulder. Tauros became even more enraged. "Didn't she know when to stop in time?" Tauros shouted. Again, Tauros focused on Eri. Only after Tauros injured Era's leg could Rayhan see the way to destroy her. Now he knew how to do it, so he decided to waste no time and act. Rayhan didn't want to waste any time, so he rushed to Era's aid. He could only hope that he would succeed. Tauros was ready to destroy Era. Rayhan was filled with fear. He began to worry that he would not be able to strike in time to save Era. Still, he decided to try to make it. Rayhan immediately asked if Era was okay. Era rudely just asked Rayhan what it was like. The longer the battle went on, the stronger Tauros became, and Era didn't like it. They should destroy Tauros before Heighten started fighting. Era said that she would cover Rayhan. Rayhan remembered his promise to himself before he moved on to the third round. He couldn't rely on others all the time. So, despite the terrible pain, Rayhan got to his feet to finish Tauros. This time, he had to win this battle relying on himself and his own strength. Callista was the second person in this horrible game to speak to Tauros without any fear. The first was a boy whose name he never learned. He would not have given him 17 years of age. He looked at Tauros with a determined gaze. Tauros looked at the boy in surprise and could not understand what he wanted from him. Tauros was also pleasantly surprised that the boy was not afraid of him. The boy offered Tauros to fight together in the second round. He said it with such confidence as if he was considered the strongest in the room. Tauros didn't care if he was or not. Only he looked at Tauros and did not tremble with fear. This boy wanted to become his partner. Tauros was going to escape with him, but the second round did not go according to their plan. Tauros did not understand why his partner had to die. If only he could have protected him. Most of all, Tauros regretted that he never learned his name. After Tauros was killed, God appeared to him. God offered Tauros a second chance, a chance to avenge his partner. Tauros could not accept that the man who had caused the boy's death was still alive. The rage that Tauros felt during his life burned just as brightly even after his death. All Tauros wanted at that moment was revenge. When Tauros came to, he realized that he was still in the world of the living. He began to scream from despair on the floor of Enyo's castle. Callista came to him and said that he was so strong and cried like a girl. Camila warned Tauros not to show his weaknesses because he would become an easy prey. Callista smiled and held out her hand to Tauros to help him stand up. She asked him to tell her what had upset him so much. They didn't have much time before the third round started, and instead of practicing or looking for a team, she sat and listened to him. Tauros told her about his plan for revenge. She thought that revenge would not make Tauros feel better. Besides, he didn't even know the guy. Tauros just liked the guy, which was not uncommon in this place. Callista liked anyone who wasn't out to destroy her. Upset, Tauros realized that Callista was right. He was going to take revenge for a man he didn't even really know. To take revenge for someone whose name he didn't even know. Tauros assured him that the boy was just a child. The one who killed him was still alive. Callista assured him that the boy had no choice because those were the rules of the game. Of course, Callista felt sorry for Tauros, but he was not the only one who lost a friend in the second round. Callista suggested that Tauros join forces and find the person who destroyed the boy together. Of course, it was up to him whether he wanted to join her team. Surprised, Tauros decided to clarify whether Callista really wanted to be on the same team with him after everything he had told her. He didn't understand why she had asked him to be on the team out of all the participants. Of course, Callista was serious. She knew that Tauros was strong, but right now he was upset. Seeing someone you know die is bad. So Callista offered Tauros to deal with this pain together. It was hard for Tauros to believe that it was true, so he decided to ask Callista if they were really on the same team. Callista smiled at Tauros and asked him not to speak with a mouthful of food. She reiterated that she meant it. For the first time since he had arrived in this horrible place, Tauros was extremely happy. He was glad that he was no longer alone. From the memories that Mr. Era gave Tauros, he learned that he was a construction worker. Destroying and watching people die was not a life Tauros liked. In God's game, Tauros had to be terrible to scare the opponents. But how had he lived before this madness? Tauros did not want to believe that he was a terrible person. Tauros also wondered what the people he cared about were like before playing God. Did he have a family before he got into this game? Unfortunately, he had no answer, and this upset Tauros. The match continued. Tauros was fixated on destroying Era, but Rayan wouldn't let him do it. Therefore, Tauros decided to deal with Rayan first and then move on to Era. After many attempts to destroy Tauros, Rayan finally managed to bring him to the ground. He pointed his weapon at him, but Tauros held the blade of the weapon with his hands and did not allow himself to be destroyed. Era started shooting at Tauros. She did not miss a single shot. Rayan was shocked that Era would risk shooting at her opponent when her friend was right next to her. Tauros told Rayan that Era had killed 2 of his friends. Rayan understood how Tauros felt, but he needed to destroy him. Rayan pierced Tauros's chest. Despair overtook the giant. He could not take revenge. So Tauros decided to take at least Rayan with him, so he grabbed him by the head. Rayan felt a terrible pain. He did not want to die. Rayan had a goal to find out the truth, and if Tauros killed him, he would get nothing. Era was afraid for Rayan and shot Tauros again. This time she destroyed him. After what Rayan had just experienced, he didn't want to be in this game anymore. Tears rolled down from Tauros's eyes. He looked at Callista for the last time and said with regret that maybe next time they would be lucky enough to get revenge. Rayan was in despair. He sat next to Tauros, who had just died. Rayan asked himself again what he had done to end up in this hell. He could not understand what they all could have done to be in this game. Rayan took a piece of paper from Tauros's pocket that read, Tauros Fernandez, a 33-year-old man who had spent most of his life alone. He was looking for someone he could trust. Rayan felt sad and apologized to Tauros. Returning to Heighton, Rayan realized that the boy would not let him take the flag away. Although Rayan had no desire to fight at all, he had no choice. Their team had to win. Heighton really made a deal with the deity. The condition of this agreement was to destroy the opposing team alone. Rayan looked at Heighton in surprise. He couldn't understand how Heighton wanted to destroy the 3 participants by himself. However, they shouldn't underestimate Heighton's strength because they didn't know his divine power. Heighton pulled out a puppet from his pocket and asked what it thought of Rayan and Era. The puppet said that both players were weak. It was a shocking sight. Era and Rayon didn't understand why Heighten's puppet was really talking. This puppet scared Rayon and Era a little bit. Of course, Heighten agreed with his puppet. Era could have fainted, and Rayon could barely stand up. Heighten asked the puppet again who was mentally weaker. The puppet pointed to Rayon. Rayon looked at Heighten and Cthulhu in horror. Rayon did not like that in this game everyone considered him weaker than the others. This answer was unexpected for Heighten. He believed that Era was weaker, but the puppet assured him that Heighten would see for himself. Rayon thought Heighten was a weirdo, although for Rayon it didn't matter what strange power he had. The main thing was to destroy him first. He was ready to start attacking Heighten. Heighten noticed that Rayon decided to attack, so he immediately used his divine power. Crazy dreamer. Such was Heighten's power. Rayon found himself in complete darkness. He did not understand what had happened and began to call out to Era. Rayon began to realize that it could be an illusion. But if there was a mirage in front of him, there should have been at least a solid floor under his feet. Rayon did not understand what was happening and where he was. Confused, Rayon did not know what to do next and how to defeat his opponent. In the darkness, he heard someone asking him not to panic. There was nothing to be afraid of because Rayon knew what it was. After hearing someone's voice in the darkness, fear gripped him. He felt his heart beat fast in his chest. What he should expect, Rayon could not understand. Rayon noticed a puppet in front of him who asked him what he was most afraid of dying, God or him. Rayon stood there, terrified. The puppet grew before his eyes to a gigantic size in a second. Rayon did not understand how to destroy Heighten and Cthulhu. He hoped that Era could help him. Cthulhu continued to ask what Rayon was most afraid of. Perhaps Rayon was afraid of losing his new friends. If it was none of those things, then he should try again. The puppet thought of Rayon's sister. Was he afraid that he would never find her? Or that he would never know the truth? The truth about himself and his sister. The truth that Rayon's God had hidden. When Rayon saw his sister, he froze in his tracks. He wanted to find her so badly and did not want to see her get hurt. He said that the puppet was a god, so what was he doing in the game? The puppet asked Rayon, who said that a deity could not participate in the game. Besides, Rayon had already met such a participant. Rayon looked at his opponent in surprise. The puppet assured him that Rayon still needed to find out why this game was created. The puppet was not recorded as a participant. He was simply part of the divine power of Heighten's weapon. This meant that Heighten's weapon and divine power were connected in the same way that Era's flash and spark were connected to her guns. But Era's weapons could destroy, and the meaning of Heighten's power was not yet clear. Rayon wanted to get this over with. The path of possibility was surely leading to Heighten. Rayon was right. It was just an illusion. A pain in his shoulder helped Rayon to get out of the illusion. At first, Rayon could not understand where the pain came from, but then he noticed Era pointing her gun at him. Heighten was talking to the puppet when Rayon was shot. The puppet was right about Rayon escaping from the mad dreamer's captivity. It was the first time Heighten had ever seen someone escape from captivity. The puppet explained that it was because of Rayon's eyes, which allowed him to see through the mirage. Rayon was wounded by Era with her pistol. She also saw the illusion. Rayon noticed Era tearfully begging him to stop because she couldn't take it anymore. Rayon begged Era not to do anything stupid and explained that it was just a mirage, but she couldn't stay strong any longer. So Era decided to destroy herself. Rayon felt sick at what he saw. He rushed to her side. He wanted to help her get out of her illusion. Rayon barely managed to stop Era. He tried to reach her. Rayon spoke to her and then started to scream, but nothing helped. So Rayon had no other choice but to hit Era to make her lose consciousness. Rayon felt guilty for hitting Era, but he did not see any other way out of this situation. Heighten appreciated Rayon's actions. Rayon apologized to Era, but it was not his fault. Only Heighten was to blame for this horror. When Era and Rayon fought with Camilla and Toros, Heighten was more interested in Era, but Heighten noticed that there was something different about Rayon. It seemed to Heighten that Rayon was also crazy in some way, but Rayon could not understand what Heighten meant. Did Rayon really not understand Heighten? Heighten decided to ask if Rayon had heard the insatiable voice in his head. Without waiting for an answer, Heighten laughed out loud and then said that Cthulhu had told him something interesting about Rayon that he did not know about himself. So Heighten assured him that Rayon was more crazy than he was. Rayon looked at Heighten carefully. Heighten used to be calm and quiet, but after he put Cthulhu on his arm, He started to lose his normalcy with each passing second. Is the divine power of Cthulhu gradually driving its owner crazy? Rayan decided to find out what Haiten had learned about him. Haiten asked Cthulhu to show Rayan a memory, but Rayan himself did not want to be shown the illusion again. So far, Rayan did not know how he would destroy Haiten and his doll. As soon as Haiten showed Cthulhu, Rayan felt as if he was falling. The frightened Rayan had no idea what was waiting for him in this illusion. Again, it was darkness all around. Rayan felt as if he was falling into an abyss. A few minutes later, Rayan noticed a man and a woman. He did not understand who they were. A little later, Rayan saw 3 people who had died. Rayan looked at them in horror. He could not understand who these people were and why Cthulhu was showing him this. Tears rolled down from Rayan's eyes. He could not understand why he was crying for people he did not even know. Cthulhu assured Rayan that he knew these people very well. He just didn't remember them. Rayan was furious. How could he know that this memory was true? Haiten assured him that Rayan might not even know if it was true, and his body knew it perfectly well. Rayan looked at his hands carefully. It was the first time he had ever felt something like this. A rage that wasn't even his. Haiten had a great desire to see the other personality of Rayan that had been hiding inside him all this time. Cthulhu told Haiten about Rayan's second personality and assured him that he was one of the main crazy people in this game. Rayan was furious and assured that he did not have a second personality, but Cthulhu asked Rayan to stop playing the fool and assured him that Rayan knew exactly who they were talking about. Confused, Rayan really heard an unfamiliar voice speaking to him from the depths of his consciousness. He knew about the part of him that was relieved when Tengen and Sarah died. It was him who smiled every time he survived. When he first noticed the dead man in God's game, it was as if a switch had been flipped inside him. Once again, Haiten pulled him out into the open. Haiten was very impressed when he noticed how Rayan changed in a few seconds. There was indeed something frightening about Rayan's second personality. Rayan's second personality asked what Haiten wanted from him. Haiten began to rejoice like crazy. He had finally seen the real Rayan. Haiten was happy that now he could show himself and destroy Rayan. Haiten was so happy that he could destroy the real Rayan, just like a child was happy to get candy. Rayan didn't understand why Haiten was so excited to destroy him. While Haiten was rejoicing, Cthulhu decided to offer Rayan to become his champion. Haiten's joy instantly disappeared. Haiten didn't understand why Cthulhu made Rayan such an offer. It was not part of their plans at all. But Rayan refused. Did Cthulhu really think that Rayan had forgotten what he had just been shown so quickly? It was a painful topic for Rayan. Cthulhu knew that this personality of Rayan remembered everything. Haiten was shocked by this. Rayan remembered the past, even though God had not yet awakened his memories. Haiten did not understand how this was possible. Rayan smiled and said that God could not hold back his present. Rayan wanted to hear Haiten's opinion about why God had given him those eyes. Then he said that God had bet that he would be the first to play. Haiten was amazed. Rayan was the champion of God himself. Then why didn't Cthulhu tell Haiten? Haiten thought that Cthulhu had been completely honest with him, but it seems he was wrong. Cthulhu was not satisfied with Rayan's refusal. He said that with one more divine power, Rayan would reach the top much faster, so Rayan should not be a fool. But Rayan did not consider himself a fool, but Cthulhu and Haiten. It was foolish to summon him after they made him angry. Did Cthulhu really think that Rayan knew what had happened to his family? Rayan told Cthulhu that he was very naive to think that Rayan would turn a blind eye to everything he showed him. Angry, Rayan asked them to stay out of other people's business. Haiten was frightened by how easily Rayan destroyed their mirage. Could the eyes of God really destroy any illusion so easily? Cthulhu explained that Rayan could only do this if he wanted to. Cthulhu assured Haiten that Rayan would not have the power to destroy all their illusions in time. Cthulhu asked Haiten to destroy Rayan because he was wasting his talent. Rayan thought that the words "destroy him" were too loud, and whether Cthulhu and Haiten could answer for them. Rayan attacked his rival. Haiten began to create mirage after mirage, but Rayan skillfully destroyed them. Rayan tried to attack Haiten's illusion constantly and without rest. Rayan hoped that in some illusion he could get to his opponent. Haiten was scared because Rayan was destroying his illusion so easily. Did he really think he could stop Rayan in this way? Finally, Rayan approached Haiten. But before he struck him, Haiten created the illusion of Rayan's mother. In reality, Haiten was only pretending that he was not afraid of the crazy Rayan. For a few seconds, this illusion was able to stop Rayhan, but he knew that it was not his mother, so he also destroyed the illusion. Rayan noticed smoke in front of him, and after the smoke disappeared, he noticed the clones of Haiten. Of course, this was very frustrating for Rayan, but the desire to destroy Haiten was much stronger. So Rayhan started to destroy the clones in the hope that he could destroy Haiten himself. Each time Rayhan hit a clone, he hoped that it would be the real Haiten. Rayhan was upset that he hit a double again. He was also very upset that he could not dispel this illusion like the previous ones. Haiten started to make fun of Rayhan. He also noticed that Rayhan had many surprises. Haiten's power was not as easy as it seemed. By establishing eye contact, he could drag his opponent into the illusion of his own authorship. That's how Haiten destroyed those with weaker minds without any problems. However, Haiten could also create illusions in the physical world. Rayhan managed to see a way to destroy Haiten, but as soon as he struck, Haiten immediately disappeared. This meant that Haiten could switch places with his illusions. Haiten knew that Rayhan would ignore an illusion that was too fancy. That's why Haiten created his own clones to hide behind and change places with them, turning them into a threat to Rayhan. Rayhan wanted to have fun, so he liked the idea of clones. Rayhan kept hitting only clones. After the next hit, Rayhan noticed that Haiten made 2 moves at a time. It looked like Haiten was looking for a weakness. A smile appeared on Rayhan's face. He was happy that he had finally found the real Haiten. But after he struck, it turned out to be a clone again. Rayhan heard Haiten asking him not to move. When Ryan turned around, he noticed that Haiten had taken Era hostage. Haiten said that if Ryan didn't stop, he would simply destroy Era. A crazy smile appeared on Ryan's face. Did Haiten really think that a strange hostage could save him from Ryan? Cthulhu said that Ryan was not bluffing, and asked him to remember how he had easily destroyed his own mother. Rayhan assured him that the octopus was right and that nothing would prevent him from destroying Haiten, and Rayhan wanted to start with the hand that was wearing the stupid doll. The puzzled Haiten did not want to believe that Rayhan would let Eri die so easily. Haiten assured him that he would have time to move. Rayhan replied that no one would care about Era's death, because only one person could survive in this game, and he is the only one. But before he threw his weapon, Rayhan grabbed himself by the throat. The first personality began to break out. He wanted to stop himself because he really didn't want his friend to die. Rayhan's second personality told him that he did what he could not. He was winning this round for the sake of the 2 of them. But the first personality assured him that he didn't need the power of Rayhan's crazy personality. Did the good side of Rayhan think he could get his body back whenever he wanted? The second personality said that he was the real one, that he remembered everything, and the first personality was just a blank slate, a naive boy who knew nothing. The good side of Rayhan said that he would become a naive boy who would find the truth himself. Rayhan assured his second personality that he would not become like him. Did the good Rayhan really think he had a choice? The farther he goes in this game, the more he will become like a crazy version of himself. He could not escape from himself. But Rayhan was convinced that he could run away from himself. Haiten thought that Rayhan was overestimating himself. He had just missed his only chance to beat Haiten. So Haiten thought he didn't need the hostage anymore. Haiten heard a noise behind him. When he turned his head, he saw Takeda standing there. Haiten must have realized that there was a third member of Rayjon's team. Singer came up behind him and struck Haiten. Rayhan did not expect Takeda to come to their aid. Singer noticed that his teammates were not sad at all. Haiten was happy to see the third player. Now he wouldn't have to look for him in this big cave. Haiten thought he was invincible because of his divine power. Singer asked Rayhan to take Era and the flag and leave this place because there was little time left for this round. Singer realized that someone had to win or they would all be destroyed. But instead of doing what Takeda asked, Rayhan approached him and said that he was supposed to take the flag and Era. Rayhan wanted to take over Haiten and wanted to make sure that the opponent did not interfere with them. This was not expected for Takeda. He was used to taking over every fight all the time. Moreover, he believed that Rayhan was too weak to fight. Takeda did not want to leave Rayhan to fight, especially since he was wounded. Rayhan assured Takeda that this was another reason why he should take the flag, especially since their lives depended on it. In addition, Rayhan was sure that his divine power was better suited to fight Haiten. He asked Takeda to let him destroy Haiten with his own hands. Takeda noticed that in just one round, Rayhan's aura changed beyond recognition. Takeda took the era and the flag and asked Rayhan not to die until the end of the round. Rayhan also asked Takeda to do the same. Taking the flag, Takeda threw Era over his shoulder. It was time for them to leave this place and return to their base. Takeda was very worried about Rayhan but decided to trust him anyway. Rayhan also warned him not to look Haiten in the eye, otherwise he would fall into the trap of his illusion. Takeda thanked Rayhan for warning him about his opponent's strength and promised to be careful. Haiten held Era's gun in his hands. If he couldn't use his divine power, he decided to use Era's weapon. Takeda also realized that all of Haiten's clones were just an illusion. Haiten himself could attack from one place at a time, so he began to believe that Rayhan was right. His strength was better suited to fight such an opponent. Haiten decided to turn his attention to Takeda and Era. He knew that Rayhan could stand up to him, so he should start destroying the other members of the opposing team. When Takeda turned his back on Haiten, the villain took advantage of this moment and shot Takeda. Rayhan quickly ran to Takeda and stopped the bullet. Haiten was shocked by what he saw. Takeda was equally shocked. He could not believe that Rayhan was able to cut the bullet. It was a mystery to them how Rayhan could do it. The bullet that Rayhan cut through could have damaged his weapon, and yet the weapon could still deflect bullets. The bullets could have come from anywhere at blinding speed. But Rayhan is so fast that he not only managed to see the bullets, but also to react. He quickly shot down the bullets one by one. It was a fascinating sight. Who would have thought that Rayhan could move so fast and neutralize small bullets? He was moving so fast that Haiten was getting nervous. While Rayhan was intercepting the bullets, Takeda was thinking back to when he and Rayhan were going into the second round. He recalled Rayhan being afraid to take a step because he thought he would fall into the abyss. Takeda recalled how surprised Rayhan was by his first steps on the trail. Rayhan again deflected a bullet that was flying at Takeda. Takeda thanked Rayhan, but it was time for him to leave this place, so Takeda quickly walked towards their base. Haiten tried to shoot at Takeda again, but Rayhan was in his way. Finally, Takeda saw how bravely Rayhan tried to destroy Haiten, but Haiten was not confused. He shot at Rayhan, and thanks to his power, Rayhan was able to destroy this bullet as well. Haiten and his clones were upset that the masked boy had escaped. Haiten noticed that something had changed in Rayhan. Cthulhu also noticed that Rayhan's movements and reactions were much faster than before. Rayhan began to resemble his true self. Seeing the trajectory of bullets is one thing, but having time to react and cut them off is quite another. Most people couldn't even cut through one bullet, let alone dozens of bullets at once. Rayhan had no divine power that could accelerate him, which could only be explained by the fact that Rayhan predicted the trajectory before the shot. For Haiten and Cthulhu, this was a shocking truth. Rayhan could see the future. That's how Rayhan said his divine power was predicting the future. Rayhan's second personality noticed that the first personality still managed to take control of the body. While Rayhan was fighting Haiten, Takeda came to the base and put the opponent's flag next to their team's flag. Rayhan noticed that he was no longer in the cave. He did not immediately realize where he was and how he got there. He noticed himself in front of him. It was startling. The bad guy, Rayhan, did not expect that the good guy, Rayhan, would have the courage to go against him. It was only because of the good Rayhan's stupidity that they would both be destroyed now. The good side of Rayhan assured that he could defeat Haiten alone. But the evil side of Rayhan said he did not trust the good side, but he had to survive. So he decided to give the good side of Rayhan a hint. The trick was in a secret that God had hidden from him. It was about divine power. Haiten also noticed that Rayhan's power was not as simple as they thought. Haiten noticed that he hadn't used this trick before, so why did he decide to use it now? Perhaps Rayhan just didn't know how to use it, or maybe something had changed in him. Whatever hidden power he had, Heighten's opponent was now on a completely different level. Heighten didn't care if Rayan could see the future or not because Rayan was injured. Heighten considered this to be his advantage. Therefore, Heighten decided to keep attacking him until Rayan let his guard down. Rayan knew that most of the bullets were just an illusion, but if he kept changing his position and attacking Heighten from different angles, he would miss one of the bullets. Rayan looked at Heighten and his clones carefully. Many bullets flew at him from all sides. Heighten believed that sooner or later Rayan would decide to surrender, so he could easily destroy him. Rayan decided to load Heighten's mind to the point of failure until the victory was his. Cthulhu believed that no man could withstand many illusions and endless attacks, even the one who foresaw the future. Heighten was sure that Rayan would not escape, but no matter how many times he aimed at Rayan, he failed to hit him. Naturally, Heighten began to get nervous because Rayan dodged every time. Heighten began to realize how much he was wrong about Rayan, and he could not give up. So he continued to attack Rayan again and again. Rayan decided to throw his glaive at Heighten. As soon as Heighten noticed Rayan's actions, he immediately decided to switch to another body. Heighten started to panic. He couldn't let it end with his defeat. Cthulhu wanted to stop Heighten because he realized that Rayan had decided to deceive them. Heath's games bored Rayan, so he decided to stop playing. Heighten thought Rayan was a fool because he really threw down his weapon. If Rayan noticed that Heighten switched, he just wanted to do it again. After Rayan destroyed the clone again, a smile appeared on Heighten's face. The confident Heighten began to think that the victory would be his. But his joy stopped in an instant. Rayan approached Heighten too quickly and hit him in the face. Heighten fell to the ground. Cthulhu begged Heighten to wake up and switch, but Heighten did not respond to his requests. Rayan approached Heighten and took the puppet from his hand. Heighten began to realize that Rayan had seen his plan of action. He remembered the trick where Rayan dropped his weapon and forced Heighten to switch to let his guard down. Heighten's actions were in Rayan's favor. Before Rayan destroyed Heighten, the villain said that Rayan was a worthy opponent. Heighten hoped that one day they would meet again on the battlefield and wished him good luck in the game. While Rayan was on the battlefield, Takeda hoped that Rayan would survive. Takeda remembered the agreement he had made with the Monkey King. He had to destroy Arapak in order to make a deal with him. As soon as Takeda delivered the enemy flag to Rayan's base, they were notified. The third round was over. It seemed that Rayan could breathe a sigh of relief and not worry about anything else at this point. But the Monkey King appeared in front of Rayan. He really liked the fight. The Monkey King was interested in Rayan's divine power. He noticed that God had never given his eyes to the participants of the game. Sun Wukong was very curious about how much could be seen with these eyes. This mystery did not give rest to all the deities. Sun Wukong did not want Rayan to tell him the secret of his power. He wanted to guess it himself. A door appeared in front of Rayan. The Monkey King said that he was moving on to the next round, like every winner. Rayan did not understand where Takeda and Era were and why they were not together. Sun Wukong suggested that Rayan find them himself. Rayan opened the door, but for some reason he was in no hurry to go in. Sun Wukong was impatient, so he pushed the boy through the door. Rayan found himself in a small room. There, he met Yun. It was strange to Rayan that Takeda and Era were not in the room. It was as if they were supposed to move on to the next round together. Yun was happy to finally see a familiar face. He had a feeling that Rayan would be able to make it to the third round. Rayan was also happy to see Yun and glad that he had survived. But Rayan didn't understand why Yun was alone and where Kyla was. Kyla was fine. They had won together. Yun was also surprised to find himself alone in this room. He had no idea what to expect next. The door opened again, and another participant entered the room. This participant immediately said that the boys were at a game of God, so there was no place for friendship. Rayan immediately recognized this participant. It was the strongest participant from Enyo Castle. It was strange for Rayan that this contestant passed the third round alone. Yun asked the strange contestant to calm down. There was nothing wrong with the participants talking to each other, especially when something strange was happening. Not much time passed before the fourth participant entered the room. The guys looked at her in surprise. No one realized how many participants were supposed to enter the room. She said hello to the guys and asked if the next round had already started. But the guys did not know whether the new round had started or not. Rayan didn't understand why Sun Wukong separated them from their teams. Yoon didn't know why it was done. He was just pushed into this room. The girl thought it was just a waiting room. The Monkey King appeared in front of the participants. He pushed 4 players into this room only because he wanted to play a bonus game with them. He didn't argue that skill and talent were the most important things in God's game. But Sun Wukong thought that the game lacked the most important thing, luck. So he wanted to test the luck of the 4 participants. All 4 of them looked at the Monkey King with fear. The Monkey King held a gun to his throat and said that it was their luck that would be tested in this team, and emphasized that they were already lucky to be here. While the Monkey King was having fun, God gathered the other deities in his presence. Enro had disregarded the one rule that God had set for them. They could not choose their own champions the way he did. Enro looked furiously at God. In her mind, nothing would have happened if she had chosen a champion. She didn't understand the rules of the game at all. Enro thought the rules were meaningless. If the deities gave the participants even more power, the balance of the game would be upset. It was about Asura. Enro could not understand what was so special about this boy. Enro noticed that God was talking about balance, even though he was putting spokes in Asura's wheels. Enro noticed that God had hidden his divine power and access to weapons from Rayhan, and in the first round, Rayhan was even shackled. Enro shouted that Rayhan was God's champion, but he wanted Rayhan to lose. So Enro boldly declared that God was afraid of Rayhan. Enro wanted to know who this Rayhan Asura was. She wondered why there was so much fuss about this boy among the deities, and what exactly made Rayhan so interesting to God that he made him his champion. Sun Wukong said that today's game was one of his favorites. The game was called Russian Roulette. The rules in this game were very simple. There were 3 balls in the gun. The participants listened carefully to the rules of this game and could not understand why they would play it. They realized that something was wrong in this room and this game, but they did not know what it was yet. Each participant took turns putting the gun to his head and pulling the trigger. If there was a bullet in the chamber, the participant would die. They had to play until there was only 1 participant left. Rayhan tried to look into the future to understand what exactly the Monkey King was up to. Rayhan also tried to see the way out of the game and the room, but he could not find it. Yoon was alarmed by the fact that in this game, everything was decided by luck. He did not want to play and realized that they had no other way out, but Yoon hoped that he could find it together with the other participants. Sun Wukong noticed that the reality was that ability or talent was not enough to survive in their world. It was also important to have a trick up your sleeve and to be able to choose the right moment. The Monkey King felt that they had already wasted a lot of time talking. It was time to start the game. He hoped that he could have a great time watching who would live and who would die. Sun Wukong decided to start the game with Yoon. Yoon was hesitant. He had no way of knowing whether he would survive or die in a few seconds. For a while, Yoon just looked at the gun and then picked it up. Rayhan decided to try to stop Yoon. First, they had to think about everything carefully. Rayhan believed there had to be another way. He didn't want people to die because of someone's stupidity. Yoon replied that in a game of survival where everything depended on luck, such a pathetic attempt to scare them no longer surprised him. Yoon pulled the trigger. The other participants looked at Yoon with fear. After he just heard an empty click, Yoon breathed out a sigh of relief. Yoon almost peed his pants in fear. Rayhan's mouth dropped open in shock at the horror of what was happening. Rayhan thought that there was no need to hurry. Yoon looked at the big guy and shouted happily that it was his turn to play. Wukong also wanted this participant to be next. Rayhan looked at Wukong in displeasure. He wanted to destroy him. The girl shouted in panic that it was not a fair game because in God's game, the strongest had to win. Why break the rules and choose a game where everything depended on luck? Sun Wukong found this question interesting. He chose this game because it was more interesting. The girl thought the Monkey King was crazy. The big guy decided not to drag it out for a long time and not to make any dramas. He also pulled the trigger and heard an empty click. Then he decided to pass the gun to another player. Now it was the girl's turn to shoot. The girl looked at the big man and the gun in horror. She did not want to die, especially by her own hands. Rayhan was upset when the girl nervously took the gun. He realized that she would be unlucky and die, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yoon decided to encourage Rayhan. She did not dare to put the gun to her head. Yoon assured Rayhan that they would get out of this room together. Raeyang hoped so too. Sun Wukong was getting nervous, so he shouted at the girl to pull the trigger immediately or he would kill her himself. He believed that the girl was wasting her time. Rayan noticed that unlike the other rounds, there was no timer, and for some reason Wukong called this game the 4th round. But after the 1st round, they were sent to wait for Mr. Era. After that, they were taken to the next round and told everything about the round in detail. After the 2nd round, they were sent to Enio Castle. Rayan realized that something was wrong. Why did they immediately jump to the 4th round after the 3rd round? Rayan began to doubt that this game was even official. The girl looked at the gun in horror. She hoped that maybe the boys could come up with something to stop all this horror. If the game was unofficial, then maybe Yoon was right, and there was a chance that all 4 of them would survive. However, with each turn, the probability of survival was becoming less and less. There were still 3 bullets in the chamber, so the chances were equal. The girl realized that she had no choice but to put the gun to her head and shoot. This horror made her heart beat furiously in her chest. The girl started to hysterical. Tears spilled from her eyes. Fear and panic took over her mind. She pulled the trigger. This game was her last. The girl died from that shot. Rayan looked at the girl's body in horror. His heart almost stopped at the sight. Rayan knew that he could have been next. Sun Wukong was the only one who rejoiced at the girl's death. Everyone else stood there and looked at her with fear in their eyes. 1 player was eliminated, so there were 2 left. The Monkey King approached the girl and raised his gun. Now it was Rayan's turn to shoot. Sun Wukong really wanted to see how lucky Rayan was. Rayan looked at the gun and tried to see the right way out of this game. He could not die so easily. Rayan had to find out the truth about what was happening in God's game. Rayan stared at the gun for a few minutes and then began to speak to Ukun. Rayhan took his time putting the gun to his head. After Rayhan began to speak, the Monkey King became alarmed. He guessed that Rayhan could be a champion of God and predict the future. Raeyang said that all the gods were too cruel. Sun Wukong noticed that Raeyang had begun to use his divine power of foresight. Wukong was alarmed by Raeyang's power. If Raeyang's power allowed him to predict the future, he could easily understand whether the bullet was in the chamber or not. This thought scared the Monkey King. No one knew how far into the future Rayhan could see. Ukon hoped that everything would continue to happen according to his plan. He had to choose a champion for himself. Rayan didn't know how to get out of this game. He put a gun to his head. The thought that there might be a bullet there scared him, so he asked if he could replay it. Rayan's question puzzled the Monkey King. He began to realize that the game was getting out of his control. Rayan insisted that if Ukon wanted the game to become more exciting, he needed to scroll the chamber again. Ukon was surprised by Rayan's request. He looked at the boy cautiously and confused, wondering if Rayan had seen the bullet in the chamber with his powers. Rayan made it clear to Sun Wukong that the game would be more interesting if the chances of death were reset in each round. Sun Wukong liked Rayan's idea. Wukong believed that Rayan had noticed a bullet in the chamber. After Wukong picked up the gun, Rayan immediately looked at Yun as if he wanted to send some kind of signal to the boy. The Monkey King opened the chamber, looked at the 2 bullets, and realized that a second spin would increase Raeyang's chances of survival. Still, Sun Wukong realized that the boy was right. It would be much more interesting. After that, Wukong spun the chamber and gave the gun to Rayan. Wukong was looking forward to the boy pulling the trigger. Now it was much more interesting for Wukong to see how lucky Rayan was. Rayan did not hesitate to put the gun to his head, but it did not fire. Raeyang pointed the gun at Yun. Yun noticed that Raeyang's eyes saw much more than in their first meeting. The big guy thought that Rayan's actions were not in line with the rules and asked if Ukun would like to stop Rayan. The big guy seemed to think that this was the 4th round of God's game. But Raeyang didn't understand why he should stop him if it wasn't God's game anymore. It was Sun Wukong's game. If he wanted someone to die, Rayan believed it shouldn't be him. All Sun Wukong wanted was to have a good time. Yun only now began to realize that this round was unofficial. Just the Monkey King wanted to have fun. Yun thought that dying in the left game was a pretty terrible way to go. He, like the rest of the participants, wanted to survive and become a winner in God's game. Everyone who played this game hoped that after winning, everything would be over, and the winner would be able to continue living outside the game. Rayan also believed the same as Yun, so he turned his gun on Sun Wukong. The frightened Monkey King thought Rayan didn't realize what he was doing. Rayan assured him that he understood his actions perfectly. He was challenging the deity. The big man struck a blow to Wukong. Only now, Sun Wukong realized that Rayan had noticed that the bullet was not in the chamber. Yun joined the big man and also attacked the Monkey King. Before attacking, Yun said his favorite phrase, "Monkey, tell me what color my eyes are." Yun's punch was so strong that it knocked out the wall into which Sun Wukong flew. The boys realized that it was too early for them to relax with the Monkey King. Yun was very happy that the boys understood his plan and helped him finally get rid of this terrible game. The big guy assured them that Yun and Rayan were still his enemies. He had not come to the game of God to make friends, and he advised them not to do so either. Yun asked the big man not to be distracted because they had a deity to destroy. The boys went out through the broken wall and into the garden. God was sitting on his throne and was surprised that Enyo wanted to know more about Rayan Asura so much. God recognized that a part of him was really afraid of Rayana. The reason for this fear was the prediction of Rayhan's future. Enyo's eyes were filled with fear at what he heard. Was there really something in Rayan that could destroy God? She became even more interested in this boy. He believed that it was his duty to prevent Rayan's future from becoming a reality. That's why he didn't tell the boy anything and kept putting him in danger. Their conversation was interrupted by other deities, although it was a risky thing to do. Mr. Era apologized for his interference in the conversation. Mr. Era said that the third round was over, but 4 participants were missing. They tried to find them, but the search was in vain. Dissatisfied, Sun Wukong got out of the water and looked at the boys. The Monkey King began to realize that when Rayan pointed the gun at Yun, he was signaling the beginning of their plan, and then at him, so that Ukun would focus only on Rayan. Ukun realized that Rayan knew about the empty chamber, but now it didn't matter. The Monkey King was curious when the boys had time to develop a plan, but now it didn't matter. The angry Monkey King took out his weapon and assured that the boys would die very soon. If earlier he wanted to choose a champion, now he wanted each of them to die. The boys looked at Ukun carefully. Yun was glad that they finally had the opportunity to take revenge on the insignificant deities. The first one to attack Sun Wukong was the boastful Yun. He hoped that Rayan's eyes would be able to follow him. Wukong threw his weapon at Yun but missed. Yun easily dodged and then continued to attack the Monkey King. Yun approached the Monkey King and wanted to hit him, but Sun Wukong was very fast. Therefore, Yun was not able to strike him. Wukong began to rejoice because he thought he was invincible. He turned to Yun and wanted to strike him, but the Monkey King did not have time to do so. Rayan immediately fired his gun after he was sure that he would not hit Yun. Feeling very afraid, Sun Wukong barely managed to dodge the bullet. The Monkey King's whole life flashed before his eyes. A little more time and Rayan would have hit him. Before Sun Wukong could recover from the previous attack, a big man appeared in front of him. The big man took a swing and hit Sun Wukong with all his might. Rayan was in awe of the big man's strength. He wondered if it was the divine power of this giant. As soon as the water settled, the big man noticed that Sun Wukong had disappeared. He did not understand how this rascal could so easily dodge such a strong blow. The boys looked around carefully in search of Ukun. They did not understand where the Monkey King could have gone. Yun noticed that Wukong was behind Rayan, so he decided to warn him. Sun Wukong wanted to be the first to destroy Rayan because of his divine power, which allowed the boy to predict his movements. The attempt to strike at Rayan was a failure. Ukun looked at the boy cautiously. He didn't like the fact that Rayan was able to dodge so easily. Had Rayan predicted his actions? The Monkey King concentrated on Rayan. He struck him one after another, but the boy kept dodging. It was as if he was completely oblivious to the fact that there were 2 other players with Rayan. Yun struck Sun Wukong from behind. Wukong tried to dodge Yun's attacks, but he was not very good at it. Finally, Yun was able to land a serious blow that sent Wukong flying into the wall. Yun asked if Rayan was okay. Rayan assured him that he was, and then added that if they wanted to get out of this place alive, they should be honest with each other. But they had doubts whether the Viking would agree with them, but it would be better for them if they could become one team. The participants in the game of God wanted to hide their strengths from each other, but they should do everything possible to get out alive. Rayan assured Yun that in order to win, they had to understand how their powers worked, so Rayan decided to reveal the secret of his power to Yun. Rayhan's divine power was foresight. It helped him to look into the future for 15 seconds. Of course, knowing the future changed his present. If he acted differently, it was only because he knew the future. After that, the future changed. If Rayan pointed a gun at Yun, it meant that he saw this result. Rayan also saw the result when he shot himself. In other words, Rayan could see any action in the future, the ones he wanted to see. When Wukun was finally able to stand up, he noticed the guys standing there, talking quietly to themselves. Sun Wukun looked at Rayan and Yun with horror in his eyes. He wanted to know what they were up to. Yun thought they were very lucky to have their powers. They were really very strong. Rayan thought so too. The big man walked up to the boys and hit Rayan on the back of the head. He asked the boys to stop flying in the clouds as they were in the center of the action. Yun noticed that the big man did not know how to have fun. Rayan asked if the big man would follow his instructions, but the big man just asked him to get behind him. Rayan was upset. He couldn't understand why the big guy didn't want to be with them. Yun was not surprised at all by the big man's behavior. Yun had anticipated this response from him. If the big guy didn't listen to him, then Rayan wouldn't be able to change his movements in the future. It would be out of his reach. Rayan told Yun that it was up to the two of them to decide this fight. Yun simply asked him to warn him when something bad was about to happen. Sun Wukong could not understand whether these pitiful people really thought they stood a chance against him. Wukong was a deity, which is why he thought that ordinary people could not destroy him. Furious, Sun Wukong decided to remind the boys that he was a god and cast a binding spell on them. The boys became furious and began to attack the insignificant monkey. Together they attacked the Monkey King. Their only desire was to destroy Ukon as quickly as possible. Each attacked using their divine power. Rayan and Yun decided to attack the Monkey King at the same time. They struck one after the other. Yun wanted to shoot Sun Wukong. It was their last bullet in the chamber. Sun Wukong struck at Yun. Rayan hurried to protect Yun, so he took the second blow. The Monkey King was annoyed by Rayang's eyes. He didn't like the boys ruining the fun. Yun found a gun and decided to throw it at Rayan. Ukon didn't understand why Rayan would want a gun without bullets. But Rayan was ready to grab the gun. Ukon was ready to disarm Rayang and take the gun away from the boys. But Yun changed his mind about giving it to Rayan, so he pointed the gun at the Monkey King. Rayan saw how Wukon was planning to hit Yun, so he rushed to help. Rayan was worried that he might not be able to save Yun in time, but he had to hurry. Angry, Ukon decided to attack the boys again. He jumped high up the mountain. Rayan and Yun could not understand what exactly to expect from Ukon. It was quite unexpected for the boys, and they saw an elephant that wanted to crush them like ants. Yun reacted quickly to the events that were happening. He took Rayan and jumped to the other side. Rayan thanked Yun for saving him, but it was too early for them to relax. Their nightmare was not over yet. Yun also realized that he would hardly be able to keep up with the Monkey King if he did his best at half strength. Yun agreed with Rayan that he shouldn't hold back. Looks like it was time to show what Yun was really capable of. Wukon stared in amazement at Yun's divine strength. This power could scare Wukon, and the Monkey King liked to have fun, so he wasn't going to give up easily. The boy took off his glasses. Yun's divine power was also in his eyes. Double Storm was the name of his power. Ukon didn't like the fact that the storm gods Raijin and Fujin both chose Yun. The Viking would have loved to help the boys defeat the Monkey King, but he couldn't. He was tightly bound by the power of Ukon. Rayan was equally surprised by Yun's divine power. Of course, he knew that his new friend was strong enough, but still, Rayan wanted to protect Yun. But Yun only asked him not to be offended by him, for he did not need help at the moment. He was sure that he could defeat the scoundrel Wukon on his own. Sun Wukon thought Yun was slow. Therefore, Yun could not boast of his speed. Therefore, he didn't think that Yun would be able to harm him. Yun liked the fact that Wookyoung didn't judge him. He smiled and thought about how to throw his first punch. Yun didn't think about it for long. He decided to kick Ukon in the face first. This was quite unexpected for the Monkey King. Before Ukon could fall to the ground from the first kick, he noticed that Yun was attacking him from the mountain. Ukon was amazed at Yun's speed. He wondered how the boy could accelerate so fast. After the second strike, Yun immediately hurried to strike Ukon a third time. The Monkey King noticed that Yun was about 8 times stronger. Yun moved so fast that even Rayan with his abilities could not keep up with him. Ukon realized that it would be harder than he thought to defeat Yun. Yun quickly moved from side to side and struck new blows at Ukon. Finally, Ukon had the opportunity to strike the boy, but as soon as Yun noticed this, he could have jumped up the hill. Yun was furious that the Monkey King dared to attack him, so Yun decided to strike again. This time the blow was very strong. The monkey flew to the wall. After a long fight, Yoon decided to use his powers. He threw his power in the direction where Wukun was. Rayon was amazed. Yoon's power was fierce, and he used lightning and wind. This meant that this was the true power of Yoon. Sun Wukong quickly got up. He did not have a single scratch on him. The Monkey King noticed that Yoon was really fast, but he needed to hit many times harder if he wanted to destroy the god. Of course, Yoon hoped that Wukun would be finished with a strong punch. He was disappointed when he noticed that there was not even a scratch on the Monkey King. Yoon was one of the most impressive ordinary people that Wukun had ever seen, so Wukong thought he should hurry. Sun Wukong had heard from others that Yoon could only be hit by one person. When Yoon heard this, a cold sweat broke out on his body. Unpleasant memories flashed through Yoon's mind. Sun Wukun wanted to be the second person to hit Yoon, so he rushed at him. The memories of his childhood were able to weaken Yoon's strength. Before that terrible day, Yoon was just a kid like any other kid. His life was no different, but after the horror that happened to him as a child, Yoon was an abomination for the rest of his life. At school, his peers were constantly making fun of Yoon and pointing fingers at him. They wondered what happened to his face and who burned his eye. Children constantly chased Yoon away from them because they were disgusted by his appearance. Of course, Yoon was offended by this, but he did not regret his appearance. Because Yoon was an outcast, he made a decision that would determine his whole life. No one would ever hurt him again. When Yoon was a little boy, every day tears flowed from his eyes. The heartache was unbearable, but Yoon realized that if he did not stand up for himself, no one else would. He remembered every day that he had to be strong. When Yoon got older, some boys decided to attack him, but Yoon was able to stand alone against the crowd. He lived like that all the time, not letting the enemy hit him or hurt him with words. After the fight, Yoon was called to the school principal. 17 classmates were injured because of him. The principal did not realize what kind of monster Yoon was. Each time Yoon listened to the principal and smiled. The main thing for Yoon was that he knew who he really was and why he did this to others. Yoon decided that in a world of winners and losers, of strong and weak, he would stand on top. No one will be able to hurt Yoon until he finds his abuser who left a half-face burn on little Yoon with an iron. In the cave of the third round, Kayla was waiting for Yoon with the third player. Kayla noticed that Yoon was acting strange earlier, but their third player didn't understand what Kayla was talking about. He didn't know Yoon as well as she did, and Kayla didn't fully understand what she was talking about. She just thought that Yoon's eye color had changed during the fight. Sun Wukong, furious, attacked Yoon and grabbed him by the face. Flames appeared around them. The big man was very sorry that he could not do anything because he was tied up. Rayon was very worried about Yoon. He saw Yoon's future, and it made Rayon even more worried about him. Rayon wanted to help Yoon and change the future he saw. After Ukun punched Yoon, even though it was hard for him to get up, Yoon was able to do so. Ukun looked at the boy and smiled. He couldn't believe that Yoon was able to stand up. He realized that the punch was not enough for the boy. Yoon had made a promise to himself that no one would touch him, but the Monkey King had ruined it. Yoon decided to ask Ukun one question. If a person is so strong that he has remained untouched all his life, how many gods have sponsored him? After Yoon's question, Sun Wukun felt fear at that moment. Were there really other gods besides Raijin and Fujin? It was hard for Ukun to believe. Yoon decided to waste no time and tell him the correct answer. 9 gods sponsored him. Rayon and the big man were very surprised to hear this. Yoon thought he was not victorious in life or in the afterlife. He thought he was the best candidate to win God's game. But it didn't matter to Yoon. The only reason he was here was to find someone. For 25 years, Yoon has refused to endure pain until he has destroyed his father. Yoon was sure that Sun Wukun would not stand in his way of achieving his goal. So, before he destroyed Wukun, Yoon decided to give him one last chance to answer the question of what color his eyes were. Why he wanted to survive. What could this senseless suffering that made up his life be worth? To survive in spite of all the difficulties, you need unwavering determination. Only a clear goal could make all the senses blossom. Yoon used his divine power again against Wukun. Yoon used every power he had from the 9 gods. Wukun felt terrible pain from each of the 9 gods' powers. This pain made the Monkey King very angry. Ukon decided that it was time to end the fight with Yun. Their fight had gone on too long. The Monkey King realized that with such strength, Yun was on a par with the real gods. He wanted to repay the boy, so without wasting time, Ukon used his power and created his clones. Since Rayan had already faced the clones of another player, he knew that Ukon would be even harder to destroy. Rayan noticed that these clones were different from Heighten's clones. It was not an illusion, so Rayan tried to find a way for the three of them to defeat Ukon and his clones. Yun couldn't understand if Ukon really thought he would let them get close to him again, so Yun used his divine power again. One of Wukon's clones attacked Yun from behind, and the boy was able to dodge it easily. Once again, Ukon was surprised at how fast Yun was. Rayan was impressed. Ukon's clones were as strong as he was, but how that was possible, Rayan didn't understand. But Yun didn't care about all the clones. The only one he wanted to destroy was the Monkey King Sun Wukong. The duel between Ukon and Yun continued. The duel continued until they struck each other at the same time. Sun Wukong could not remember the last time he fought like that. After Yun fell to the ground, he hurriedly got back to his feet. With a smile on his face, Yun asked if this was the best that Wukon could do. Rayan started to ask Yun to stop and decided to remind him that they needed a strategy. Rayan also decided to remind him that Yun was not the only one here. Yun was angry because the monkey had broken his promise, so he decided to become the one to destroy Ukon. Of course, Rayan was not pleased to admit that Yun could no longer understand what he was being told. Therefore, to win, Rayan had to use the strongest player. Rayan stood among 1,000 doors. He was confused and didn't know what kind of future could allow him to do this. He decided to pick up his gun and point it at the big guy. The big man looked at Rayan in fear and did not understand his actions. It seems that not only he, but also Yun and Ukon did not understand what Rayan was doing. Their fight stopped. They looked at Rayan in fear and waited for his next move. Rayan looked the giant straight in the eye. Sadly, he said that with this shot, he was choosing the right future. Rayan shot the big man. With his shot, Rayan was able to remove Ukon's spell. The big man asked how Rayan knew it would work. Rayan remembered that Ukon was watching the gun closely. At first, Rayan did not understand why God was paying attention to the gun. If you're God, why would you dodge an ordinary bullet? So Rayan predicted a future in which he used the gun to free the big man. The big guy appreciated Rayan's strength. It seems that Rayan was not as useless as the big man thought. Rayan was pleased to hear that at least someone in this game appreciated his strength. Ukon didn't understand what he had done to free the big guy. Rayan had used his last bullet, and the three of them could barely handle him alone. Ukon didn't want to delay the destruction of these players for a long time, so he started attacking the guys with his clones. Yun wanted to join the fight again, but Rayan stopped him. It seems that Rayan realized who the big guy really was. Vidar immediately decided to attack Ukon in response. Vidar decided to use his divine power, called the Hand of God. After the boys saw the big guy's power, Yun wondered what he had for breakfast. When Ukon saw Vidar's power, he was overcome with fear. The Monkey King knew very well who Vidar was, but he still thought he was not victorious. Rayan was very impressed with Vidar's strength. Now Rayan understood why Singer considered Vidar to be the strongest. Vidar, the defender of God, was a deity of vengeance. He was a god himself. Yun wondered if this brute was really a candidate for godhood. Rayan assured him that Vidar was not just a candidate. He was the truth that God had hidden. Rayan recalled the puppet's question about who said that gods cannot play, and he remembered how Cthulhu had assured him that Rayan had already seen a divine participant. So Rayan was sure that the big guy was also a deity. Yun thought it wasn't fair, but the game wasn't particularly fair to begin with. The big guy asked the boys to stop playing because it wasn't over yet. The frightened Ukon exhaled a sigh of relief as the participants almost destroyed him. The three participants put Ukon in a difficult position. A Norse revenge deity with a god as a sponsor, an almost untouchable warrior with 9 divine powers, and an annoying scoundrel who could see the future. Ukon had been inspired to choose one of them to be his protector, but now he couldn't wait to destroy the 3 of them. Rayan had an idea how they could destroy Ukon, but he needed the boys' help. Vidar agreed. Yun and Rayan looked at Vidar in surprise. At first, they didn't believe it was true. The big man asked them to make sure he didn't regret helping the boys. Yun apologized for his behavior. If the big guy was for it, Then he also had to work in the team until the monkey died. Rayan promised to do his best and asked the boys to repeat after him. And he would make sure they got out of this place. But the self-confident Wukong just laughed at the boys because he thought that he would win. Sun Wukong started to attack the boys. He thought he knew their battle strategy and their strength. The boys had fought the Monkey King individually before, so Wukong thought they would continue to fight each other. But Ukun did not take into account that the boys had a new plan of action. He didn't realize that they could unite. As soon as Ukun swung his stick, the big guy immediately intercepted it. And at the same moment, Rayan and Yun simultaneously attacked Ukun. Vidar deflected Ukun's blows. Yun attacked the Monkey King with his divine powers, and Rayong struck with his weapon. After the boys continued to strike after strike, Vidar was able to deal a serious blow to the Monkey King. But Wukong continued to fight. Of course, Sun Wukong was a deity, so it was hard to defeat him. Finally, they were able to catch Wukun. Rayan emphasized that they should continue to attack the Monkey King until he opens up. If they didn't defeat him now, each of them would die. The crazy Monkey King could not stop. His behavior was not normal. When he got out of the rubble, Ukon attacked the boys again, saying that they were the ones who had to die. Ukon decided to start his attack with the big guy. He asked the big man if his heart was pounding before he died, making his blood boil with excitement. Then Ukun hit the big man with a stick, and Vidar was able to withstand the blow. But Ukun did not stop there and kicked Vidar in the stomach. The big man did not understand why Ukun suddenly became stronger. While Ukun was focused on the big guy, Yun decided to attack. But Ukun was able to easily deflect Yun's punch. Yun was amazed. He didn't understand how Wukun could focus on both of them at the same time. Yun also couldn't understand why Wukun's strength had gotten stronger. Ryan pointed the gun at the Monkey King. Ukun had been waiting for this moment, so he didn't hesitate to attack Rayan. He asked the boy what he was going to do with that empty gun. Sun Wukong was sure that the flicker of hope that the boys were clinging to so desperately had gone out. The first person the Monkey King wanted to destroy was Rayan. The Monkey King did not hesitate to attack Ryan and kicked him hard in the face. The gun flew out of Rayan's hands and he fell to the ground. All three participants were lying on the ground, exhausted. A smile appeared on Ukon's face. He was sure that victory was his. Finally, he would be able to destroy these annoying guys. The Monkey King thought of Ryan as a fearless puppeteer who used foresight to guide his comrades and put his plans into action. It seemed that Ukun thought that Ryan could not see the future that far. He even began to mock the boy. Rayan decided to ask Ukon if he knew what the key thing was about puppeteers. The puppeteers were not in the spotlight. After Rayan's words, a gunshot immediately rang out. The bullet hit Ukunu in the chest. The Monkey King felt a terrible pain. He could not immediately understand how it could happen that he was wounded. Her divine sponsor was the Night Reaper. He chose the girl to be his champion. As long as she is strong, she will have as many chances as she wants to win the game of God. After Rayan's words, where he said that she had to win now or they would all die, the girl realized that it was time to wake up. It seemed that pretending to be dead could work for a long time. It was her only chance, but it was time to get up. Her divine power was a second chance. She could come back to life many times after she died. After she woke up, the only thing that surprised her was that the boys had survived the battle with Sun Wukong. She didn't understand why Sun Wukong was restraining himself. She thought that he could have blown up the place with one swing. She took a bullet out of her head and loaded it into her gun. She realized that it was also in her best interest. After she took out the bullet, she immediately went to the gun. She wanted to end it as soon as possible. A smile appeared on her face. The thought of being the first person to destroy God made her happy. A shot rang out. Ukun wondered how they had managed to do it. Ryan breathed out a sigh of relief. Rayan said that this was the future he had predicted. Ukun realized that Rayan had deliberately made him disarm himself to give the gun to the girl. Now Ukun understood why Rayan was so confident, even with a gun without bullets. Ukun began to get angry at Rayan and his divine power. Ukun knew that Rayan had been waiting for this moment. Rayan knew that the only way to destroy Ukun was with a gun, and the bullets were powerful enough to destroy a god like Vidar. The whole time the gun was loaded, the Monkey King was vigilant, so Rayan spent the last bullets to make sure that they were not ordinary bullets and could destroy even the power of the gods. As soon as Ukun thought he was safe, Rayan used the last bullet available. It was in the girl's head. The furious Monkey King shouted furiously, about how Rayong had learned about the girl's divine power. They had never met each other before. Rayan laughed and explained to Ukun. His divine power of foresight allowed him to look into any future he wanted to. At the moment when they were playing Russian roulette, Ryan quickly looked at all possible futures. It was lucky that Rayan saw the option where he checked whether the girl was alive. That's why he shouted those words so loudly. Vidar and Yun were amazed that Rayan relied on luck in this case. They couldn't even imagine what would have happened to them if the girl hadn't woken up. If they didn't defeat him now, everyone would die. Rayan hoped that these words would scare the girl and make her wake up. Sun Wukong hoped that everything had happened exactly as Rayan had planned. He could barely stand up, but he was not going to give up anyway. He told the participants that if they wanted to kill him, they should have aimed for his head. Ukon decided to start attacking again. The guys were ready to take his attack. Yoon assured Wukun that everything was just perfect because they would be the ones to deliver the final blow. But Sun Wukun was stopped not by the boys, but by the gods. Did Sun Wukong really think that God would not find out? He was disappointed in the Monkey King. Despite his constant disobedience, God decided to give Wukong another chance. The participants were surrounded by gods on all sides. The boys did not understand what was happening and how the gods could find them if this dimension was created by Ukun. God's patience was exhausted. He no longer wanted to believe Sun Wukong, and he didn't want to give him a chance either. He did not care for what purpose Sun Wukong started his game and broke God's rules. From the moment he was born, Sun Wukong had been constantly striving for freedom. After being imprisoned for a long time, he knew that he wanted to break free and live his eternal life according to his own rules. When Ukun made friends, he often began to pretend to be a fool. Fun had to be present in his life, so Ukun was always fighting on a regular basis. No matter who Ukun fought with, he always won. And finally, when Ukun thought he had achieved freedom, his guardian arrived. One day, a new deity appeared out of nowhere and conquered the pantheons. His power seemed endless. Even the eternal gods obeyed him. Ukun often asked why he fought if nothing changed in the end. He was still a prisoner. After centuries of leniency, God was tired of trying to tame Ukun. Ryan looked at God carefully. It seemed strange to him that he could not see God's future. Yoon did not understand what kind of a gathering this was and where all the lovely goddesses were. The deities all attacked Yun, but Yun began to assure them that he was just joking. One of the gods asked how Vidar was doing at the game, because it seemed that Vidar was desperate if he teamed up with humans. Vidar got angry and asked him to shut up. The deity decided to ask if he was a fool for scolding Vidar. Vidar assured him that he couldn't wait to be destroyed. It seems that the deities should not stay near each other for a long time because they easily started quarreling. Each of them wanted to live by his own rules, but the god of each deity had his own rules. Mr. Era told God that he had to move the participants out of the area until God could deal with the situation. But God objected. He wanted the participants to see what would happen next. The boys looked at God with anger and displeasure. They didn't want to see Ukon punished. All they wanted to do was get out of this place as quickly as possible and get some rest before the next round. Ukon was also looking at God with displeasure. He knew that this time God would destroy him, but he didn't know what to expect from God before the execution. God decided to show him what happens to those who start to contradict him. His friends appeared before Ukon. They could not understand how they got to this place. Ukon's friends were scared. They did not understand what was happening and why they were in this place. When they saw Ukun, they asked him about this place. Ukun's eyes were filled with fear. He was worried about his friends. He knew that if God had brought his friends to this place, it would not end well. Ukun begged God to stop. He said he understood everything. Ukun shouted that he should not have played this game. He told God that his friends had done nothing wrong. But no matter what Ukun said, God did not respond to anything the Monkey King said. God destroyed Ukon's friends. This was unexpected and shocking to everyone. They looked at this horror with disgust. The participants and some of the gods wanted God and his senseless game to finally disappear. God assured them that he did not want to do this, but Ukun rebelled again and again. It was he who made God raise his hand and say that the deaths of these boys were Ukon's fault. It didn't matter if he was a deity or an ordinary person. All lives belonged to God, so he could take a life whenever he wanted. It was hard to recover from what he had seen. Rayan wondered if those guys were gods. If they really were, weren't they eternal? Why could God destroy them so easily? Vidar explained that their eternal life did not protect them from the power of another deity. The gods could destroy gods, but they had never met a power like this god. None of the other gods had ever met the power that God had. It was because of his power that the deities had to submit to God. All Ukon wanted was to be free. He did not understand why God had destroyed his friends. Ukon was angry with God. He decided to run away, and Zeus threw his lightning bolt at him. But Ukon was able to catch the lightning. The other gods were very impressed, but Zeus was angry. Ukon threw his lightning at the deity. Zeus was getting more and more angry from the inside. It was the first time he had ever seen someone catch his lightning. Zeus could easily dodge the lightning. Yun did not understand what was happening. The other gods also began to attack Ukon. Ukon made more clones. He was sure that all the deities were slaves of God. The gods attacked Ukon and his clones again and again. It was a great surprise to the deities when they learned that Ukon could make clones. Angry, Ukon asked each deity how long they would let God rule them for centuries or millennia. Their pantheons ruled the heavens peacefully until God arrived. Each of the gods lived by their own rules in their own territory. The participants were shocked by what they were witnessing. They were frozen in place, knowing that Ukon did not have long to live. They were gods who bowed down to God. But Ukon had had enough. Ukon decided to remove God from the story. God asked Mr. Era to lead the participants to the waiting room. But Yun did not want to go. He wanted to see what would happen next. Rayan assured him that Yun didn't need to go. Of course, Yun didn't like that. He knew that he couldn't destroy God on his own, but he wasn't going to obey him either. Even though he knew he would die, he would not give up. Ukon also knew the participant who could finally destroy God. Mr. Era came up to the participants and apologized for the inconvenience, but it was time for them to leave. Mr. Era asked the participants to rest in the waiting room and wait for further instructions. God also asked Mr. Era to remove the other deities from the place. He was very sorry that Ukon would have to be erased. Before he left, Mr. Era asked God to destroy the other kingdoms in the process. Ukon was not happy about the other deities. He believed that if they all united against God, they could easily destroy him. Ukon took one last look at each of them. With a sly smile, Ukon said that he had always wanted to fight God, and now he finally had that duel. Ukon assured us that it was a mistake to recall the other gods. Now no one could stop him. From that day on, Ukon dreamed of the day when he would do what the other gods could not, a day when he could stand up to God and restore balance to the heavens. Anger raged inside Ukon. He wanted to bring all his anger into this fight. Although he knew he had no chance of winning, he hoped to the last that he could defeat God. Rayhan carefully examined the place to which they had been taken. Rayhan wanted to know where they were this time. He was glad that they were moved together. Yun asked Rayang why he stopped him before they were moved. Yun understood that Wukong was their enemy, and apparently the Monkey King was a prisoner of God just like them. Rayan was very upset. In spite of Ukun's behavior, Rayan also felt sorry for him. Rayan stopped Yun because there was nothing they could do. Then Yun looked at the girl and asked what they would do with her. She was pretending to be dead all the time just to save herself. Would they just believe her? Or would they save time and destroy her now? The girl just looked at the guys carefully and listened to what Yoon was saying. Yoon was only angry with her because she was just lying there doing nothing. But the girl assured him that they could trust her because she had saved their lives. She explained that she had to pretend to be dead. Otherwise, Ukon would never have let his guard down. But Yoon thought that it was strange, and her words were not convincing. The girl swore she was telling the truth, and she was not an enemy to them. Rayan decided to ask Vidar what he thought about whether they should believe the girl. Vidar replied that if her sponsor was the Night Reaper, the girl had many lives, so she would be useful. But Vidar doubted that the girl was trustworthy. He believed that all people lied. This game had its own ways of finding out about the shortcomings of the participants. Rayan asked everyone to calm down. They were just all tense because of what had happened. Rayan asked the girl what her name was. The girl replied, Aja. Rayan was happy to meet her, but he was still wary of her. After thanking Aja for saving him, Rayan offered to play the game together. Aja agreed and shook hands with Rayan. As soon as they shook hands, Aja noticed something strange about Rayan that alarmed her. Rayan pointed to a building that looked like it was the waiting room for this round. There was nothing else in this place except this building. Yoon wanted to go to the restroom as soon as possible because he needed to rest. Each of them could use some rest. Aja couldn't help herself and pretended to be an innocent sheep and asked Rayan what had just happened. Rayan turned to Aya and said that it was a warning. He saw through her, and Aya's tricks would not work on him because he saw the future. He knew that people like Aya were only worried about themselves. People like that betrayed others when it suited them. But Rayan didn't understand why he would play alone. Aja just looked at Rayan in surprise and didn't know what to say. God's game was dangerous. With each round, teamwork became more important. Rayan assured Aja that she could never go far on her own. Rayan explained how important it was to be on a team and how teamwork became more important in each round. If she continues to be alone in this game, she will eventually lose. Even Vidar, being a god, realized thanks to Ukon that sometimes in God's game it is worth trusting other participants to increase your chance of survival. Entering the break room, Yoon finally met Kyla. He was overjoyed. Vidar was alone all the time, so no one was waiting for him. Rayan saw Takeda and was also happy to see him. All the time, Era could not find a place to sit because Rayan was not in the waiting room. She hoped to the last that he was alive. All the time, Era was upset, and all she was interested in was where exactly Rayan was. As soon as Era noticed Rayan, tears rolled down her eyes. They were tears of happiness. Era immediately ran towards Rayan. Era was the happiest of them all. Era threw her arms around Rayan and embraced him. Rayan was blushing. Era thought that Wukun had broken them up, or worse, done something to him. Rayan looked at Era and assured her that he was fine. He was happy that they were safe. For Era, the main thing was that Rayan was okay. Takeda came up to them and asked what happened to Rayan and where he went after the third round. It was a long story, Rayan told him. Takeda looked at Rayan carefully for a few minutes. He wanted to understand why Rayan had changed so much in such a short period of time. Takeda said that Rayan had changed. Rayan wondered what Takeda was talking about. Rayan just smiled at Takeda because he realized that he had really changed. Rayan asked Takeda to answer a little later. First, he wanted to introduce them to his new friends. God and Sun Wukong's fight continued. God wondered if all of Wukun's tricks were all he was capable of, or maybe those miserable people had just hurt him too much. Wukun shouted that for someone who spoke little at the moment, God was talking nonsense. Wukun attacked God. His only desire was always to destroy God. After speaking his one desire, Wukun immediately began to attack God. But God did not even try to dodge. He looked at Wukun calmly, as if laughing. God was open. Wukun knew that God was too arrogant to dodge. But God assured him that he should not be a fool, and he struck at Wukun. But Wookiee was not going to give up easily. Thanks to his clones, he could attack from any direction. Wukun attacked God from behind and said that he was right. God could no longer see the Monkey King's future and hit God. Did God really think that Wukun fought with the boys to the best of his ability? The only thing Wukun wanted was to interact with Rayan, the boy with the eyes of God. After all, how could God see the future of someone who also saw the future? That's why whoever saw Rayan could avoid the all-seeing eyes of God. Wukun knew that God would come after him, but without foresight, Wukun thought he had a chance. He hoped that he was strong enough to defeat God. After God climbed up to the mountain where Wukun was standing, he spoke. It seems that the Buddha was right. For a primate, Wukun was very smart. But none of this mattered. Wukun was frightened to see God standing up after the Monkey King had struck him and using his power. Did Wukun really think that the power of the wind would be enough to push God away? God decided to show Wukun what real strength was. The frightened Wukun realized that it was not the hand of God, but his own strength. Despite his fear, Wukun decided to fight bravely for his life until the last moment. God thought it was magical. The only known force capable of sealing Wukun would be his death. Wukun did not know how God had obtained the Buddha's powers. Buddha would never have given his powers to someone like God, no matter how many gods worshipped him or how powerful he became. Of course, Wukun kept his word, so he did not accept God's power. God was not happy with Wukun's decision. If Wukun was so sure about it, he should be erased from history as soon as possible. God continued to use his power. Wukun fought back hard. He believed that he and his friends would be free. If not today, then in the next life. Until then, he would keep fighting. God was surprised when he saw that Ukun began to raise the Buddha's hand. He could not understand how Ukun could do it. God had always thought that no one could do this. Ukun looked at God carefully and smiled slyly. Then he announced that he had given and sponsored his divine power to the new champion, Rayana Asuri. God was furious that Ukun dared to make Rayana his champion. He did not want any god to deal with Rayan and make him his champion. Sun Wukong did not regret this choice. He believed that he and Rayan had the same goal of destroying God, so he hoped that the boy could do it. In the last moments of his life, Wukong recalled his exciting life and his friends whom God destroyed before his eyes. Before he met God, he had a wonderful life, but he still dreamed of freedom. Even in his last moments, he was still fighting for the freedom he had always sought. But if there was anyone who could really achieve freedom, Ukun was sure that this person was Rayan. Rayan was frozen in one place. He looked at the sky as if watching the events that were happening there. This made Rayan feel sad. Era was worried about Rayan and asked if he was okay. Rayan's back was turned to them, and when he turned around, his friends noticed tears in his eyes. The participants looked at Rayan in surprise and did not understand the reason for his tears. Rayan assured them that he had just had a hard day, but it seems that Rayan just saw Ukun's future, or rather, his end. Ukun was erased from history. Rayan stared at his palm for a while, and then clenched it into a fist at the same time as God. These events were impressive, as if they were all done by one person. The participants had to rest and gain strength. No one knew how much time was left before the next round, so there was no time to waste. For a moment, Rayan's strange behavior reminded the deities who encountered him of God. Each deity wondered what was so special about Rayan that God chose him to be his champion. The boys were very hungry, so they immediately sat down at the table, which was covered with various dishes. While they ate, they talked about what had happened to them. Era was surprised that they were able to defeat the Monkey King, so she decided to ask them again. Era thought that they could not have gone from fighting ordinary people to destroying gods in a few hours. Rayan decided to reassure the girl, so he assured Era that he just had a good team, so they were lucky to destroy Ukon. The third member of Yun's team was a boy who was just a child. Yun asked what Jai was playing, but Jai seemed to be in a bad mood and asked him to leave him alone. But Yun insisted on showing him the game. Rayan remembered seeing Jai in the waiting room of the second round. While Yun was preventing the boy from playing, Jai ended up losing. The boy began to blame Yun for the loss, but Yun assured him that it was Jai's fault. Rayan was curious about why Yun invited this boy to his team in the third round, and Rayhan was equally curious to know how the little boy was able to get so far in this game. Era distracted Rayan from his thoughts. She wanted to start thinking about the strategy for the fourth round because they had barely made it through the third round, but Rayan emphasized that they did not know what the fourth round would be like. Quite unexpectedly, someone knocked on the door. All the participants became alert, and everyone took out their weapons. But they couldn't just sit there and do nothing. So Rayan decided to go to the door and open it. He didn't know who they would see behind the door, and in God's game, anything could happen. When the participants opened the door, they saw Enyo. They stood there in awe. It was hard not to notice that something had happened to Enyo's eye. Yun couldn't help but ask about the eye. Rayan looked at Yun with a disapproving look. No one understood why he asked Enyo about his eye. Enyo looked at Yun with a disapproving and upset look. The boy did not understand what he had done wrong. They expected to hear uncomfortable questions from someone like Yun. This question made Enyo remember all the horror she had to feel and experience. Enyo didn't want to talk about what happened. Rayan asked why Enyo had come to the waiting room. Enyo said that she came to this place to bring back another memory and prepare the participants for the next round. The participants had 2 days before the fourth round would begin. They could do whatever they wanted during this time. If any of the participants got hurt, there was a room with healing elixirs in the house. Aya decided to ask what the next round would be like. Enyo replied rudely to tell Aya to shut up. Then maybe she would tell about the fourth round. Inside, Aya was angry, but on the outside, she was smiling sweetly. Enyo asked the participants what they knew about the Minos maze. They all looked at the goddess with displeasure. Enyo forgot that the participants still didn't remember anything, so she apologized for her question. In the fourth round, there will be no teams or winners, Enyo explained. In this round, there will be only those who can survive. Each participant will be placed in groups of 2 or 3 in one maze. In the maze, participants will face challenges and monsters that they will have to destroy to move on. Participants could also team up with others or go it alone. However, the longer the participants stay in the maze, the harder it will be to find the way out. So if the participants wanted to get out of the maze, they should hurry. Takeda decided to ask how long the fourth round would last. Enyo said that this round would last 4 days. It was quite unexpected for the participants to hear that this round would last so long. This was the only round where the contestants were not forced to eliminate each other, so Rayon believed that there was a catch somewhere in the fourth round. Enyo also said that there were 190,000 participants left. Only 1,000 players would be able to make it to the fifth round. It was shocking news for every participant. Those who survived the maze would be fed to the fourth round's observer, the Minotaur. Rayon remembered that the Minotaur was Tauros's sponsor, so Rayhan had no desire to meet the Minotaur. Enyo said that these were all the rules of the fourth round, but the real reason she came to the waiting room was to reward the participants with another memory. Enyo hoped that after the second memory, the participants would have a reason to continue living. Therefore, using her powers, the goddess Enyo showed each participant his or her memories. It was raining heavily. Rayon was standing on the front lawn of his house. It took him a while to realize whose house it was and why he was standing in front of it. Rayon just stood in the rain and looked at the house until he heard someone begging his parents to wake up. Rayon decided to come closer and take a look. Only after he approached could he realize that he was brought back to a terrible day that happened to him as a child. He saw himself as a little boy. He was sitting over his parents and crying. Little Rayon was begging his parents to wake up, just to open their eyes. These were painful memories for Rayon. Behind his back, Rayon heard someone approaching him, so he decided to turn slowly and see who it was, in case someone could harm him. Rayon noticed his older sister approaching the house with a gun in her hand. Little Rayon did not understand why someone would do such terrible things to his family. For several minutes, she looked at little Rayon and her parents, who had died. She didn't know how to explain what had happened to Rayon. The adult Rayon looked at his sister and waited for her next move. Little Rayon was sitting on the floor. Tears were rolling down his eyes. He could not understand why anyone would do this to his family. Rayon felt someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was Ichika. She walked over to Rayon. Now she was next to him. The boy turned to Ichika and asked his sister why their parents and brother were killed. Their mom and dad were ordinary farmers. They had done nothing wrong. Their brother Kenji was only 5 years old. Rayon looked at this memory and also could not understand why someone would want to destroy their family. He wanted to find all the answers. Little Rayon also did not understand why their parents died and wanted to hear the answer to that question. Ichika hugged her brother tightly and explained that the world was cruel and unfair, and that was why their parents had died. Ichika explained to Rayon that if the world was like that, then maybe they could fit into it. After these words, Ichika asked her brother to hide. The adult Rayon could not understand how Ichika could leave him alone after all the horrors that had happened. He also could not understand where his sister wanted to go. Ichika told little Rayon that if she didn't return in 5 hours, he should go east and find his grandmother. She would take care of him. Rayon did not want to let his sister go. She was the only one he had left. Little Rayon begged his sister to stay. He shouted after her that she could not leave him alone. Rayon shouted her name with all his might, but she could not return to him. It was too painful for her to leave her brother. Ichika said that now it didn't matter to him, but one day he would understand everything. Tears rolled down her eyes. It was hard for her to hear her brother's pleas. Her heart was beating fast, and her soul was torn with pain. The sister approached the adult Rayon and said that in such an unjust world, you either develop or die. Ichika knew that her brother knew this better than anyone else. Upset, Rayon begged Ichika to come back because he needed her and had no one else. But she did not return to him, even to look at her brother one last time. They sat at the table and celebrated another victory. The young man said that this victory happened only thanks to General Taro. The girl asked him not to call her that anymore. He apologized and said that it was hard for him to get rid of the old habit, but he assured her that he would not call her that anymore. Yoshiro did not celebrate his victory for long. He was destroyed. At first, they did not understand who had destroyed him and how it could have happened. Their team was ready to defend themselves. It's interesting how fragile life is. Years of creating memories and building friendship skills. It could all be destroyed in one moment. They noticed a girl in the doorway. The villains couldn't understand why the girl had destroyed their friend. Ichika assured them that life was precious and asked the general to answer why they wanted to live. The guy from the general's team did not understand who the girl was. Ichika said that she was one of their victims. After the answer, Ichika immediately attacked the villains. The general asked her to defend Daimyo, so the guys quickly lined up in front of him. She went against the crowd alone. Ichika skillfully struck at her enemies, who had destroyed her family. She destroyed them one by one. Even when Ichika's back was turned to an enemy who was ready to shoot her in the back, she was also able to neutralize him without any problems. The girl destroyed the villains one by one. They couldn't understand how she anticipated their every move and blow they made at her. Daimyo looked at Ichika's eyes. He realized that the girl was another one. A scoundrel had started to sneak up behind Ichika, trying to hurt her, but he didn't have time because Rayon attacked him. It was quite unexpected for Daimyo to see a child in this place. Rayon wanted to destroy the villain. He knew that his parents had died because of these villains, so Rayon decided to go all the way and destroyed the villain. In his hands, Rayon was holding a broken sword. The boy seriously intended to drive this sword right into the chest of the villain. He had to feel everything his parents and brother felt when they were killed. Little Rayon blamed the villain for everything that had happened, so he did not hesitate to stab him with this sword until the villain was dead. No one stopped Rayon from killing the boy. They just stood there and watched this terrible scene. Ichika approached her brother and asked what he was doing in this place. Rayon explained that he did not want to be alone. He realized that these guys had destroyed Kenji's mom and dad, so he decided to help his sister and give the villains what they deserved. No matter how much Ichika wanted to protect her brother, she knew he would follow her. While they were talking, Daimyo decided to strike Ichika. Ichika fell to the floor and Rayon was also grabbed. Little Rayon asked his sister to come to her senses, but it did not help. Daimyo bent over the girl to take her cross. Rayon was furious and promised to destroy the villain. After Daimyo tore the cross off Ichika's neck, he looked at it carefully for several minutes. He could not understand why the cross was so attractive to him. One of the pagans asked if Rayon should be destroyed. Daimyo said that it was not necessary. He wanted to use them both for his own purposes. Daimyo asked Rayon who he and his sister believed in, whether it was one god or several, or perhaps it was all of them. Each pantheon existed in the ether. In any case, Daim knew where his faith lay. Little Rayon did not answer Daimyo. He was angry at these scoundrels who had taken everything from him in one night. The only thing Rayon wanted was to destroy each and every one of them. Daimyo's gaze abruptly switched to the window behind which the adult Rayon stood. He also looked at these villains with hatred. Rayon had a desire to find Daimyo and destroy him. Little Rayon was chained up. He kept repeating to Ichika, "Please don't leave again." A boy came up to Rayon and asked him where his pride was. A week had passed, and he was still crying because of his sister. The boy asked if Rayon was hungry. Rayon reached for the food. The boy asked Rayon to stop crying and told him that his quiet life as a farmer was over. The boy also told him that if he wanted to survive in this place, he had to become useful. Now Rayon is just a hostage to whom Daimyo kept him alive to control the prophet. Rayon did not understand what kind of prophet the boy was talking about, so he asked the boy to tell him more about this prophet. The boy said that Rayon's sister Ichika Asura was a divine prophet. Since Daimyo started using her, they had won every battle. The boy said that according to the rumors, Ichika could see the future with her eyes and asked Rayon if it was true. Rayon did not think that Ichika could have such a power. Only now, Rayon realized that it had always been so. It was hard for Rayon to believe that Ichika had the power of foresight. He didn't understand why she hadn't told him about it. The boy had warned Rayon that if he didn't want to live the rest of his life as a hostage, he would have to change. Rayon remembered Ichika's words, that maybe they could fit into the world. The boy held out his hand to Rayon and happily said that he would help him become useful. Looking up at the boy, Rayon asked him why he wanted to help him. The boy replied briefly that he just knew what it was like to be in his shoes. The boy asked if Rayan still planned to cry for his sister. Would he allow the young man to turn it into something that Daima could use? The boy said that he wanted to turn Rayan into something destructive. Little Rayan did not think long about the boy's offer. He decided to agree. As soon as the boys shook hands, Rayan's memory ended. After the memory ended, Rayan was so shocked that he just fell to his knees. He was confused and couldn't put his thoughts together. Enyo asked if the participants had a good trip. Enyo realized that each participant had a lot to think about, so she decided to leave them. Rayan asked if that was really it. He believed that Enyo was teasing them with the truth, after which they needed to risk their lives to find out more. The goddess Enyo did not like that something was wrong with Rayan. Rayan asked Enyo if she had the power to bring back their memories. Takeda decided to stop Rayan, but Rayan asked Takeda what he thought of the goddess Enyo. But Takeda did not say a word. Rayan wondered what happened to Enyo's eye. The goddess Enyo became angry and attacked Rayan. Rayan told Enyo that now it told him everything he needed to know. Rayan asked Enyo why she continued to serve God if he had taken her eye. Rayan asked for his memories so that he could avenge them both. Enyo was confused. Was Rayan really threatening God? Enyo thought Rayan was a fool if he thought he could even scratch God. Then Enyo asked Rayan to consider himself lucky because she would not destroy him for saying that. Yun wondered if Enyo had really decided to continue being God's lapdog. Then he boldly said that at least Ukon had the courage to fight for what he believed in. Angry, Enyo asked Yun to remember where Ukun's actions had led him. Ukon died because of what happened when someone dared to contradict God. Rayan was amazed that the goddess of war was afraid to fight with God. Yes, she was right about Ukun, but at least he was not afraid to contradict God for his own sake. Before she left, Enyo reminded the participants that they had 2 days before the start of the 4th round and asked them not to waste their time. Yun angrily asked where Enyo was going before they finished talking. Kayla, as always, tried to stop Yun. The boy had a difficult temper, and Kayla was able to find an approach to him. Rayan decided to stop Enyo and asked him to just listen to him. He said that Enyo did not need to betray God, and he just asked him to do a favor for him. Rayan assured him that Enyo should not have lost her eye for anything. Enyo decided to listen to Rayan and gave him 1 minute. Rayan's friends wondered what he was saying to Enyo. Yun also had no idea what the conversation was about, but he knew for sure that out of everyone in the place, there was no one better to convince Enyo to come over to their side than Rayan. There was something special about him. Since there was only one winner in God's game, everyone had to look out for themselves. But despite this, Rayan somehow managed to bring them all to this waiting room together. In a good mood, Yun said that if Rayan could convince Mr. Viking to join them, nothing was impossible. Era agreed with Yun, although when they first met, Rayan had risked his life to earn her trust. Era didn't understand what Rayan could gain by luring Enyo to their side. Vidar replied that Rayan would get everything that the god's death said he would. Era still didn't believe that Rayan was serious about it. Yun also said that Rayan really wanted to destroy God. The only chance for each of them to get out of this prison was to destroy their warden. Yun also assured them that Ukon's rebellion against God gave them key information. First, the participants knew that God ruled all the pantheons. This meant that everyone obeyed him. Among the many gods were those like Ukon who resisted God. If the participants could find deities who were willing to rebel against God, then perhaps this was the way to overthrow God. Yun turned to Vidar. He was sure that Vidar knew many deities who wanted a new leader. Vidar assured him that none of the deities recognized this as openly as Ukun. Because of his powers of foresight, if God saw a future in which they rebelled, he could get rid of them before it happened. Vidar then asked how Yun thought he was among them. God wanted Vidar to die. Yun and Era felt very uncomfortable because they did not know about this, did not even realize it. Vidar assured Yun and Era that Rayhan had once outsmarted God, so he hoped that maybe Rayhan could do it again. All this time, Takeda kept away from the others and just watched them. Takeda watched Era. He remembered the conversation with Ukon, who wanted to make Takeda his champion, but for that, Takeda had to destroy Era. Takeda looked at Era Park for a long time and then took out his sword and was ready to destroy the girl. But at the last moment, he changed his mind about killing her. Takeda began to cry. He had played enough tricks and didn't want to betray anyone anymore. He didn't want to destroy the players just because the gods didn't share something among themselves. Takeda decided that this time he would win the gods game by his own efforts. The winner of gods game number 107, Takeda Shingen. Enyo thought Rayon's plan was interesting enough that she promised to think about it. That was all Rayon asked. Rayon asked Enyo to let him know when she decided to take sides. Honestly, this was her only chance. Rayon told Enyo that it was impossible to move without the gods watching her closely, even if it was only temporarily for the moment. Takeda asked Rayon how the conversation with Enyo went. Rayon thought that Enyo might have come to her senses. Takeda wondered if Rayon would share his new plan with them. Rayon smiled and said that he would not tell them about the plan. Disgruntled, Takeda muttered that he didn't really want to know, but Rayon knew that Takeda was curious. Their conversation was interrupted by a noise behind them. Era apologized for firing the gun. Yoon motioned for the boys to step aside. Rayon noticed that all the participants were practicing for the next round, but he didn't know if it made sense. The fourth round was the biggest of all the rounds. The teams were not determined, and everyone from the Game of God would be in the same conditions. It all looked like chaos. Vidar approached Rayon and offered him a duel. Rayon looked at Vidar with fear and asked if he would accept the match. Vidar smiled and said a short yes. Vidar said that he was intrigued by Rayon's thoughts and wanted to test them in battle. Then Vidar looked at Takeda and said that he looked quite strong. Takeda looked at Vidar cautiously and assured him that he would bring him to his knees. The boys began to warm up for the fight. Rayon realized that he still didn't know much about Takeda's strength. Rayon watched Takeda carefully as he decided to warm up before the fight. He realized that Takeda was good at keeping secrets. While Vidar was undoubtedly stronger in terms of sheer strength, Rayon knew that physically they were both strong, so would he be able to fight in the same spirit? The other participants decided to watch the fight. Yoon started asking the others who would win and offered to place bets. Kayla was surprised that the boys decided to fight 2 against 1. This fight was not fair. Yoon thought that Vidar would be able to beat the 2 of them. Aja assured him that Vidar's strength was comparable to that of the gods. Rayon's abilities were his brain and eyes, but they would be useless if Vidar just used his power. Aya doubted that Rayon and Takeda would win. It all depended on how long Takeda could keep Rayon in the fight. Yoon agreed with Aya. Kyla thought that Yoon would be rooting for Rayon. Yoon believed in Rayon, and without a divine power to physically strengthen him, he depended on his comrades to fight. Era was worried about Rayon. Jai believed that he could defeat Rayon and Takeda. Yoon was surprised and asked why Jai thought Takeda and Rayon would win, but Jai just didn't know. To Jai, Rayon seemed like the person who always won. Vidar wanted Rayon to show him the power of the second candidate for God. Takeda decided to ask about Vidar's power. Rayon hastened to tell Takeda that Vidar's divine power was the hand of a god. Vidar said that he should not be underestimated. The battle began. Vidar was the first to attack. He used his divine power. The other participants felt fear and excitement. Yoon was surprised that Vidar was restraining himself because the last time he used his power, it was 10 times stronger. Yoon realized that this attack was weaker because he used much less energy or his divine power was in different states. Vidar stopped attacking. In his mind, this attack should have been enough to destroy Rayon and Takeda, but Vidar was shocked to see that the boys were fine after his attack. Rayon and Takeda came up with a plan, but Takeda doubted it. Rayon just asked Takeda to stick to their plan. Before Takeda helped Rayon get to Vidar quickly, Takeda asked that Rayon not blame him if he died. Vidar could not understand what these 2 fools were thinking. In this situation, Rayon was completely defenseless. The boys split up. Takeda attacked Vidar from behind, but Vidar was a deity, so he could easily repel Takeda's attack. All Vidar had to do was snap his fingers, and the boys flew in different directions. This trick of Vidar's was very unexpected for the boys. But despite Vidar's deity, Takeda was also strong enough to strike back. Era was happy that Takeda was able to hit Vidar, but Kyla quickly spoiled the mood by noticing that Vidar was perfectly fine. Takeda's punch made Vidar angry, so Vidar attacked Takeda again. Rayon came up behind him and tried to strike Vidar, but he was easily able to defend himself. Vidar wondered if the ambush was really what Rayon had planned. He was looking at Vidar with an angry look while holding the defense. Vidar said that with such a divine power like Rayon, he had no chance in the fight and needed to be strong. Vidar said that this time Rayana had no comrades to protect him. which was sad. Vidar expected more from someone who had the divine power of God. Rayan realized that it was true. He really was dependent on others for a lot of things. Even against Hitten, that power was not entirely his. The foresight belonged to those who realized the vision for him. But to pass the game of God, Rayan must learn to fight himself. Rayan was able to easily stop Vidar's punch. It was really something shocking for the others. And for Rayan himself, it was also something new and unexpected. The participants used to think that Rayan was physically weak, but now he really surprised them. Even Vidar could hardly believe it. Rayan's aura changed. He realized that he knew this aura. Rayan was pleased that he could now defend himself. Takeda was unpleasantly surprised that Ukon, who had promised to choose him as his champion, had actually chosen Rayan. But Takeda didn't understand why Ukon had chosen Rayan. Vidar also could not understand how it happened that the Monkey King gave his power to Rayan. When exactly did Ukon do it? Rayan realized that by choosing him as his champion, Ukon was making his last stand against God. That's why Ukon chose Rayan. He decided to use the power of the Monkey King to fight his way to the top. Vidar was furious at Rayana's words and asked the boy not to run ahead of him. Vidar attacked Rayan, and the boy did not give in to him. The participants were shocked that Rayan was on the same level as Vidar in terms of strength. Vidar was furious and thought it was strange that Ukon's divine power was clumsy. The strong and brave Vidar decided to show Rayan his true strength, so he used his divine power. The hand of the god. Rayan was unable to deflect this blow. He flew away from Vidar like a ball. Era began to worry about the boy and hoped that he was okay. She wanted the fight to end because she couldn't stand to see Rayan being hurt. Vidar began to think that the blow was too hard, but he knew that the potion was supposed to restore Rayan. When the dust settled, Vidar saw Rayan stand up easily. He did not understand how this was possible. Rayan recognized the power. It seemed to Rayan that finally Vidar was taking him seriously. Rayan was in awe of Vidar's crazy strength. All Rayan could do was dodge to reduce the damage. Vidar was furious. He didn't understand who this guy thought he was and how he could claim that he had deliberately missed the shot. But Rayan was sure that Vidar was actually holding back as well and was only using half his true strength. The news that Rayan was holding back surprised everyone present. Vidar and the rest of the participants believed that Rayan had already shown what he was capable of. Rayan smiled and assured Vidar that he had not yet shown his true strength. Rayan said that if Vidar did not want to show his hand, why should he do it? If Vidar wanted to see Rayan's divine power, he should make him show it. Furious, Vidar asked Rayan to stop being so arrogant. Vidar was angry that Rayan allowed himself to throw such words around just because the boy had withstood his punch. To Vidar, all of Rayan's words sounded like he was mocking him. That's why Vidar wanted to destroy Rayan along with this planet. Yun took off his glasses and said that they couldn't have this much fun without him. He decided to join this dangerous battle. But Vidar did not like Yun's idea. Did Yun think it was an open invitation? Vidar asked Yun to stay back. Vidar wanted to be the one to destroy Rayan, so he didn't want anyone else to be present in this battle. Yun always acted like a weirdo and did what he wanted. The only one he could really listen to was Kyle. Yun assured Vidar that Rayan would fight him. Yun knew that Rayan was full of new discoveries. After apologizing to Vidar, Yun assured him that Rayan would fight him, so Yun wasted no time in attacking Rayan. But fighting next to Rayan, Yun knew that the boy's eyes could keep up with him. Yun did not understand why Rayan did not react to his attack. But it seemed that Yun was in favor of Takeda being on the same team as Rayan. It was Takeda who deflected Yun's punch. It started to rain, but the boys didn't seem to care about the weather. Vidar again told Yun that he would be the one to destroy Rayan. Takeda noticed that two of the strongest participants saw Rayan as their opponent. Takeda began to think that he was being left behind. These unpleasant thoughts made Takeda angry. He began to repeat to himself that this simply could not be. Takeda was sure that he was supposed to be the winner in God's game. Yun noticed that Takeda felt abandoned. Takeda said that Yun was not needed in this fight. Furious, Vidar stopped the boys' idle talk and told them that they could have all died. Vidar wanted to use his divine power to the fullest, but he was stopped by Thor, the god of Oz. It seemed to Thor that his brother was having a great time with these insects. The participants were very surprised when Thor called Vidar his brother. Only now they learned that Vidar was actually a god. Kayla did not understand why the god came to their waiting room. Vidar decided to ask what exactly Thor was doing in this place. Thor said that he was just visiting him. Their father said that he had recently seen Vidar fighting with a monkey. Thor didn't like that Vidar didn't even say hello to his father, and he didn't understand where Vidar's manners had gone. Vidar did not understand why he should talk to a rascal. Vidar answered rudely, but Thor knew that his brother had always been like that. It was not surprising to Thor that Vidar was condemned to play God with such a character. At first, Thor came to talk to Vidar, but every time Thor saw him, he wanted to destroy him. Rayan approached them. Thor didn't like it, so he asked Rayhan to leave. Didn't he see that the gods were talking? But Rayhan did not go away. He did not know who Thor was and why he was interfering with their training, but Vidar was with them. Vidar and Thor were impressed by Rayhan's words. Rayan asked Thor to leave the waiting room. Rayan also said that if Vidar was Thor's brother, it was forbidden to speak to the family in such a tone. Thor laughed in response to Rayan. Thor found it funny that such a miserable person as Rayhan would teach him how to communicate with his family. The gods were probably all the same, very arrogant, and believed that everything had to be just the way they wanted it to be. Thor was annoyed by Rayhan's behavior. Vidar began to worry about the boy. It seemed that for the first time, Vidar felt not alone. Thor assured Rayan that they were lucky to be with him. It didn't matter to Rayan that Thor was a god. He was afraid of deities enough. All deities came from worlds where they were invincible. Rayhan was tired of this arrogance, so Rayhan wanted to show Thor why he would regret not appreciating him. Thor didn't expect Rayhan to fight back. Rajan was glad that Thor came during their training, because Thor was the perfect warm-up for the 4th round. Finally, Thor realized that he was facing the same Rayan Asura. His father had told him about Rajan and how he had defeated Ukun. Thor also knew that Rayhan could use his eyes well. But despite the fact that Rayhan had defeated one god, Thor asked the boy not to get too excited. Vidar shouted that Rayhan should leave the battlefield quickly, but Thor assured his brother that it was too late. But Rayhan did not agree with Thor. Rayhan was sure that Thor knew that the boy was not the only one who had fought the god. Yun realized that they needed to beat the arrogance out of another god. Yun also believed that it was his lucky day to fight 2 gods. With his divine power, Yun was able to strike Thor. Yun hoped that he could defeat at least this god. Takeda didn't want to lag behind the boys, so he decided to take part in the fight with the god. He asked Yuna to stand aside. Thor was very surprised when he saw Takeda Shinger standing in front of him. Takeda used his divine power. Yun was amazed by the fiery boy. Thor was left with a long trail after the blow. Yun recognized that Takeda was much stronger than he looked. Thor was nowhere to be seen, and Yun began to think that Takeda had destroyed him. Takeda doubted that he had managed to destroy Thor. Thor was the strongest in the Ozir clan. Thor appeared unexpectedly. The boys seemed interesting to Thor. Therefore, Thor became even more interested in the fight. Yun noticed that Takeda managed to make Thor angry. No one knew what Thor would do next. Jai decided to help the boys, but Kayla stopped him. She asked him to just trust the boys and assured him that they would be fine. Rayan decided to take a quick look into the future. His mind was racing with ideas of what he could do to stop Thor. Vidar became even more angry. He did not understand what these fools were doing. Vidar did not like the fact that they were interfering in his battle. Did the boys really think that Vidar needed weaklings to stand up for him? Vidar assured the boys that he did not need their help. He didn't need anyone at all. This battle was only for brothers, so Vidar asked the boys to step back. Vidar began to shout loudly with rage, thinking that he would be the one to destroy Thor. But Thor just laughed. He was sure that Vidar was not strong enough to destroy him. Thor didn't understand why Vidar should talk to his older brother like that. Vidar asked his brother to shut up and finally die, and then Vidar attacked Thor. Rayhan apologized to Vidar, but he had to intervene in the fight. Rayhan realized that if he waited any longer, the deities would destroy them all. Vidar saw a girl who was holding back both gods. He looked at her in wonder and did not understand who she was. Rayan did not understand how Aya's power had grown so much. Perhaps she was so strong, she was just hiding her full power. After Thor calmed down, he told his brother that he had come to give him a message. They had not forgotten his failure. So if Vidar wanted to settle everything once and for all, he had to find Thor in the maze. Aja didn't understand what had just happened. Did Thor not want to fight anymore? Aja was upset that she had taken everything so seriously. Vidar decided to calm Aja down by assuring her that she had already defeated Thor in their clan. The confused Thor could not understand who exactly was the girl who stopped them. He did not believe that a human could stop two gods at once. Behind Thor stood two gods, Anubis, the Egyptian god of death, and Loki, the goddess of evil in the Aesir. She was surprised that humans had also defeated another god. Loki began to find God's game more interesting. Loki asked Thor how their brother was doing. Thor replied that he was doing as usual. Loki thought that he was brooding as usual. She was surprised that Vidar had made it this far in the game without his friends. Thor showed his hand and assured Loki that in fact Vidar had friends who helped him. This news surprised Loki. Anubis thought that Vidar's friends were the guys who helped him in the battle with Ukon. Of course, Thor didn't bother to ask if Anubis and Loki had done what he asked. Of course they did. They volunteered to participate in the 4th round. This news pleased Thor. If Vidar met them at least once in the maze, they would destroy him forever. The deities were so busy talking that they didn't even notice that another god was watching them. They thought that only 3 of them knew about their plan, but they were wrong. The 4th god also knew about it. Kayla sat and thought about Thor's words. "Find me in the maze." She wondered what exactly it could mean. Would the gods be present in the 4th round? Everyone went about their business. Kayla decided to ask if anyone was listening to her at all. Takeda decided to ask Vidar if he was ever going to tell them why the asshole was hunting him. Takeda also noticed that Thor would most likely hunt him in the next round. Vidar thought that in that case, he should stay away from them. Takeda hoped that Vidar's arrogance would destroy him. It seemed that Takeda was hostile to Vidar and did not trust him. Aja asked if Vidar could just tell them everything. She also noticed that some of them almost died trying to protect him. But Vidar shouted that he hadn't asked anyone to interfere. Jane said that it was pretty obvious that all 3 of them were hiding something. Vidar and his story with Thor, and the truth about why the god was in the game. And then there was Aya. Everyone believed that her ability was restoration. But even now, they did not understand the essence of her divine power. There was definitely something more to Aja if she could stop Vidar and Thor. It was also unclear why Thor recognized Takeda. Jane wondered what they were all hiding and what they had in common. After Jane emphasized this, Era mentioned that in the 3rd round, Takeda recognized Ukon, but without their memories it was not possible. Everyone was shocked when they noticed that Vidar was laughing. Vidar's smile was a rare sight. Vidar said that it was not surprising that Takeda had a mask, and that was what he was hiding behind. So Vidar invited Takeda to tell him everything. There were 35 hours left until the 4th round. Takeda, dissatisfied, asked Vidar to get out of his way. Vidar backed down and said that he could have told the others himself. Takeda said that Vidar could do whatever he wanted. Takeda reminded Vidar that they knew better than anyone else that it was pointless to talk about themselves and contact anyone. They would all die anyway. After Takeda left, the next day and a half, the participants focused on training. The participants trained with each other to better understand their strengths and learn how to better respond to enemy attacks. Vidar did not tell Takeda the secret, so Takeda went to train alone. All the other participants could do was guess what was bothering Takeda. Rayan looked after Takeda sadly. He could not understand why Takeda decided to turn away from them. Before they knew it, it was the night before the 4th round. Rayan was upset that they had only a few hours before the 4th round. Yun thought that Raeyang wanted to say something sensual and stupid, but Raeyang didn't want to say anything. Yun said he was just joking, but if Raeyang wanted to say something, now was the time. Maybe this was the last time they would spend time together like this. Rayan said that he was just thinking about the game of fighting for their lives together. Even just spending the last few days together made Rayan worry about them. He just didn't want his time with them to end. Vidar said that he knew something that could help them tomorrow. Aya asked if he was sure. Vidar was telling the truth. He hadn't told them because it had something to do with him. As unpleasant as it was for Vidar to admit, they were fools to stand up for him. It was just a return of favor. The gods wanted Vidar to die. That was only part of the truth. Vidar hoped that the participants knew many gods, and pantheons wanted to erase his existence. It is true that the game of God is needed to entertain the divine pantheons, but the real purpose was to execute deities who no longer followed God's views. Rebellious and disobedient gods. Gods without faith and gods despised by others are worthless. God added deities who should be executed in the game to see if they are worthy to exist. In the end, if a person defeats a deity, he will prove that pain is worthy of eternal life. So this game destroyed old gods and created new ones, and to protect themselves from the game, some deities joined God. Vidar assured that they had already met some of the deities. Thor confirmed that he would represent the 4th round, but he was chosen by God, and the Minotaur was the curator. This meant that Thor joined the 4th round voluntarily. In past God games, there were cases when deities voluntarily joined the rounds as curators of minigames or participants. It seemed to Vidar that Thor was not the only god to join the 4th class. Era and Kayla realized that the reason the participants did not fight each other was because they wanted the participants to face the gods. Vidar said sadly that it was only their guesses, and that tomorrow they would know more. Vidar believed that he was telling the participants everything because of Yun's stupidity. If the gods wanted him dead, they would most likely be watching Vidar's comrades. Of course, Vidar did not want the deaths of the other participants to be on his conscience, so he asked his new friends not to die. Although Vidar tried to seem like a desperate giant, he was genuinely worried about the participants who stood up for him. It seemed to Vidar's new friends that he really wanted to be needed and just wanted company, but he just denied it. Yun, as always, could not keep silent and noticed that the big guy had a sense of humor. Rayan thanked Vidar for his sincerity and promised that tomorrow they would all be ready for the 4th round. They were all strong, so no matter what happened tomorrow, each of them would be able to survive and meet each other on the other side. There was no time left for the 4th round. At dawn, Mr. Era appeared in front of the players. He believed that everyone was well rested. So it was time to start the 4th round. Mr. Era asked which of the participants wanted to start first. Rayan was absorbed in his thoughts again. He knew this day would come. Rayan thought he couldn't wait for the peace to last forever. Mr. Era began to explain the rules of the game to the participants. The participants will be divided into 4 different groups and taken to the maze. Maximum 3 participants per group. The first team was Rayan and Era. Era was happy to be going through the 4th round with Rayan. The second team of Kyle, Yun, and Jai. It was decided not to disband their team as they had already passed the 1st round together. The third team is Vidar and Aja. Aja grabbed Vidar's hand, but he asked her to leave him alone. Vidar was not happy to have someone on his team. Vidar asked why Aja was picking on him. Aja thought it would be better if she joined someone strong. Mr. Era decided to announce the 4th team and whether he even wanted to ask. Takeda assured Mr. Era that he didn't want to ask anything. Takeda didn't want his time to be wasted and wanted to get the rules over with. Mr. Era agreed to finish as soon as possible and asked Takeda to come forward. Rayan decided to remind his friends not to forget what they had said at night. They were not to look for each other in the maze and were to go to the finish line so that each of them could meet each other again on the other side. Rayan realized that unlike his words, a part of Rayan knew. He might never see those faces again. After all, it was God's game. Before entering the maze, Rayan asked if Era was okay. Before them, they saw a huge maze with many different paths. Era realized that everything seemed to be fine, but the maze itself and the unknown scared her. The first round reminded them of a white light that lasted forever. For Rayan, the maze reminded him of the first round. It seemed to him that this white world was endless. They had 4 days to get out of this place. Era thought that 4 days was not enough time to get out of this gigantic place. Era asked Rayan if he thought they could get out of this maze. But Rayan replied that they could only hope that they would. But first, they had to survive. Rayan noticed that there was another way out, but Era didn't know if they should take it. Rayan asked Era to wait a moment while he took a look. He used his divine powers of foresight to figure out which way they should go. Rayan first looked at the new path. He saw that it wouldn't take long to walk, looking at how big the place was. He also looked at the path they had been taking. It was short, but Rayan noticed that there was something there, something dangerous, something divine. Hermes, the god of Olympia. Era didn't want to meet the god in this maze, so she asked what exactly Rayan wanted to do. In her opinion, it would be better to take the easy way out. But Rayan disagreed with Era. He asked if Era remembered what Enyo had said when explaining the rules of the 4th round. The longer they stayed in the maze, the harder it would be to find the way out. Therefore, the goal was to find the exit as quickly as possible. Of course, Rayan realized that if they chose the easy way out, they could avoid meeting God. But there was a chance that if they took the long way, it would take them farther away from the exit. Rayhan explained to Eri that he could not look that far into the future. He did not know what was beyond the trap. Era believed that the best way for them was to go forward. Besides, she knew that face. Era wondered if Rayan really wanted to fight a god. In fact, Rayan did not want to fight the god. He wanted to destroy him. So Era and Rayan went to see the god. God greeted Era and Rayan. He started to think about when they could start the game. Hermes was getting bored while he was waiting for the players. Hermes introduced himself as a god, a divine messenger from Olympus. Hermes liked that Rayan and Era would take part in his game. He saw their fight in the third round. Hermes admitted that that match was one of the most interesting. Rayan asked what exactly they were doing near Hermes and why he was stalling. Rayan noticed that all the gods liked to talk a lot and waste time. Hermes wondered if Era and Rayan were in a hurry. The fourth round took place in a large maze. It could take centuries to move through it. So to make it easier for the players, the deities added mini-games. Rayana and Eri had to win a mini-game to find out a shortcut that would lead them in the right direction to the exit. Rayan and Eri didn't like the rules of the game and didn't like having to play with a god, but they didn't have much of a choice. Hermes said with great pleasure that if the participants lost, they would die. Hermes was self-confident and believed that the participants would never beat him. Their game will be spots. During the rounds, they will be divided into hunters and runners. To win, the hunter has to mark each participant before the time runs out. If he loses, the roles are reversed and the runners become hunters. The game will continue until a winner emerges. To mark someone, they just need to hit the mark on their back or chest. Era decided to ask if Hermes really needed to mark her and Rayan, and they only needed to mark Hermes. That was correct. Hermes asked them to just trust that it would not be as easy as it looked. Hermes asked Rayan and Era to follow him to the place where they would play. Rayan looked at the forest and realized how huge it was. Era wondered how such a large space could fit into a maze. Hermes smiled and said that it was God's game, and that's how it fit. In this game, everything the gods wanted was possible. Era and Rayan were not satisfied with Hermes' answer. They had never heard a more stupid answer. Walking through the forest, Hermes said that the deities used spatial manipulation to create rooms for their mini-games, but they are unable to see the forest until they enter the room. What might look healthy to them was actually in a small room that was only a few meters long and wide. Rayan and Era listened to everything Hermes said for a long time. Rayan had only one question. He wanted to know why Hermes had volunteered to be the fourth round's curator. Hermes was puzzled, but he realized that Vidar had told him. Hermes suggested that Rayan defeat him, and only then would he answer the question. Suddenly, Hermes remembered that the two participants were not enough to catch him. Therefore, they needed more participants to play the game. Era and Rayan were unpleasantly surprised, but Hermes said that in order to make the minigame fair, they would have to team up with the participants who came to them. Hermes believed that Rayan knew one of the participants. Two guys came up to them. One of them started complaining that the minigame hadn't started for a long time. When Era saw the guys, she asked if Rayan knew them. Rayan replied that he knew only one boy. Era looked at him in surprise. She could not understand how Rayan could know any of them. Rayan remembered seeing this boy in his memories. The boy looked at Rayan carefully and asked if that was all he had told him. Rayan did not understand what the boy wanted to hear about. Era also could not understand what the boy wanted from Rayan. The boy smiled and said he was glad to see his friend. He didn't think they would see each other so soon. After shaking hands, the boy introduced his friend Jack. They became partners in the second round. Jack noticed that his friend did not look like someone who had friends. Aki explained that he met Rayan when he was a child. He used to teach him. Hermes asked the participants to talk less to each other. He was sure that they would have enough time to catch up if they defeated him. It looked like the participants were about to start a mini-game as hunters. The main thing for the participants was to be the first to catch Hermes. Rayan asked if the others had any ideas on how they would catch Hermes. They needed a plan to help them catch him. One of the participants pointed out that each round had a timer of 30 minutes, so they should hurry up and waste less time. This was not enough time to get around everything. Jack suggested that they split into two teams. The one who found the god would shout, so the other team could come to the rescue. Rayan's old friend said that he hoped that if this was the same Rayan he remembered, he could believe that Rayan would be able to do it alone. Rajan assured the boy that he could. This answer pleased Aki because they had a lot to discuss, so there was no time to waste. They wanted to defeat the god as soon as possible and get it over with. The round had just begun, and Era had already noticed how strong Aki was. Rayan remembered that this boy was like this when he was a child. Era decided to ask if this guy was really from Rayan's past. Rajan said that Aki saved him when Rajan and Ichika were imprisoned by Daimyo. Era was surprised to ask Daimyo if it was like the Sengoku period they had read about in the books. Hermes overheard Rayan and Era's conversation. Hermes was amazed that it was the first time the participants told each other about the past, and he thought they were closer. Rayan and Era did not understand what Hermes was doing next to them. Hermes said that the fact that they were acting as hunters did not mean that he had to hide from them. Hermes believed that hiding from a couple of weaklings was a waste of time. He owned this game so he could have some fun. Besides, it didn't matter that he was standing in front of them. Hermes was sure they couldn't catch him anyway. Rayan and Eri thought that Hermes was making fun of them. Hermes believed that the gap between him and the participants was too big, so he would win anyway. Era decided to take out her weapon right away. She didn't like Hermes, so she wanted to destroy him. They started attacking Hermes, but he easily dodged any attack. It was like he was showing off how fast he was. Rayan thought that even though Hermes was fast enough, he could not dodge in the air. So Era began to attack him in the air. Hermes liked their plan and thought it was quite clever. Hermes always knew that they would be fun to play his game with. Rayan noticed that Hermes's shoes were creating drag in the air. They needed to do something about his shoes so that he would not be able to climb the mountain. Hermes praised the team of Rayan and Era. Not even a second has passed, and they are already synchronized. But they need something more to catch Hermes. Era pulled out another gun. Era started firing both guns at the same time. Hermes was amazed that she had 2 guns. But Hermes thought the bullets were not fast enough to catch him. Using his flash ability, Hermes noticed that Era was not as simple as it seemed and was full of surprises. But Hermes seemed to be enjoying it. Rayan stood behind Era as she fired bullets at Hermes. It was quite dangerous for him to go out under the bullets. Hermes noticed that Era could change the speed of the bullets with her red pistol and regulate their trajectory with her blue one. Together, these bullets seemed alive. Era was shooting at Hermes non-stop, but he was skillfully dodging every bullet. It was quite difficult to catch him. Rayan wondered what kind of crazy power he was seeing now, but Rayan was sure that it was enough to catch the god. Hermes flew high above the labyrinth and then rapidly began to return back. He was flying straight for Era. Hermes wanted to catch Era. Rayan and Era looked at Hermes in surprise. They did not know what to expect from him, so they watched him carefully. Hermes began to rejoice that he had caught her, but Rayan came to the aid of his partner and threw Hermes away from Era. Rayan managed to leave a wound on Hermes's cheek. At first, Hermes was shocked and then angry. He realized that he had to realize something after Rayan's battle with Ukon. Foresight is the ultimate weapon against speed. Hermes realized that Rayan had those eyes that could see where he was going to be before he got there. So Hermes decided to move much faster than any of Rayan's predictions. He wanted to win this battle. Hermes noticed that Rayan and Era had almost caught him, and that in order to mark him, they would have to touch his body directly. Weapons of divine power and weak touches did not count. Era said unhappily that he could have said this before. Hermes replied that technically the rules were the same as in ordinary spots. It was just harder here. Hermes said that Era and Rayan must have noticed that he didn't have the same mark as them, so they could have marked him on any part of his body. Hermes realized that with eyes that saw the future, Rayan would strike at the place where he would be. The foresight allowed Rayan to be one step ahead. That is why Rayan kept up with Hermes. For Hermes, it was amazing that a simple man kept up with him. No matter how hard Hermes tried to get ahead of Rayan by the power of foresight, he could not do it. Hermes began to get angry. He thought it was a stupid joke. It didn't matter to Hermes that Rayan knew where he was going to end up. He would still be the fastest. Rayan thought that he had finally caught Hermes, but he noticed that the future had changed, but he didn't understand how. Hermes explained that from the moment he was born, he was the fastest among the Olympians, not only in body, but also in mind. He decided to ask if Rayan understood now. Rayan tried to strike at Hermes again, but he was able to dodge it easily. It didn't matter how far into the future Rayan's eyes could see if his body and mind couldn't keep up. Hermes struck a strong blow at Rayan. It was surprising to Rayan that Hermes had gotten used to foresight so quickly. Rayan saw a path to an opportunity, which meant that there was a chance to hit Hermes. But the fact that Rayan knew the future and reacted to it also changed the future. With Hermes's speed, his brain was still thinking and reacting on a different level, which meant that he could adjust to the new future faster than Rayan. This rascal was able to outsmart Rayan's future. But how exactly he did it, Rayan could not yet understand. Era took her pistols again and started shooting at Hermes. But it didn't last long. Hermes came up to Era and asked her what was wrong, if she was disappointed. He took Era's hands and told her that with her speed, she would never be able to spot her. Then he struck her. Hermes delivered this blow with great pleasure. Every second of this game, he was sure that he would win. Era hit the big stone painfully. Hermes noticed that this blow was not enough to destroy Era. In fact, he hoped to go through several rounds with them. Hermes heard a noise. He did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he noticed that he was being attacked by a member of another group, but thanks to his speed, Hermes managed to dodge. It seemed strange to Hermes that Aki came out of nowhere. Hermes was able to quickly dodge Aki's punch. The boy expected that Hermes would be too fast, so he asked Jack to attack Hermes. Hermes was surprised that the guys attacked him so suddenly. He thought that all 4 players would attack together, and while he was focused on Eri and Rayana, the other participants were just waiting for the right moment to attack. Jack asked his partner not to worry and assured him that he would be fine. Hermes looked at Jack and didn't understand what this guy was doing if there was nothing there. Hermes felt the blow. Jack had used the divine power of an ancient pantomime. Hermes could recognize this divine power everywhere. Jack's divine sponsor was Dionysus, the god of wine and entertainment. Everything was going well, but it was time to end Hermes. Aki never liked this game. Hermes did not understand who these two were. Hermes was angry with the game. He began to feel as if he was letting ordinary people beat him in this game. Hermes did not like the turn of events. Jack was amazed that Hermes was moving so fast that he was able to pass his divine power. Aki asked Jack to stop being surprised and continue the fight. Hermes and the young man attacked each other. Before the fight, Aki shouted weak gods should not exist at all. Just as Aki was about to strike, Hermes just walked away. Aki asked Jack to go after Hermes. Jack looked at him and then said that Aki knew he could not catch the god by himself. But Aki stood his ground and asked Jack to go again. Jack was very hopeful that Aki knew what he was doing. He looked at Era, and it was quite unexpected for him that Rayhan had chosen her as his partner. He was not pleased that after one punch, Era fell down. Aki looked at Era with an unhappy and angry look. He thought she was pathetic. As far as he remembered, Ryan would never let someone so weak stand next to him. He believed that Rayan saw some benefit in Era if he left her until the 4th round. So Aki wanted Era to show them what she was really capable of. Era didn't know if that was all she could do. She was interested to see how everyone changed during the rounds. Rayan had always believed that each of them was stronger than they looked. Era thought that this was probably her limit, and it was not enough. If she wanted to fight the gods and monsters in this world, she would have to imagine the impossible and achieve more. Finally, the boy waited. He knew that when someone mastered their divine power well, they could unlock access to a new level of power from their sponsor. After diligent training, watching Era's friends grow, and constantly fighting for his life, it was obvious that it was time for a change. Era has opened up a second level of divine power, the Piercer of Eternity. Not only did Era change, her weapons also changed. Instead of pistols, she was holding an assault rifle with stronger and faster bullets. Now there was nothing Era could not achieve. Hermes did not immediately realize what was happening. He was very surprised when he noticed that Era's bullets became faster and kept up with him. Era herself became more persistent and faster. She changed very quickly, as did her strength. Hermes dodged every bullet quite well, but he was confused that Era was still following him. He wondered how long Era would be able to keep doing this. Hermes flew around the forest about 5 times. Jack also caught up with Hermes. This was unpleasant news for Hermes. Jack smilingly said that the deity thought he could escape from him. Hermes looked at Jack in surprise. He did not understand what exactly Jack was writing, but it seemed ridiculous to him. Hermes was hit by invisible bombs. Aki was satisfied with Era, and she should rest. They would manage without her. Falling to the ground, Hermes couldn't figure out when these fools had managed to set the trap. Perhaps they had done so when Hermes was distracted by Rayhan and Era. Rayhan shouted joyfully to Hermes that he had finally caught him. It seemed to Rayhan that Hermes was finally weakened. Rayhan welcomed Hermes to the lion's trap. Because of the plan of the participants, Hermes was very angry that he had been deceived. Now he wanted to kill all 4 participants even more. Hermes was also sad to realize that he might not have been the smartest. He was upset that he was not the strongest of them all. Hermes remembered the day when he was given the boots that allowed him to fly and be fast, but now he realized that he might not be the fastest. Rayan noticed that Hermes' speed was changing the future again. The boys attacked Hermes from different sides, but thanks to his flying boots, Hermes could easily dodge the boys. Angry, Hermes struck a strong blow to Rayan. He hit Rayan in the chest with his power. Hermes hoped that Rayan would die. Aki began to worry about Rayan. He did not know where Hermes was and what to expect from him. Aki noticed that Hermes was on top of them. For a while, Hermes did nothing. He seemed to be thinking about his next move. Hermes took aim at Jack. He struck him. The angry Hermes began to attack them one by one. Aki wanted it to be over as soon as possible, and then he flew at the boy. Aki didn't know how to stop Hermes. Time was running out. Hermes also decided to strike the boy. Hermes said that Aki was just lucky. Hermes warned that he would finish them off in the next round. Rayan thought he was going to die. Jack didn't realize what had just happened, and noticed that these events were not good. After a while, their wounds healed. Jack asked where Aki had gone. Aki said he was going back to the starting arena. The next round should start soon. This time, Hermes would be hunting them. Jack was not happy about the next round. He did not understand how they could escape from Hermes. If Hermes caught them, they would all die. Rayan realized that they had Hermes pinned down for sure, but Hermes was using his top speed. Rayan did not understand if Hermes was really invincible, but Rayan believed that there was some way to survive the second round. But Rayan didn't understand why he couldn't find a future in which he could outsmart Hermes. It was hard for Rayan to believe that Hermes was really invincible. The participants were waiting for the next round in this minigame. Jack was not happy that Rayan's divine power did not work on Hermes. The foresight allowed Rayan to see the future, but in fact, the future changed because Rayan influenced it. Hermes could react to the new future faster than Rayan. Era noticed that her powers were the same even after the upgrade. None of her bullets could hit Hermes. Frightened, Jack didn't know what to do now. Just let Hermes mark them. Jack started to cry and assured that he could not die because he had many reasons to live. Rayan smiled at Jack and assured him that they would definitely be able to think of something. Aki said that the three of them should think about how to destroy Hermes, and he would do the rest. Aki assured the other participants that he would make sure they did not lose. Rayan asked how Aki was going to do it. Aki asked Rayan to use his eyes and find out. The participants noticed that the timer had started. They felt that they hadn't been given enough time to rest. They didn't even have time to think about it properly. It was terrifying Hermes was coming towards them. They didn't know what to do or how to survive until the end of the minigame. As he approached the participants, Hermes said they were rascals who had made him very angry during the last round. So Hermes planned to end the game now. All three participants became alert and prepared for battle. They didn't know what to expect and who Hermes would attack first. The first person Hermes spotted was Jack. He just walked up to him and marked him. Jack did not even realize how it happened. Hermes didn't want any more tricks from Jack's mime. He threw him away from him. Era immediately pointed her weapon at Hermes, but he quickly approached her. Hermes looked at Era and said that she was useless even with the power boost. The second participant was marked. Hermes decided to remind Rayan that his power of foresight didn't work against him, but he had heard that Ukon had made Rayan his champion before he died. So Hermes decided to ask Rayan if he really thought that now was the right time to restrain himself, or maybe there was some condition that made Rayan restrain himself. Although Hermes did not understand why he cared, on the contrary, it was better for him that Rayan did not use his new divine power. Hermes believed that Rayan was going to die anyway, so he didn't have to worry about anything. With each passing second, Hermes began to think that he could easily defeat the participants. But instead of surrendering, Rayan began to attack Hermes. He wanted to destroy the arrogant god and continue to move to the end of the maze. It was unexpected and shocking for Hermes to see that Rayan began to get used to his speed. It was hard to believe. Hermes thought it was impossible. He was invincible. Rayan looked confident and invincible. Hermes didn't like this. He couldn't understand why Rayan had changed so quickly. Of course, Hermes noticed that Rayan hadn't gotten any faster. This meant that Rayan was using his eyes to predict where Hermes would be. But there is a prediction of the past lagged behind his speed. But if Rayan used the future and therefore knew where Hermes would move, then Rayan could predict his movements. This allowed Rayon to be closer to Hermes' future. It was still not that accurate while Hermes' body was at high speed. Hermes was sure that Rayon would not be able to catch him. Hermes was running around Rayon. Rayon tried to concentrate and stop Hermes, but he did not understand how to catch someone who was faster than him. He continued to run like that until he touched Rayon's mark on his chest. The third participant was marked. Hermes only had to mark one more participant, and the game would be over. Rayon was angry that Hermes was able to mark 3 participants so easily. He hoped that it was not the end, and that Aki would be able to hold out until the end. Aki appeared in front of Hermes. Hermes decided to ask how Aki planned to escape from him. Aki stood still and did not move. Hermes decided that Aki had decided to give up and not even try to escape. Aki didn't see any point in running away anyway. He couldn't outrun Hermes. Hermes was glad that Aki at least recognized this. Rayon was angry. He didn't understand why Aki was so calm. They had almost lost. Hermes thought the game was fun. He just wanted to have a good time. Rayon was very scared for Aki. He thought they would lose in a second and then die. So Hermes didn't see any point in stalling for time and attacked Aki. Rayon couldn't believe that in a few seconds they would lose and be killed. It seemed that Hermes already had the victory. But in fact, he rejoiced early. Aki didn't even have to do anything. He just stepped aside. Hermes didn't expect anything to go wrong. The round was over. Hermes could not understand how it happened. The round had just begun. Hermes couldn't understand why he lost consciousness. The last thing Hermes remembered was almost tagging Aki, but he couldn't do it.
Hermes remembered Aki's aura. Hermes felt shocked and surprised as he began to realize that Aki could be a sponsor.
Aki asked his playing partners to get ready for a new round. Now they would hunt, and Hermes would run. Hermes believed that Aki could somehow control time, but how exactly he did it was not yet clear to Hermes. That's probably why he was able to appear so suddenly. Hermes thought that there had to be some specific conditions for time control. Otherwise, Aki could just stop time and mark it. Hermes thought it was interesting if the participants wanted to play races with him. He wondered if he could figure out Aki's power before he was caught. The rounds continued. The participants did their best to catch Hermes, but all their efforts were in vain. However, Hermes could easily mark them, but not Aki. The participants felt disappointed that they had spent a lot of time on Hermes. Rayon began to understand how Aki's divine power worked. When Rayon looked into the future, he noticed that there were places where time changed. Sometimes Aki stepped into places where time sped up. There were also places where time slowed down. It seemed to Rayon that Aki's divine power created small spaces around him, and if he stepped on them, the flow of time changed. But there was only one space where Rayon could not see the future, because time stopped there. Hermes was tired of this pointless running around. 20 rounds had already passed. Hermes did not understand whether Aki would really continue to hide behind the time barrier. Hermes' anger was growing. Aki did not understand why Hermes was just angry. He would rather come up to him and show his anger. Jack noticed that Hermes was no longer chasing them to make a point. The only one he was interested in was Aki. Rayon said that as long as Aki stood in the time space, this game would last forever if someone didn't mark the enemy. Era believed that this was the only way to win now. So as long as Aki could win the rounds where they were being hunted, the participants had at least some chance. As sad as it was true. Rayon was upset. At this point, it seemed like this game would never end. Hermes was entering the space with frozen time, and Aki was just noticing him. Jack also told us his version of what happened next. Hermes found a place outside this space to mark Aki. Rayon wondered if any of them could have marked Hermes. Rayon couldn't just let Aki and Hermes decide the future of this game. He had to find a way out of this stalemate. The players noticed that an angry Hermes simply turned around and left. Jack wondered where Hermes had gone. Hermes was furious. Of all the gods that existed, he was losing to the champion Kronos. Hermes felt sad at the thought that he seemed to be letting time defeat him. Hermes had long ago decided that there was nothing he could not achieve. After all, he was an Olympian. Did Aki really think that Hermes would let a boy hide behind the strength of a titan? Hermes perceived this strength as a mere obstacle, nothing more. If he could outrun the speed of sound and outrun the power of light, he could outrun the power of time. Pouncing on Aki at the speed of light, Hermes shouted for a chance to win the next round. Aki told Hermes that time was not something he could easily beat. But the furious Hermes didn't care about Aki's words. He was able to enter Aki's time-space and mark him. Aki didn't even realize what had happened. Hermes smiled and said that Aki was a loser. After Hermes had marked Aki, he decided to mark Rayan next. But as soon as Hermes got close to him, the timer ran out. Hermes told the participants that after a boring round, he would destroy them all. Titanomachia is a 10-year war between the Olympians and the Titans, but it was before the birth of Hermes, before Hermes joined the Olympians. Obviously, for such a small boy, curiosity was a skilled blade. After the Titanomachy, the Titans were cast deep into the abyss of the underworld known as Tartarus. The other Olympians never told Hermes about the war. They described it as a terrible and frightening time. However, such stories only fueled Hermes' interest. Hermes often came to a place that was supposed to be home to the most dangerous creatures in the universe. There was no safety near this place. He could sit there for hours and think about the war and how the Olympian gods managed to imprison the Titans. A very young Hermes stood behind the god and watched as he offered the imprisoned Titan to submit to him. If the Titan agrees, he will not be imprisoned for eternity. Kronos is the king of the Titans. He might agree, but he would still be chained to God. God told him that if Kronos did not want to cooperate with him, there would probably be some of his friends who would. After these words, Kronos asked God to wait. He looked at God for a few minutes and then said that he was ready to cooperate with him. Then Kronos asked to be released. God was glad that Kronos agreed. God was ready to release Kronos, but he was stopped by Hermes, who quickly flew at him. Hermes was amazed at who he was and how he was able to dodge him so easily. God saw a creature of Zeus in front of him. Of course, Hermes realized that God was standing in front of him. He realized which pantheon he was from. He hurried back home to warn the Olympians. God noticed Hermes. He liked the speed of the young god. Hermes flew quickly to heaven. He wanted to get to Mount Olympus as quickly as possible and tell them what God was doing. God stood in the way of Hermes. Hermes flew at him and wanted to get him out of his way as quickly as possible. Hermes could not understand why God had the idea to free the Titans. Hermes said that God would never be able to catch him. Of course, God agreed with him, but God had someone who could catch Hermes. Hermes noticed that lightning bolts were flying at him. When Hermes came to, he saw Zeus, his father. Zeus struck at Hermes' face, leaving a mark. Hermes stood there amazed. He did not understand how his father had allowed this to happen. God told Hermes that Zeus had no choice but to make peace with the Titans. God smiled and told Hermes that he had no choice either, because it was God's will, and his will was considered law. That day, Hermes realized that his father was a coward. Even if Zeus refused to defend the honor of Olympus, Hermes swore that he could do it. But now Hermes realized that he was no better than Zeus. To play God's little games like his dog, pretending to be friends with the Titans. Hermes was waiting for the right moment. As soon as he got the chance, he would break them all. And the revenge had to start with Kronos. Aki was unpleasantly surprised. Hermes had broken through time. Aki couldn't even imagine how Hermes had managed to do it. Only now Rayhan realized that it was the divine power that was Aki's trump card. Rayhan noticed that the next round would decide whether they would die or not. He knew for sure that Hermes would be able to mark them easily. Aki didn't know if there would be enough time, but they had only one chance to defeat Hermes. They also needed a great plan that would work. Aki asked his friends to follow him. Hermes did not understand what the participants were doing. Soon, the time in the round where they were hunters would end. So Hermes understood what it meant. The players would die in the next round. There was still a little more time to wait to destroy the participants. Everything seemed suspicious to Hermes. Suddenly, Hermes was attacked by Aki. Hermes wondered if Aki's plan to win was brute force. Aki said that his plan was to use the divine power of chrono-slowing. Hermes noticed that he began to slow down. The Time King was the exact opposite of Hermes' speed. Even if Hermes could bypass Aki's time control, it would be better for Hermes to stay away from him. Hermes began to run away from Aki. There was only a little bit of time left in the round, so Hermes felt like he was already the winner. Hermes felt terrified and started to stop. As soon as Hermes started to move away from Aki, he was trapped. Jack's pantomime allowed him to create invisible objects. Jack used divine power, so Hermes could feel it. Hermes barely had time to stop. Jack was very happy that they were able to trap Hermes. But Hermes could only see the power when he got close enough. Hermes began to realize that this was the reason why they had not attacked him for so long. Hermes got angry. The participants set their traps all over the forest so that he could not use his maximum speed. Still, if Hermes crashed into a wall with spikes at top speed, he would die. And if Hermes doesn't die from the spikes, Era's bullets will help him do so. Hermes could have used his winged shoes until the end of the round, but Hermes was slower in the air than on the ground. Era's eternity piercer would be able to catch him. Hermes could hardly dodge the traps that Jack had set. He considered different options for his rescue. Hermes noticed which way Aki went. If he went in that direction, it meant that there were no traps there. As soon as Hermes started walking in the direction Aki went, Era started shooting at him. It was another surprise for Hermes. He realized that this time the participants were well aware. He noticed that the bullets themselves led him to the other side. Hermes guessed that this was part of Rayon's plan, but Hermes would have noticed if Rayon was trying to trap him. So Hermes decided to do the unexpected and go to the side where Era was shooting from. There were still 15 seconds left in the round. Hermes believed that they would not be able to catch him in such a short period of time. When Hermes came to the place where they were shooting from, he was unpleasantly surprised to find Rayon waiting for him. Hermes asked what Rayon was doing there. Rayon explained that Hermes was predictable, so they could easily develop a plan and lure Hermes into a trap. Hermes realized that he had 3 ways to get out, but he had to choose one way. The main thing for Hermes was not to make a mistake. To the left of Hermes was Jack. Hermes had studied Jack's powers, but since he was a Halo, he could do anything. To the right of Hermes were Era and Aki, who could resist his speed, so going in their direction was also not an option. Therefore, Hermes saw only one way out, through Rayon. Hermes was excited like crazy that the participants would be able to blame Rayon for his defeat, so he started to run towards Rayon. But Rayon just stood there and did nothing. Hermes didn't understand why Rayon didn't use his weapon. Rayon assured Hermes that he didn't need a weapon to mark him. If Hermes wanted to become strong enough to one day reclaim Olympus, if he was going to leave God, then why not start by championing that scoundrel? Hermes noticed that, as usual, even with his foresight, Rayhan's body could not keep up with his speed. Hermes just wanted to get past Rayhan quickly, so he headed in his direction. But something went wrong with Hermes's plan. Rayon was able to spot him. Hermes should have guessed that Rayon had one more trick hidden. It looked like it was Hermes's defeat. The other participants were waiting to see how it would end. They were ready to attack Hermes if necessary. In a second, Hermes was able to see Rayon's power of foresight change into something else. Rayon used precognition to see the future and then changed his divine power. Rayon did not use the power of Ukun. That's why Rayhan continued to test Hermes. Rayhan did this so that Hermes would think he was predictable. Only then did Rayhan use his plan. The participants were happy that their plan was successful. Era ran over to hug Rayon. He was able to do it. Hermes only now realized why all the pantheons were watching Rayon. Hermes looked at Rayon carefully. He realized that Rayon reminded him of a god. Rayon asked if Hermes would tell them now that they had defeated him. Why Hermes decided to volunteer for the 4th round. Hermes said that he would tell them. He promised them. Hermes said that he participated in the 4th round to prove his worth to God. The games they played could be considered community service. Some wanted to take the side of God. This was shocking news for Rayon. He did not understand the gods who supported God's crazy games. He also did not understand if they did not want to return their lives to meeting God. Others simply liked to watch others suffer. Everyone had their own reasons. Aki asked what Hermes's reason was. Hermes replied that he was on God's blacklist, so he wanted to make a good impression on him. Rayon remembered Vidar's words that the deities who obeyed God were divided into those who obeyed him and those who were ready to oppose God. Rayon watched Hermes carefully. He wondered if it could be that Hermes also opposed God. Since they were being watched the most, Rayon knew that Hermes could not say much. Whether he was a deity or an ordinary man, it did not matter. Rayon hated God, so he said he would destroy God and free everyone from these stupid games. Hermes stopped. Hermes asked if Rayon understood what he was saying. Rayon was an ordinary man, so he could not go up against someone like God and stand up to him. The only reason Hermes watched God's game was because of the struggle of the participants, their determination, the the way they clung to life. Nothing made him feel more alive than the possibility of dying. Rayan did not understand Hermes. Hermes liked to organize self-destructive missions for people who wanted to stay alive. What could he say? Hermes smiled and said that he just loved fools with big dreams. Hermes asked if the participants wanted to ask anything else while they had the opportunity. Rayan asked if Hermes had seen his sister Ichika Asura. This question confused Hermes. He looked at Rayhan carefully. Of course, Hermes should have guessed that Rayhan was Ichika's younger brother. Hermes didn't give a precise answer to Rayan's question, so Era also asked if he knew Ichika. Hermes smiled and said that of course he did. Aki was surprised. He hadn't realized that Hermes knew Ichika. Rajan asked where his sister was. Hermes said that Rayan was guessing in the big maze of the Minotaur. Hermes also said that the participants might be surprised to find someone in the maze. A boy started to follow Takeda. Takeda asked him to leave him, but the boy was sure that it would be better to go together. Everyone from the boys' team died in the minigame, so he decided to join someone. Takeda couldn't understand how he could change one fool for another. Takeda grabbed the boy's hand and asked him to stay put. The boy did not understand what had happened and whether he was okay. He decided to ask the name of his new partner. The boys were attacked by an animal. Takeda immediately pulled out his weapon. The boy was terrified. Takeda was ready for the attack. The lion fell down near the boys. The boy looked at the lion in horror and did not understand why the lion had died. A girl appeared in front of them. The boy noticed that she was wearing the same cloak as Takeda. Did she know Takeda? Takeda realized that the only one who could have a cloak like that was the winner of the Game of God. He did not understand who this girl was. The boy asked Takeda again if he knew the girl. Takeda did not know her. They looked at each other. Takeda could not understand why this girl seemed familiar to him. The girl asked if the boys wanted to join the minigame. The boy asked how she knew that there was a minigame ahead. The girl did not understand that it was an interrogation. The girl started to get angry. She decided to just turn around and leave. Finally, the girl said that the two could have continued walking through the maze by themselves. She just thought that the boys wanted to get out of the maze easily. Besides, it would be easier to win God's game with two winners. The boy could not understand what the girl was talking about. Takeda followed her. The boy looked at Takeda in surprise and then said that it was a great idea to team up. Hephaestus is the Olympic god of craft. She came to Hephaestus with a request. Hephaestus was hesitant. This request could destroy them both. She put the ball in front of him. Hephaestus looked at the ball carefully. He wondered why Enyo had brought him this ball. Hephaestus had never seen anything like it. The ball was made of material that could destroy the gods. He asked where Enyo had gotten the ball, but Enyo had a hard time explaining where she got it. Hephaestus began to think that they would meet in the next game of God. Perhaps it would be a punishment for a favor. He could not believe that Enyo was so stupid to bring him this ball. He asked her to remove it from his eyes. Enyo said that God could not see it. Hephaestus did not understand what Enyo was talking about. Enyo explained that God's champion, Rayan Asura, was a candidate with foresight. Ukun noticed that interacting with Rayan could disrupt their future, and of course avoid the gaze of God. Hephaestus wondered how Enyo knew about this. Enyo told Hephaestus not to worry. Even though Enyo was free from God's foresight, Hephaestus was not. What Enyo asked him to do could destroy them both. Enyo said she had a plan. The first option, Enyo's freedom is transmitted to Hephaestus like an infection. Yes, it was only a hypothesis, but theoretically, if God cannot see Enyo's future and she interacts with Hephaestus, then his future will also be hidden. Second option, Enyo's freedom is not transferred to Hephaestus. God will not be able to see that she has interacted with him, so God will not be able to find out where he got the bullet. God is too busy preparing round 4 to keep track of everything Hephaestus has done. Enyo assured Hephaestus that she only needed his skills, and then she would leave him alone. She knew what God had made Hephaestus's father do to him. Was he really going to spend eternity pounding a hammer? Every night, scoundrels like Ares dragged Hephaestus's sweet Aphrodite to bed. The Olympians drank wine, ate and danced while Hephaestus was enslaved in this forge building their future. Didn't he want to take the chance and do something? Hephaestus didn't understand if Enyo really thought he didn't know what had been taken from him. Hephaestus asked how long Enyo's freedom had lasted. Unfortunately, she did not know, so it could mean that they would not get away with it. Enyo was sure that they would get away with it. If that was true, Enyo would have been dead by now, but this was their chance. Enyo wasn't sure if they would get another one. Hephaestus agreed to help her, but asked her to promise one thing. Enyo was willing to promise anything. Enyo showed him everything Hephaestus could do with Ukon's ball. Although she kept some for herself to explore, she hoped that he would be able to pass it on in one piece. Of course, who better to ask than a divine messenger? Enyo asked Hermes again if he could give Rayon what she asked. Hermes warned that he would only give it to him if he could pass his test. There would be no freebies, Hermes warned. In this universe, God's game was survival of the fittest. The champion who claimed to defeat God. Hermes will decide for himself whether they are worthy of such weapons. It is hard for Hermes to believe that Rayon really wanted to destroy God, but he had won, so he congratulated the winner and held out his hand to Rayhan. He shook Rayhan's hand and congratulated him on his victory. During the handshake, Hermes handed over the weapons Enyo had asked for. Hermes noticed that Rayhan's death at the hands of another god would make him look bad. Rayhan decided to reassure Hermes and said that he would not die. As Rayon said, he will be the one to destroy the god. They had completed one minigame in this maze, but now it was time to move on. They had to reach the finish line before the time ran out. In the next archway was Yuna's team. Once in the maze, they also had to choose which way to go. After Yun noticed what awaited them, he said that they were lucky. They got to see two gods at once. Howie is the goddess of archery. Head Ozer is the god of night and darkness. It seemed to Kylie that there were too many people in this place. There really were a lot of games in this place. Jai looked at the participants for a long time. Then, he said that he recognized one of the participants. Yun asked who Jai recognized. Jai pointed to one of the participants. It was hard for Yun to believe that the quiet guy could survive the third round. It didn't look like he had any friends here. He was probably the only one who could survive. Howie asked all the participants to listen carefully to the rules of the game. She didn't want to explain them twice. 50 participants were trapped in this place. Most of them will not be able to get out of this maze. They will play Marco Polo. As the participants could see, Howie's partner was blind, but he was skillful with a bow and arrow. The goal of the players was to get to Head before he could destroy them. Head will be in the center of the minigame. If at least one of them can reach the area around Head, the game is over for everyone. Every minute, the players' costumes will make a sound indicating their position. At that time, Head will shoot fire arrows trying to hit the participants. One of the players asked if Head was going to shoot at them, what Howie would do at that moment. Howie asked him to think twice before trying to interrupt him. To keep the game going, Howie will start at the edge of the field and work his way to the middle. Every minute, Howie could walk 100 meters and shoot the same distance. Yun noticed that this way, Howie would force them to go to Head, but no one told them that the game would be easy. Howie said that the game could not last forever, so without further ado, it was time to start the game. The Marco Polo game was about to start. Yun noticed that 30 seconds had passed, but no one had started to move. That made sense. Everyone wanted to see what would happen in a minute. When 1 minute passed, the arrows started flying around the participants. Yun noticed that Head could hit the target from 5,000 meters. Kayla noticed that there were already some dead among the participants. Despite the fact that the players were dying, they were still standing. Yun did not understand how they should act in this game. One of the players noticed that everyone was standing still because no one had any incentive. In the end, only one of the players needed to reach the center. Kayla pointed out that if none of them started moving, Howie would destroy them all. Jai doubted that anyone would make the first move. All these people put themselves first. That was the way it was. Everyone was waiting for someone to do everything for them. Kayla said that they needed someone who was selfless. One of the players told Yoon that he liked his glasses. Yoon looked like someone who would like to help him in this game. Yoon decided to ask if the boy would really do it. It didn't look like anyone was going to do it, but the young man was sure that if one person started, the others would eventually start moving. The participants just needed a leader. Jai liked the boy's attitude. Jai did not understand why they had to start this game. Kayla was surprised to see someone like Yun in the game. The boy asked for more enthusiasm from his new friends. The boy said that if they wanted to defeat the gods, they would have to become a little crazy. He wanted to distract Head so that the others would have time to escape. Kayla and Jai didn't want to put themselves in danger. Still, they were a team, so they bravely came out of hiding to win this minigame. Yoon thought it was very kind of the boy. The boy asked to be called Kwan. The others looked at the four of them in surprise. It was shocking to them that these participants decided to actually come out. Kayla asked Kwan what they would do with the sound coming from their costumes. Kwan smiled and said that they would just dodge Head's arrows. Yun laughed. He thought it was a great plan. Kayla thought they were fools. Looking at Head, Kwan began to think that from this distance he could avoid the arrows. Kwan thought that for a blind man, Head was a pretty good shot, but he didn't care. Kwan pulled out his weapon, which impressed the others. Qian's divine power was the windy fire wheels. Yun looked at Kwan and could not understand what he was standing on. Kwan asked his friends to move faster while he distracted Head. The other participants didn't understand what Kwan was doing, but who cares? This was their chance. As soon as the participants started to move, some of them were immediately killed. Howie thought that all the cowards had been destroyed, but some were still present in the game. The players didn't even notice when Howie got close to them. The goddess destroyed them one by one. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He was holding his friend who had just been destroyed by Howie. Instead of running for his life, he decided to stay by his friend's side. Howie aimed her fire arrow at him. She was surprised that this participant just sat there and did not try to do anything, neither run away nor defend himself. The participants ran away in the hope that they would survive. One girl stopped. One of the players asked her what she was doing, and all the archers were distracted. This was their chance. One of the participants decided to save the boy and used his divine power against Howie. He showed her an illusion. Howie was angry that one of the players dared to use Chanyu against her. The boy said he didn't even know who she was. The puppet explained that it was Head's wife. The puppet was not happy that they had saved the boy's life. The boy asked the puppet to shut up. The puppet realized that Rayan had managed to get to the boy's head. Howie was ready to kill the boy, but he didn't want to because he had already been killed once. That boy was Haiten. Haiten had used his divine power as a mad dreamer against the goddess. Did Cthulhu really think that his power would work on Howie? Her powers burned with the power of 10 suns. That's why Cthulhu couldn't stop her. A silhouette appeared in front of Howie. Because of the smoke and dust, she could not immediately see it. The participant said that she was right. Most of the players didn't have the strength to stand up to a god. But they were not, he said Yoon. Yoon stood up for the boys. As soon as they had the chance, they ran away. Howie wanted to shoot her arrow at Yoon, but the participants ran out of her 100-meter range. Howie was furious. She shouted that none of these scoundrels would be able to get out of this game. Howie wanted to destroy everyone. The goddess was not used to seeing someone who could contradict her and go against her. The boys decided to hide behind a rock to catch their breath. Yoon noticed that they were too close to death. Howie was surprised that an ordinary person was able to stop her arrow. This was the first time Howie had ever seen such a thing. Yun just laughed and asked her if she was curious how he was able to do it. The angry goddess assured Yoon that she had no time for idle talk. Howie wanted to pick up her bow, but she couldn't move her hand. Howie could not understand what was happening and why she could not control her hands. The boys started to run away. Yun finally just said that Howie would have to learn later about how he stopped her arrow. The goddess began to get angry at these people who were able to escape from her. She did not understand how she could let them out of her sight so easily. The young man liked the clouds that helped them a lot. He looked at the boy and asked if it was his divine power. The boy replied that it was not. After the boy's answer, Yun turned his gaze to Cthulhu and Haiten. Haiten also told Yun not to look at them. It was not them. Cthulhu said that their power was much more than creating clouds. Yun was shocked by Cthulhu. It was the first time he had ever seen a doll that could talk. If it was not them, then who made the clouds? It was a mystery to the boys. A girl appeared in front of the boys and emphasized that they did not have to thank her. Then she said that they simply could not allow so many victims at the very beginning of the game. The boys looked at her in surprise. She politely asked them not to die until they reached the finish line. Hayden simply agreed with the girl. Cthulhu felt hatred for her. Yoon asked who she was. The third boy simply thanked him for saving him. The young man apologized for being a burden to the other participants. He blamed himself for not being strong enough. Tears rolled down his eyes. Yoon decided to calm him down and told him that he had done his best, so he should not blame himself for anything. He asked the boy's name. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Tenji, the boy said. Yoon said that he felt sorry for Tenji's friend and wanted to save him too, but Tenji was still here, and he was still fighting. The fight was not over yet, so he should keep fighting for himself and his friend. Yoon helped Tenji to stand up. Tenji thanked Yoon. He knew that Yoon was right to keep fighting. He would have time to grieve when it was over. The girl noticed that the guy with the fire wheels had been distracting Head for quite some time, so they shouldn't waste time going to the center. She asked Yun not to put himself in danger again. She might not be able to save him. Kwan was racing quite fast on his fire wheels. He shouted to Head to follow him. Head shot at him. Kwan barely had time to turn away from the fire arrow. Kayla and Jai ran after Kwan on the wheels of fire. Kayla didn't understand how they could keep up with him. Jai didn't think it was possible for them to miss him at all. Jai noticed that no one was moving, so Kwan was drawing Head's attention to himself so they could get away from Howie. Kayla thought that was very brave of Kwan, but it worked as long as Head was stupid enough to keep shooting at him. But Jai said that the gods were arrogant, so Head would want to defeat Kwan. Kayla agreed with Jai, but she was sure there was another way to destroy Head. She noticed that Kwan was making great efforts to get Head's attention. She said that he saw everything. Yun asked what she meant by that. Heian thought it was not important. Cthulhu said that as long as the champion Neja kept moving towards the finish line, Head would see him as a threat. After all, the kid could end the game for everyone. But the end of the game depended on whether he was willing to see the other participants die. Tenji realized that if the boy with the wheels of fire continued to fight, the other participants would be fine. But would Kwan be able to continue the battle? Heitan reminded the others that this participant was willing to sacrifice himself to save others. Therefore, Heitan doubted that the boy would be able to continue in the same spirit. Another participant in the game came out against Head. He used his divine power of wave swing. This player noticed after using their power that with the proper strength they could defend against Head's arrows. But a few seconds later, the player was in for a nasty surprise. Head was knocking arrows back at the young man from both sides. The wave of the swing allowed him to attack in only one direction. His life could end very soon. He stood in one place, frightened and not knowing what to do next. Arrows were flying at him from all directions. Head was pleased that he was able to drive the young man into a dead end, and Kwan saved him. It was a pleasant surprise for the young man. Angry, Kwan shouted that Head was a coward, but in response, Head just laughed out loud. Kwan began to get angry. He thought Head was a coward. Chien tried to save as many players as possible. As soon as he saw a participant in trouble, he immediately rushed to help. Kwan asked each participant to keep running. Heitan wondered if anyone wanted to ask Kwan to stop. Yun didn't understand why they would do that if Kwan was doing so well. Of all the participants Yun had met in the Gods game, he considered Kwan to be one of the strongest. It didn't matter to her that Chen was physically strong. She thought he didn't have the spirit to survive in God's game. Head aimed at 2 participants at once. Kwan rushed to deflect his arrows. But for the other participants, it was strange to see Head aiming at 2 at the same time. Others wondered if Kwan could save 2 participants at once. Kwan aimed his weapon at a high mountain. Large stones began to fall from it, breaking Head's arrows. The participants froze in fear on the spot. Yun was in awe of Qian. He considered Qian a real threat. Every time Head changed his strategy, Kwan responded in kind. Tenji was amazed. He couldn't believe that Kwan was able to use Head's technique so quickly. But the result of his actions proved that it was possible. The girl was also pleasantly surprised by Kwan's actions, but she didn't think that Kwan was the only one who was inspired by the victory over Head. Kwan rushed to the aid of another player again. Yun noticed that Head had trapped Kwan. This was a shock for the participants. They began to think that Kwan was invincible in this battle. After Kwan saved the boy, he also noticed that he was trapped. This made him very angry. Kwan noticed that an arrow was flying at him, and he could not dodge it. Centuries ago, 10 suns shone brightly in the sky, turning the earth into hell. One by one, he destroyed the suns until only 1 star remained. His work was complete. For his bravery, he was rewarded with the elixir of eternal life. Anyone who drinks it will supposedly live forever. But if you drink it too quickly, it will lead to serious consequences. Of course, the guy was very grateful for this gift, but he realized that he was not ready for eternal life. His love tied him to this world, and he refused to let go of his beloved. But sometimes, choice is a luxury. Late at night, she woke up because she heard a noise. Picking up a candle, the half-asleep girl went to see what was making the noise. She noticed villains in their house who had come to rob them. She wanted to call for help, but did not have time. He woke up to the scream of his beloved. It was her husband who shouted. He quickly started running to see what had happened, but when he entered the room, he noticed that the villains had wounded his beloved. After drinking the magic elixir, Chanya took the sword out of her chest and went up the mountain. The villains were terrified. They did not understand what was happening at all. Chanya began to climb higher and higher. He asked his beloved to give him her hand, but no matter how hard they tried to reach each other, it was useless. That was the day he lost his wife. The man was one of the best archers in the history of the world, but he could never reach his beloved. He felt pain, despair, and anger at the moment he lost Chanya. He turned to the villains and simply destroyed each of them. The man knew that these villains deserved it. They had taken his beloved away from him, the moon and the sun. So they spent their eternal lives complementing each other, but not being together. He did not understand if this was how his eternal life was supposed to be. He could not imagine his life without his beloved. Every day he lay on the ground and looked at the sky. Without her, he was completely broken. He lost the meaning of his life. God came down to him. The Buddha told God that the man had wasted his gift of eternal life. The man asked God who he was. God replied that he was his salvation. The man did not understand how he could be helped. God said that he could reunite him with his wife. He agreed to do anything just to see his beloved again. He was furious that the rascal dared to use the illusion of his beloved against him. There were rules in the game, but they were created to be broken. It didn't matter that the timer was running. He decided to destroy the puppeteer.